fun to lose and to pretend she's overboard, self-assured. Hello, I know a dirty mood. Hello, 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 well, that child, it's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, an albino, a mosquito, my libido. I'm worse than what I do best, and for this gift I feel blessed. Our little girl, but always been and always will until the end. Hello, 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 where the lights out, it's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, I'm a albino, I'm a mosquito, my libido. And I forget just why I taste. Oh yeah, I guess it makes me smile. I found it hard, it's hard to find. I will never mind. Hello, 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 it's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, a mosquito, an albino, my libido.
All right, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in this fun-filled world. I want to say hi to everybody in the chat. What's up, Derek? How you doing? Hey, Karen. It has been a while. That's awesome. Glad you're able to join us live here. So we're gonna take a little live dive into some of the documents that Dan Hinnon has released, and I'll jump over there on his website, uglytruth.info. And of course, on my website, you can find documents too. But so on Dan's website, uglytruth.info, a lot of great content there. Make sure you check out his podcast too if you're interested in just a weekly kind of recap of some of the crazy things. Dan has a great podcast out there, so make sure you check that out on Eternal Affairs Radio, and it is on iTunes. So that's I just open up my Apple Podcast, and there it is. But on Dan's website, uglytruth.info, he does have a whole section dedicated to David Crowley, and you'll find a lot of great stuff here. And you'll find in the download section, he's added some new documents there. So I was able to find some of those that he added, and I have added those here to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. If you just scroll down to the very, very bottom, you'll see all of these documents, not in any particular order yet, but I'm going to work on that to kind of make this a little more user-friendly. But I figure for right now, it's just important to give people access to all of these documents here. As many as we have, as many as we can find, all public. So we're going to go through, excuse me, we're going to go through a few of the Hollywood things here. Maybe later on in a different show, we might go through David's Hollywood contract, and you can actually see what the contract was and the date. One thing, at least two things that I want to look at here are David Crowley's Hollywood lawyer correspondence, a very important one, and we're going to look at David's Hollywood lawyer bill. And again, the dates are very important because these are October of 2014. A lot of people were trying to tell us that David's deal was dead in August. We know that that's not true. So, hey, Ellie, how you doing? Thanks for joining me here too. We are going to, real documents. That's right, and that's it. You know, people can read it for themselves, interpret it however you want. But I was reading the lawyer correspondence last night, and I know I had read this 5 years ago, but reading it last night, I was like, wow, this is. How did I miss this stuff? How did this stuff not make it into my book? So there's always a second print, so you never know. But we're going to go through some of that. So all you do is just go to the download, hover over the download, click on that, and you'll be able to download this for yourself. It's only like 1 page, maybe 2 pages long here. Yeah, hope this isn't a John Lennon situation. Yeah, I think we all do. So this is David's lawyer right here, Adam Gislason. This was David's email address on top. Note the date here. And, you know, obviously this is text, so it's hard to really tell, but it sounds like there is a little bit of a panic in David's voice. That's the way that I read this. So we're going to go through and look at this here. So this is from David Crowley to his lawyer, Adam, from Loman Abdul. Adam, I know you're busy, but after losing Mitch, I am completely dead in the water as far as GS and GS The Rise LLC information. I know they got started, but I have none of the information or documents I need to get started with these LLCs. Like, do they have tax ID numbers? I have no idea where this was left between you and Mitch, and I really need the information. Cheers. Now, I'm going to stop right here just for 1 second. Hey, Sophia, thanks for joining me here, too. and all of our great people, all of our researchers, and all of our um, just fellow truth seekers, all of you out there who really care about human beings and about life and about people being accused of something that we know that they did not do based on the evidence and facts. But this line right here, I am completely dead in the water as far as GS and GS the rise. This right here, just this highlighted section, was one of the early things that was used in the media to say that David Crowley's project was dead. But as you can see, David Crowley is referring to the LLC information, not to the Gray State project. That's a big difference. Now, how the media got this email from Adam is a whole nother thing. Obviously, I can only assume that he willingly gave it to them. I don't see why he wouldn't. Why this one quote was ran with instead of putting it into the proper context is a whole nother issue. So, did the media only get that quote? Were they just told about this? But I do remember that line being used in some of the early media reports and in some of the early propaganda, trying to prove to us that David Crowley's project was dead, when we know that that is not true. So here, and Mitch, this is Mitch Heil, David Crowley's business partner. They had I wouldn't say a falling out because they were still tied to other businesses, but basically Mitch Heil did not want to be a part of the Gray State project. Mitch had to have known where this was going, where the project was going, that it was back in May of 2014, David Crowley's Gray State project, this was going to be made into a Hollywood feature or pitched to Hollywood companies as a feature film. By September of 2014, that was changed, and now it was going to be made into a TV series. Right around that time in September is when Mitch parted ways from the Gray State project. And it's very important to remember that, all of these dates, all of these times, because we're talking October, late October. I believe, Sophia probably can back me up on this, I believe that this was after Kamel's sister had come to the Crowley house and had gotten the car and couldn't see her sister. After all of that stuff happened, I think that was mid-October. So this would be maybe 10, 12 days after that. So, hey Kathy, thanks for joining us here. Haven't gone live in a long time, so I really appreciate everybody being able to join me here for this rare live show that we're doing now. But we will have another conference call at the end of this month. And then, of course, we will have another podcast at the first of every month. So, just this one sentence here is just, that stuck out to me just because, that was one of the lines that was being used. So that really bothered me. I made sure to note that. But here you can see David is specifically referring to his LLC that apparently Mitch Heil was more involved in than he was. And after Mitch walked away from it, David Crowley is kind of scrambling to get this done. Now, the reason David Crowley might be scrambling to get this LLC stuff worked out is because of Danny Mason. Because Danny Mason is going to try to get control of these LLCs. And I believe he starts a Gray State Universe LLC, a couple months after David died? So, and this is at the same time where David is trying to get Mitch Heil and Danny Mason to basically sign away their rights to the Gray State project. We know that Mitch Heil didn't have any problem doing that, and we know that Danny Mason never did. Danny Mason stalled until late December 16th, December 17th. We have those records there too. So that's another That's another interesting thing. Hey, Johanna. Thank you all again for joining me here. A lot of things regarding this case happened in October. That's true. Yeah, and even in the sloppymentary, they try to make it seem like in August, at Ranya's birthday party, August 5th, is when everything kind of blew up and everything was, dead and gone, blah, blah, blah. We know that that's not true, for many different reasons. So that's why these dates matter, especially in these last 6 or 7 months. I would say, to me, the most important timeline here is from May of 2014 up until December of 2014. Just looking at those months, I think has really helped me stay focused on the main points here of what was happening, why David Crowley was killed. I don't see any other reason for him to be killed other than what we're seeing here with this Hollywood deal. Um, is Unless it's just a coincidence or something, I don't know. But if you look at all of these things that happened between May of 2014 up until December of 2014, I think a lot of people have quickly come to the realization that whatever happened to David Crowley is related during this time. Except for the police, except for the investigators. For some reason, they don't seem to focus too much on it. Focus a little bit on it, but All right. Sophia says the withdrawal from the 50K from the trust account. Sidra showing up. Rania having a meltdown at school. And Ellie says all was in October. Good points there. Yep. All in October. Wow. Yeah, we don't talk too much about Rania's incident that happened in October either, but she had kind of a meltdown where she was so scared in the classroom. I think she was hiding under her desk, and the parents had to be called to calm her down. We still don't know what really happened with that. That was a very frightening thing. I'm sure any parent that gets that call that their 5-year-old child is at school and is so hysterical or so scared, that they just will not cooperate. And that's a very frightening thing too. We never really got any follow-up on that. Police never followed up on that either. And I think even when I spoke with Kamel's sister, I think she really didn't know that much about that either. I think Kamel's sister was kind of just given little bits and pieces, probably given, this bit, oh, I am completely dead in the water as far as GS and GS the rise. She's probably just given that line. And so to her, okay, well the project was dead then. But it's very, very clear that we have a lot of proof that the project was not dead. I think we got the most proof that the police had access to or could have had access to, and that the sloppymentary had access to. And for whatever reason, they did not focus on that. The project was not dead. David died before the project did. Okay, so that is the first email from David to Adam, Monday, October 27, 2014 at 7:06 a.m. On the same day at 7:29 a.m., so just a few minutes later, 23 minutes later, Adam responds, "Hey David, no worries and no problem. I'm in NY and I don't have the files at my fingertips, but let me see if I can retrieve the email packages I sent to Mitch to get the process started. I'll be able to do that later this afternoon. Where are things otherwise? Hope you are well." That's sent from his iPhone. And we've talked a little bit in the past about the iPhone text messages and the phones, and there wasn't a whole lot of things happening with David's phone as far as actual phone calls, but maybe I'd always thought that a lot of it was actually happening through his email. So, and again, Sophia's gone over those phone records, and maybe she can shed some light on that too. So Ellie says sycophant, crazy fan, except nah. Too many incidents of incompetence, tampering, and so much more. Definitely, definitely. Sophia says Sidra also filed 2 false CAD reports with the police in Apple Valley. Yeah, I think she was freaking out. I mean, if I couldn't just me, if I couldn't connect with my brother, I'd probably be freaking out a little bit too. Um, I had originally thought that Sidra went there by herself. We later find out that she actually went there with her then boyfriend, now husband. So I don't know. That's that's a very touchy one, a very touchy subject. That whole October incident of what she could have done, what she should have done. What do you do in that situation? That's a tough one. I mean, what do you do if you can't, if your brother or your sister's spouse will not let you see your brother or your sister? It's a pretty frustrating thing. The whole thing, the whole car exchange thing, all that stuff. Just it just seems like there's a lot more to it. All of that, all of the family beef between Kamel and David, and Kamel's family was allegedly over Kamel's mom and the treatment of her cancer, and Kamel was really mad that the mom was gonna do chemo. We know that the mom has lived through that, which people do live through chemo. That does happen. It does seem rare, especially if they're on the hospice. Um, when my stepmom passed away a couple years ago, before she passed away, she was on hospice, and I had specifically asked the hospice nurse about some of this stuff, just some general questions. And do people live? Do people make it out? And she said, in the past, that's always been, it's been like if you go to hospice, you're pretty much dead. But from what this nurse, just this one nurse, was saying, things have changed, and now people can recover from hospice. So it does happen. It does seem, still to me, it does seem rare. I've never seen anybody survive from hospice that I knew that went in there. Let's see, what else do we have here? Ellie says, I just want to know how the F they can close the case. I agree. Any double homicide, suicide, where the proof beyond a reasonable doubt, innocent till proven guilty. That's what it should be. I agree, Ellie. It should be that. Vengeance is the Lord. I find comfort in that. I find comfort in that too. And I don't think we're all just here because we just, for any entertainment value. I think there is a big reason why we're all here and why we all care about this case. And it's not for entertainment. It's not to ride the coattails of David Crowley. It is to find the truth here, because it is there. God is showing us things every day. For whatever reason, we're all here. So I'm going to pay attention as much as I possibly can. So Sophia says, why say that the car is booby trapped? Did Sidra say that the car was booby trapped, or she felt the car was booby trapped? I remember something like that. Ellie says Sidra has answers. Surely that could help get closer to what happened. And Sophia says, with no proof, why to the police before even going to Kamel's house and file a report? Well, from what Sidra said, she wanted the police to actually go there with her, and they wouldn't. So I remember that's what she said. That's what she said. Johanna says, keep in mind, this time of year is the most dangerous time for people going missing. Interesting, I did not know that. Between now and Christmas, very important to the cult. Excellent point. Excellent point. I totally forgot about that. We got Halloween coming up. I guess it's canceled. I don't know if it's canceled in everyone's state there or in your city or town, but I've never been a fan personally. They are canceling it in certain places because of the COVID, so I kind of have mixed feelings about that. But I guess it's up to the local government. As long as it's not being canceled at a federal level. Anyways, I'll save that. Send you copies of the CAD. Yeah, we have the CAD. I think it was in the 485 page document, maybe in the 94 pages. But yeah, if you have the CAD separately, that would be a good document to just add. I know there's a lot of stuff in the two big BCA files, the 485 PDF and the 488 PDF. So maybe we do start pulling some of those things out of those big PDFs so that people don't just have to scroll through 485 pages to find a lot of these uh, very powerful facts here. Alright, Derek says, almost bringing into the occult situation seemed weird where she was talking about the weird man, especially Saturday, or yeah, 4 to 5 years, especially at 4 to 5 years. Yeah, the red man, I think you're talking about, which was a very weird thing, whatever your view is on the red man there. So, it's in the large report. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so getting back here to the second text that we read from Adam. So Adam says, no problem. I don't have the files at my fingertips, but let me see if I can retrieve the email packages I sent to Mitch. If he sent to Mitch, how would he retrieve the email pack? Okay, because they're by email. Duh. Sorry. It's still early here. Give me a break. And I haven't read this in 5 years, so I'm reading this now. I'm hoping to get all of your thoughts. So if you do have any thoughts or anything on it, please feel free to drop it in the comments, and I'll just I'll stop here at any time and address those comments here. But he says, let me see if I can retrieve the email packages I sent to Mitch to get the process started. So he's not really almost like he's not really listening to what David is saying. I'll be able to do that later this afternoon. Where are things otherwise? Hope you are well. Okay, David, maybe about 1 hour later, David responds, Adam, again, I have the file package. It's incomplete. There's only one doc on GSTR, Gray State the Rise, that indicated you filed for the LLC. There's another officer name who I don't recognize, and nothing that I can find filed with the state to get the EID. Can someone explain to me what an EID is? Gray State LLC exists. You're named as the officer, and I have absolutely no documents on it. He's scrambling. I just need information from you. What the hell is the real situation with these LLCs and what I'm supposed to do to untangle the mess? It can wait until you're back, but I've been asking about this for a few months now. I'll read that again. It can wait until you're back, but I've been asking about this for a few months now. Cheers, David. Very interesting. I'd like to know who this other officer is, too, and if it has any relation to Danny Mason. I think that would be pretty interesting to find out. What do you all think? Ellie says, it is evil. Children stay home. You're talking about the Halloween. Yeah, I agree. In September, October, May, right before May Day, are the 3 months children and pets too go missing, going back, far back, per NCIC FEDI. Yeah, it's so scary there. And, you know, we live in this crazy world, and we have to protect our children. And not just our children either. You know, pay attention to the children that live in your area. Look out for any strange cars, for any people, any, creeps. There's nothing wrong with taking video photos of their license plate. Hopefully, you never have to use that in the future. But I do that. I try to do that sometimes too, preferably without them knowing. Or sometimes I want them to know that they can't just run up and just snatch children, because that does happen. It does happen, and unfortunately, it does happen in more. Actually, that's not true. I was going to say it happens in more poorer places, but that is absolutely not true. It can actually happen in places where parents think that they live in a safe place. So it can happen anywhere. But yes, during those months, and now you got we're coming up on October, so I'm gonna start looking around for any weird white vans. Just kidding there. All right, that's a bad joke. I can't see that person. Let's see. Isn't it? Derek says, "Isn't it funny? I never knew the guy, and yet we are all here." I agree, Derek. Yeah, I mean, I never knew him. I was, I had watched the 2012 trailer, the Gray State 2012 trailer. Did not like it. Didn't really think anything more about David Crowley. Saw him on Alex Jones at the Bilderberg. Saw all that stuff. Had a lot of friends who were sending me links about Gray State and all that, and I didn't really pay too much attention to it until after David's death. And I don't know. I asked myself, if this guy, if he didn't have a 5-year-old child, would I have tried to put so much effort into this? I don't think so. I don't know. Same thing with Philip Marshall. Philip Marshall's kids were a little older, a lot older, but definitely we need to protect our children and the children in our neighborhoods and the children that we come into contact with, and make sure that we're just watching out. And God bless you all. I appreciate all of that. Greg, I sent you the CAD reports too. Awesome, thank you. I'll make sure to add those separately on here too. So Derek says, "Thanks, Sophia. I've been here for 2 years or more." Wow, Derek, that's awesome. Been through books of pages in pics. Just never adds up. It never does. I know, Derek, we were chatting online, I think yesterday, with a freedom fighter. And, he's very skeptical. I don't know if it's a he. I'm assuming it's a he. But is very skeptical. We've chatted about other things. We've disagreed. And that has become a person, especially with the Donald Trump stuff, I think, but where we can agree to disagree on different things. So, and it's always good to have that opposing view, or that view that kind of, I don't like the term devil's advocate, but if there's a better term, I would love to subscribe to that better term, because devil's advocate is obviously not a term that I want to be associated with here. I'm going to plug in this cell phone before it dies. Oh, the power of modern technology. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to let that charge there. Sophia says, "It is like trying to solve a puzzle and several key pieces are missing." Yeah, that's true. Ellie says, "If it doesn't make sense, it's usually not true." Yeah, I agree. I'm glad we are all here to discuss this. And getting back to David's lawyer here, this is a very interesting piece, because first of all, I had thought David was more involved in this LLC stuff here. I didn't realize that it was pretty much all Mitch. And so once Mitch kind of walks away from this, it kind of leaves David in this, like he says, this mess, and he needs to quote unquote untangle this mess, and he needs Adam to help him do that. And there's no indication here that Adam wasn't going to. It's just, he's got other things happening too, and even David says it can wait until you're back. But it is interesting that he says, "I've been asking about this for a few months now." A lot of stalling, a lot of things where David knows, maybe he's trying to keep it under wraps. Maybe that's why even David's dad thought the project was dead. That could be a sincere thing, that David's dad thought the project was dead. I hope David's dad realizes now that the project was not dead, and I hope everybody in the Crowley family and on Kamel's side, I hope the extended family, all the people that are paying attention to what we are doing here, and I know that you're out there. Hope you all realize David Crowley's project was not dead. He was moving forward, and that these 3 people, your family members, were murdered. All right. Let's see. So if anybody knows what EID, sorry I missed that. I know it's not a it's not a bomb, but yeah, it's something to do with the legal. So I don't know anything about this LLC. I've looked into it. It was, I had looked into getting my book into bookstores, and one of the tips that I got was to create an actual LLC. With the wrestling company that I'm involved in, that also has a LLC, so I have some good contacts on how to create that. It's not cheap, it's not easy, but it seems a lot of people do it for the liability issues. Obviously, that's what LLC is, so they can't get sued and stuff like that. But whatever. Let's see. So David is saying that Adam is named as the officer. This is very important here, and he has no documents on it. Now we're going to get the response. So David basically just wants to know what the hell the real situation is and what he's supposed to do. So he's looking to Adam for guidance. And this is the final correspondence in this email address. And then I'm going to grab some more coffee here before we move on to the lawyer bill. And we can look at what the lawyer was paid for. So this is Monday, October 27th, 2014, 12:33. All of this happens during the same day. I'm assuming the Adam handed this over to the authorities, maybe to some media, maybe to the Gray State team. I don't know, but a lot of this was not used, and it was not clear that all of this had to do with David's LLC, and that David's project was not dead. It was alive and well. So here's what Adam says, 12:33 p.m. So about 4 hours later, Adam responds, David, I want to make sure we are on the same page here. Apologies for the abbreviations. 1, there should be 3 LLCs. HH Productions, Hothead Productions. 2, Gray State. 3, Gray State The Rise. I did not form HH LLC. I formed the latter two. 2, I am not named as an officer for any of the LLCs. I may be named as the organizer, which is not an officer, but the lawyer or agent that formed the LLC. So he's saying he is just the lawyer or the agent that formed the LLC. Not sure who the other officer is that you are referring to. And that's the big mystery. Who is this other officer that's on these documents? I think that's important to know. How did that person get there? 3, there should be a member control agreement / operating agreement for Gray State, and I cannot recall if there is one for HH. So this is all legal stuff. When I read this, it's legal mumbo jumbo that I'm going to have to go and look up and research and figure out. So if anybody can help with any of that to understand what these agreements are, what the EID is, it might save me some time, and I would appreciate that, time permitting. 4, this should not be a mess, especially if Mitch and Danny has signed the disassociation docs. So the fact that Danny did not sign and was stalling says that this mess, quote unquote mess, continued. And we know that, I believe Mitch Heil signed in September. And right around this time, before this email actually, I believe David was trying to get Danny Mason to sign those documents to remove himself from any rights to the Gray State. Looks like a lot of this is more related to the LLC. This could be why when Dan Hennon spoke with the president of Michael Entertainment Group, the Hollywood company who was going to pitch this to Hollywood people as a $30 million, they're not going to say, hey, it's a $30 million. They had estimated the budget for a Gray State film would cost about $30 million. Later on in September of 2014, they were going to turn this into a TV series. This could be why Mike Boggio of Michael Entertainment Group had no idea any dealings or any payments or any documents related to Danny Mason. It could be because all of this is dealing with the LLCs not with David's project, not with the Gray State movie or TV series. So now that's starting to make a little more sense to me, why David was working to get Danny Mason to sign these papers, and Amy G had no idea what these papers were, because the papers had nothing to do with the Hollywood deal. They were specifically related to the LLCs. All right, and number 4, here's lastly, this should not be a mess, especially if Mitch and Danny had signed the disassociation documents. I will be home late tomorrow evening. Can we chat on Wednesday? And that's basically it. So at some point they must chat, and they must look over some of these documents. So what I'm going to do now is close that one down. We're going to take a look here before we wrap up. I'm going to take a look here at David's Hollywood lawyer bill. I'm going to go grab some coffee, check the comments, and then we'll go through this 3-page lawyer bill. I'll be right back. Alright, good peeps. Hope I didn't lose you there. But I am back here. Okay, I'm going to check some of the comments here. Derek says the casings is off. Yeah, Derek, you brought that up several times, and I do appreciate that. Hey, Iconic, thanks for joining here too. See, Derek says the casing is off. The body position is moved. Not enough blood in the house for 3 bodies. Hands and bones are missing, and blaming it on Paleo. Yeah, that's pretty much wraps it up right there. Pretty much sums up the problem that we have with this whole case right there, I believe. Well, at least some of the big problems, the big key points. And can you picture if the sloppymentary would have put any of that into their sloppymentary? I mean, they purposely avoided all of the facts, all the docs, all the BCA, all of the relevant stuff. They really avoided that, and people still didn't buy into their theory. I wonder why. Let's see. Iconic says Kurt Cobain, Phil Schneider, Phil Marshall, David Crowley, all contradictions, all summed up totally wrong. Yep, absolutely. Well, Kathy, thanks for joining. Really appreciate you joining in. I know you gotta go to work, but glad you could catch us live here. That's so awesome. And keep up the good work. Thank you for your continuing support. Iconic, I think, I think you're right on the money there. That's why, cases like that kind of brought me to the Crowley case, to think with an open mind, to not just think, oh, this guy was crazy and he killed himself. If he killed himself, then there should be proof. It should be something that could be easily proven. And as we've seen with a lot of these cases, it's not. So is that bad training? I know we've talked with some cops, we've talked with some other people, and it's kind of like you're guilty until you're proven that you're not. But once you're guilty, once they start with the fact that you're guilty, or the assumption that you're guilty, they're never going to backtrack on that. So why start there? So I don't know if that's just bad training, but I do believe getting some of these cases reopened, reclassified, whatever you want to call it, I think that will help with the police training, so that police they aren't trained to just assume that the person is guilty unless by a miracle and a severe act of God that it comes out later on that we were wrong, and they can say, whoops. It's better to say we don't know than to just guess and to try to come to a conclusion so that you can meet the quota of closing your cases. Just think that's a very bad way to live. It encourages people to murder somebody and try to blame it on a suicide, and we don't want to do that. So for people that do frame people for a suicide, we want to make it as hard on them as possible. We don't want to make it easy for them. And I think when we just accuse somebody of committing suicide or murder, it can encourage copycats to do that type of thing. It can encourage a whole company, a private company, who specializes in murdering people and making it look like a suicide. Those companies are out there, and we don't want to make it easy for them. We want to make it next to impossible to let them know that we are watching, and God sees everything, and no one escapes the wrath of God. Iconic says, has anyone seen mention of cadaveric spasm? You'd have to explain that more to me, what that is, without me looking it up and acting like I know what that is. But Sophia says, not in this case. And she says, Catherine could tell you more. So I'll be curious to know more about exactly what that is. Not enough blood, enough said, says Ellie. Yep, right there. Not enough blood. And that's always been the big thing I've seen a lot of people come back to, is the blood. Why isn't there more blood? And my only thing is that, we don't have a lot of pictures that would show the blood, and the carpet is misleading. All the propaganda that you've heard me say. I'm just kidding. But that's where I start, is there. But, looking at other crime scenes and People that have dealt with other crime scenes, they ask that same question. It's one of the more general questions. Why isn't there more blood? And it's a very valid question. It might be one of the most important questions, and probably one of the main reasons why a lot of people think the bodies were actually moved. Looking at the recliner in the living room, you can tell at least one person's body was moved. There's a big blood stain there, but there's no body there. So obviously, you have definitive proof that somebody's body was moved. And where is all of that blood? Why are we not seeing it? So very important questions there. And again, of course, not mentioned in the sloppymentary, and even in the police documents, nothing like that. But I guess they're just writing what they see, not trying to put in their speculation, even though they do put in a lot of their speculation. So that's a whole nother issue. Okay, Johanna says, don't forget Christmas. Their favorite holidays for sacrifice are Easter and Christmas. They love to mock God in this way. And I can never forget Danny Mason's comment on FB that night. Yeah, it's pretty, his comment, Danny Mason's comment, was a quote from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It's pretty odd. And then you have Mason Hendricks' post where there's blood writing, "Now we die," and all that is supposed to be coincidental. So I don't know. Let's see. Ellie says, an abundance of variables, confusion, sloppiness, and a clearly staged scene. It's a gray stage. It is a gray stage. Ellie does not believe that slaughter happened in that living room, and it would be hard to argue with that. So let's go through this three pages of the invoice, and this one dated July 31st. So this is before all of that email exchange. So, and this is related to the Gray State LLC. So let's look at this. The avenue, the address is also different. It's a Bloomington address. And by this time, David was living in 1051 Ramsdale Drive. Alright, so here is the invoice. $3,700. Almost $3,800 to be exact, for legal services rendered. Alright, from Loman Abdo. It's an interesting name too. Wonder what is the thing behind the name. This phone number might be an interesting one to see if it's on any of the phone records too. 612-339-8131. But it looks like most of their conversations were through email. To David Crowley, not to Mitch Heil. Pretty interesting there too. So this is after the May 2014 deal that David got for the Hollywood, and he found the Michael Entertainment Group wanted to run with this project. So this is all going to be related to those dealings. And we get some of the charges here, starting at 7/9/2014. A few months after, things have picked up, and this is before Ranya's birthday party too. $300 to review and analyze the MEG Michael Entertainment Group option agreement, to plan and prepare revised for call with David Crowley and meeting with David Crowley and C. Healy. Who is C. Healy? Don't know who that is. See that name here a few times, and I have no idea who that is. And it's like the more we dive into this, the more we see names, people. I've kind of been in the dark about this, so it's pretty interesting there. What was the quote? Let me know what quote you're talking about there, Ellie. Okay. $75 for emails and telephone conference with David Crowley, MEG Gray State option, and plans to counteroffer. This is a big deal here, and that's not, that's what 30. That's a lot of money, $3,800. It's about half of what Dan Hennon spent on the private investigator to get his view on it. Not to investigate. The private investigator did not do any investigating. It was just to review it, similar to what this lawyer is doing. So, $105 to receive and review option agreement for client David Crowley and Gray State, correspondence to attorney with comments, and formal option purchase agreement for review. It's all related to David Crowley, not to anybody else. It's another important point. $150 to review, analyze, and propose edits, MEG option agreement, to plan and prepare for meeting with David Crowley and C. Healy. This guy might be the missing person, the contact, the go-between, who kind of set this whole thing up. I don't know. I don't know who C. Healy is, but I think we'll need to see who he is. Another bad joke. And that includes same plan and prepare revisions and proposed edits to MEG option agreement. Okay, 710, $425 for a meeting with David Crowley and C. Healy regarding MEG option. Maybe C. Healy might be one of the lawyers or something. MEG option agreement to plan and prepare counteroffer and proposed edits. I mean, this shows how serious David Crowley has taken this, and he's not taken any chances, and trying to, he's dealing with some real pros here, and he's treating it like that. He's taking it very seriously. Same day, 7/10/2014. This is $225 for a client conference with David Crowley to review chain of title rights clearance and deal points for options purchase agreements for Gray State project, prepare notes for discussion with attorney, and drafting agreement. It's pretty interesting that at this point, Mitch Heil is still involved in Gray State, at least to some point. I think it sounds like from his interview, from an interview that he did after David died, Mitch Heil was getting pretty frustrated that, they weren't making any money. But he had to be, hopefully, he was aware of this deal here. I'm pretty sure that he was. David Crowley posted it all over social media. So Mitch Heil had to have known that that was coming. The money should have been coming. I don't know. Only those two know exactly what their deal was and what type of relationship they had, but it doesn't seem like Mitch Heil and David Crowley had any big falling out or anything like that. Mitch Heil just wanted to make money. He believed that conspiracy theories were effing stupid, and he was looking for work. He was not dedicated to the Gray State project. 7/11, $180 charged for research and draft certificate of employment and release for client contributors to Gray State project, forward to Adam Giselson for review and transmit to client. So research and draft certificate of employment and release for clients contributors to Gray State project. So this is, I wonder how many people needed that. It looks just like Mitch Heil and Danny Mason, right? I can't think of any other people that might need that. Then a few days later, 7/15, $105 charged for a telephone conference with the producers, Mike Bozio and Michael O'Donnell, regarding deal points for option purchase agreement and funding for development of screenplay and production of film. So this is a very important one here, 7/15. Things just got real. So now they're really pushing forward and yet we're supposed to believe 1 month later everything is done. We know that's not true. So now the lawyers are getting involved here. It is getting very serious. It would be curious to go back and read some of David's social media posts around that time, around 7/15/2014. And they should all still be up, unless somebody has access to David Crowley's account. They should all still be up there. But if they've all been, even if David Crowley's Facebook account gets taken out, we have all of those posts, all of David Crowley's posts, in the BCA 485 page PDF. Alright, let's go here to 7/18, draft of Gray State MEG deal memorandum. So the draft for Gray State that we have is dated May 12th, 2014. So I don't know if this is the same draft or if there's another draft afterwards, but the most complete draft of the two drafts of Gray State script that we have, I would say the May 12th, 2014 is the complete one, is the more complete one, the more comprehensive one than the other one. 7/21/2014, $25 is charged for emails with David Crowley and MEG regarding communications with MEG Gray State option agreement. This is David's go-to, this is his go-to. And then we have 7/23, review and revise MEG option agreement. So the option agreement is getting revised at that point. 7/23, another $425 charged for a draft and revise Gray State MEG deal memorandum. So lots of drafts here. They're going back and forth a lot, I'm assuming here. 7/24 the next day, revise and edit Gray State MEG deal memorandum, conference and emails with C. Healy. Who is C. Healy? I think he's one of the lawyers. I think that's what this CRH is, possibly. I don't know. 7/24, $150 charged, receive and review deal memorandum, redline revisions, and forward to attorney for review and transmittal to client. 7/25, $375 charged to revise and finalize draft Gray State MEG deal memorandum, emails with David Crowley, RE the same. Serious stuff here, guys. 7/25, teleconference with David Crowley, final draft of Gray State MEG deal memorandum, emails with C. Healy. So, okay, let me read on here. We're almost done. 7/25, another $50, email to MEG, final draft of the Gray State MEG deal memorandum. And then finally, 7/30, 2014, emails with David Crowley, communications with MEG RE Gray State option agreement. We have the option agreement as well. And that's it. And then there is one other bill for Loman Abdo that is found excuse me. There is one other bill that we know was found at the crime scene. It's part of one of the crime scene photos. $50 charge. I believe that was dated October of 2014. So this does show, all of this shows how serious David was taking this. The deal was just with David Crowley, and they were working on something very big here. Very big and very powerful. Alright, I'm going to check some of the comments here, and we'll go from there. Sophia says her bullets only her blood and DNA plus all the blood that was tested in her DNA, a mixture with unknown DNA. Sophia also says the big clue for me were the DNA lab results. Absolutely. And it's, I guess it shouldn't be shocking, but it is surprising that a documentary made by Eric Nelson that they put so much money and effort into would conveniently avoid all of the DNA evidence. Derek says, I believe David and Rania was killed elsewhere, and then someone got lucky enough in the in and out next few days to put Rania Bullet on that carpet. Because I'm sorry, how did the cleaners not find a bullet? Yeah, or how did the cleaners find a bullet? That's a great point, Derek. The bullet, if a bullet, there's no way, it's hard to believe that everybody in the house, all of the investigators, the BCA crime scene, there's tons of people that are in and out of that house, that they all missed a bullet in the living room carpet. That is just almost impossible. And again, another thing that's not covered in the documentary, Sloppymentary. The only thing worse is the bullet hole above their head that is supposed to be there, that they also miss. Crazy stuff here. Crazy stuff there. Sophia says, or how did the police and cleaners miss a ceiling bullet hole? Item 57 was a bullet found in the attic connected to David. Derek says, also back to shoot a gun in the ceiling, which didn't have David's physical DNA, just touch DNA. Yeah, no blood on it, but it did have his DNA. So again, I remember I asked Catherine, what are the chances of you shooting yourself in the head and there's no blood on the bullet that you shot yourself with? And I think you can all imagine what the answer was. Go ahead and ask somebody. Ask some law enforcement people. Ask some people, some forensic specialists. Ask them that question. If you shoot yourself in the head, if someone is shot in the head, any person that is shot in the head, will that bullet have blood on it, and for how long? Let's see. Sophia says, key thing to note, the Gray State guys were in the house the day after the crime scene was finished up. That's right. The crime scene, even though it was technically closed or whatever you want to call it, cleared, on January 17, 2015, the police were taking guns. They were still in the house taking things out on January 18, 2015. A bunch of the Gray State goons are back in the Crowley residence on January 19th, 2015. And the cleaners are still cleaning the house. Not sure exactly what date they started. We can assume they started on the 18th. We're not sure. But the cleaners were still cleaning the house all the way up to January 20th, I believe. So, these Gray State goons should not have been in that house. There was no reason for them to be in the house. And only for 20 minutes. I thought that was pretty interesting too. That doesn't give them much time. Unless they're in there at different times, and this is the one time where somebody called the cops. We don't know how many times they were in the house, the Gray State goons, between January 18th and January 20th. We don't know. We just know that the police were only called once. My guess is that's probably the only time that they were there. I think the police would have been called a second time. I think they may have even had a scanner. They may have known that the police were en route because they should not have been there. And they were only there for 20 minutes, and they conveniently left before the police got there. Pretty interesting stuff. And then when questioned, Chris Klein, his story does not match what David's dad said. Chris Klein said that he was in the house with David's dad and David's brother. When the police asked David's dad about that, David's dad said he was not in the house with Chris Klein. More stuff not left in the documentary. I guess there will have to be a real documentary that covers all of this stuff here. You can find all this in my book. You can download it free right now. I just finished some edits. Again, I want to thank all the people who helped me with the typos, with the edits, with the grammar stuff, all of that. You saved me thousands of dollars, definitely. And you saved me a lot of time because I had gone through this. I still go through this. I just ordered another copy of my book so I can go through the revisions and make sure I didn't miss anything else, because there was another thing that I found later on too. So, and I am working on an updated version. And the original idea was to to add an extra 40 pages, an extra chapter of 40 pages. Looking at some of the stuff that I have for that 40 pages, I might include it into the original book. I'm not sure. I got three other books that I'm working on too, and I'm just overloaded. So I got to be very careful because I think the way the book flows right now is really, really good. So maybe just adding all this stuff, this extra stuff at the end might be okay. But I look at it and I'm like, oh, I could put this piece into this chapter. This would fit right here. This would fit well here. And I'm just not sure what I'm gonna do yet. So, Abdo is order in Latin. Oh, I did not know that. Thank you, Johanna. I did not know what that meant. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong too. I'm butchering that, but I butcher the dog's name as well. Paleo and Paleo and Rania, Rani. I butchered all of that stuff. So nothing new there. Let's see, we'll go through some of these comments here. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining me. We are live here just for a few minutes. Well, it's supposed to be a few minutes, but at some point I'll have to get to work here, and I'm sure many of you will have to get back to your regularly scheduled life as well. But I do appreciate you all taking this time here to kind of go through these documents so I can get this off of my chest and kind of work my way through this and figure out what part of all of this I'm going to include in the extra chapter of my book, The Gray Stage. Let's see. Derek says, then how do you match a fragment to item 57? It just proves it's the same model bullet, nothing more. That's a great point. So with item 57, with the bullet that was found in the ceiling, the police or the investigators try to prove that item 57, the bullet found in the attic 1 month later, was fired by David's weapon. And they do that by comparing item 57 not to any of the other bullets, not to a bullet, but to a bullet fragment. And if you look at the bullet fragment, item 31, and you look at item 57, it's not that much the same. So I just wonder if they would have compared item 57 to the other bullets, would it have matched? Kind of weird. And speaking of item 31, if it's a fragment a part of which bullet? It's another interesting thing. Item 31, to me, when I first saw it, looked more like a casing, but like a smashed case, like somebody had smashed it. But if it's a fragment, which bullet is it a fragment of? Maybe our gun enthusiasts can help us with that. Our gun-toting nut friends. Nut jobs. As we all are. Let's see. They don't, Derek. It was just similar, says Sophia. Yeah, it was just similar. Yeah, just similar. No problem. Sophia also says the bullet also did a U-turn after exiting David's skull and then veered up into the ceiling, into the attic. The hollow point would have lost momentum. Well, it's a magic bullet. If it happened with JFK, I'm sure it can happen with anybody. If you never seen the movie Wanted, come on. Curve the bullet. Derek says, Sophia, I do feel that after passing through the skull, it still had enough velocity to go through sheetrock, but why it stopped and didn't go through the ceiling or 2x4? Yeah, how far back would it have to be in order to not go through the ceiling or 2x4? No blood, nothing like that. No splatter anywhere eye level. No blood mentioned on the Christmas tree that was right there. No blood in that area, on that wall. Nothing. The closest blood would be I guess, behind the recliner where that vase was. There's definitely something going on there, but it looks like everything is really, really low. So let's see. Sophia says the bullet exited the left side of his skull, of David's skull. The bullet went up to the right into the ceiling. That is not possible. It did a U-turn. Derek says, just bullets don't turn. We back to a JFK magic bullet again. Exactly. There we go. That's all it is. Case solved, guys. Can all go home now. Sophia says exactly. I invite you to read the BCA reports, both of them. They are real eye-openers. They are long. You're talking about almost 1,000 pages in total. The bullet they found in the attic did not kill David. Johanna says, and no splatter behind David. Exactly. You beat me to it, Sophia. So, excellent. I think we'll go ahead and stop it right there. I want to thank all of you for joining me here live without any notification, any notice. Probably didn't get any reminders from YouTube. That always happens. For some reason, I have no idea. So I always do try to post it into the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I try to post when I'm going live or when I'm just playing a replay of some of this stuff here. So I do hope to get back into doing more of these live shows, more conference calls. If you ever want to be a part of one of these calls, make sure to message me and I will send you the link where you can join us. You can call in or you can always just join us in the chat here. So I want to say God bless you all, and I hope you all have a great day, have a great week. Stay positive. Help people, love people, don't hurt people, and let's just all try to be the best human beings that we can. I'll try to clean up some of these downloads, kind of put them in some type of a category here, different ways that try to make it easy for people that are looking for specific documents. But for right now, you can just go to thegraystage.wordpress.com and scroll down and you'll find all of those documents. You can download the book free. Click on read this book, click on the image right here, and you can just download the book right there. So if you ever want that, you can. And as I update this book, you'll be able to access the updated version as well. And you can always go to uglytruth.info and you can read everything that Dan has on this case too. He's got a lot of other stuff, the radio interviews, he's got the discussion videos, and he's got a lot of the old media reports, which I think we should try to back up online at some point, just in case they fall into the memory hole. But there's some good stuff in there, and I think you'll find a lot of this stuff very useful, hopefully. And that is about it. So I just want to thank you all, and God bless you all. And until next time, I will see you then. God bless. Hey everybody, just wanted to send a little reminder that tomorrow, depending on where you're at, depending on your city, your location, your country, we will be having a live conference call for David Crowley Questions. This is a conference call for the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. So if you are a member and you'd like to join in this live call and maybe ask some questions or share your own thoughts about this case, as long as it's relevant to the purpose of the group, I look forward to hearing from anybody that wants to either call in. I'll send you the live call in, or if you want to just hang out in our live chat room, you can do that too. Post any questions or any comments there, and I'll try to make sure that we get to them all. It does look like we're going to have a full schedule, basically, so I want to try to give everybody a chance to
share their own views, share their own thoughts, ask any questions. And we're gonna have Steven Sanzeri on with us. He's gonna we're gonna get his fresh take about this case, and you know, he's got quite the history, and he's looked into other cases, and we've talked about looking into many cases, but he's going to be with us. He is a former cop, a former private investigator, and a former bounty hunter. So hoping to get his fresh take on this case and hear what he thinks. I sent him my book, so hopefully he'll have time to go through that. I've sent him all of the documents. I don't expect him to have time to go through all those documents. Maybe he can, but only within a couple days here. So we'll see. I think he's going to have a lot of questions that group members can also help out with. I'm going to have my book on handy just in case, because I use my book as crib notes to just kind of, you know, whenever I'm thinking of something. And that was the whole purpose of my book, was to use it like that. Instead of having to flip through thousands of pages, hundreds of pages of documents, I tried to put as much of that stuff in my book with the sources in the back of the book, so if I needed to find out more, I could quickly do that. That is the purpose of the group, and I can tell you just within the last couple weeks, I've been using that book for that purpose, and I continue to. So anybody can get my book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. You can download it free. Physical copies can be ordered through lulu.com, and I really hope that it helps. I hope it helps with your research, and I hope it helps show that there really is no proof that David Crowley is guilty. Why did the police close this case, or it was exceptionally cleared? Same thing, whatever you want to call it, but it's really not closed. It's really not a closed case. So we'll see where that goes. I have reached out again to the Apple Valley Police, and I'm still looking for the image from January 17th, 2015 that shows, without a shadow of a doubt, a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. So I had contacted them in January, maybe February, and then when the whole COVID thing happened, I haven't contacted them since then because of the COVID. But you know, now that all that's kind of winding down and settling down, I have reached out to them to see what the status is on that, and I don't expect them to get back to me without me constantly doing that, unfortunately. But if that's what has to be done, then that's what has to be done. They claim that there is a photo from January 17th, from the day that the bodies were found, that shows that there was a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. All that I've asked for is that photo. The first time I asked for it, they sent me a photo of the basement ceiling. The second time I asked for it, they sent me a photo of the living room bullet hole of the living room ceiling, but it was from February 18th, 1 month later. So third strike here is what we're looking at. So I hope that this time they can actually come through with the simple request of finding one photo and sending it off to me. That's it. The photo is mentioned, the existence of such a photo is mentioned in the police reports. I've cited everything, I've given them everything, trying to make it as easy for them as possible to just go back into those files, find that image, or contact the police officer who said that such an image existed, and just go with it. So anyways, tomorrow, October 3rd, we are going to have our next live conference call for the David Crowley questions, and I hope you all will come back here to the same channel. There you can set your reminder now, which I think is a good idea depending on your time zone, depending on what country you're in. The date might be different than October 3rd, obviously. So that would be at 8 p.m. Because it's kind of late, I'm going to try to keep this one short. Our first conference call that we ever did went like close to it might have went over 5 hours. It was 4.5 hours or 5.5 hours, but it was long. It was a good chat. So this one will definitely not go that long. I can assure you of that. That's not going to happen. But, you know, I would like to go at least 90 minutes to 2 hours and kind of keep it at that, kind of cut it off. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what topics people want to cover, who wants to join. I want to make sure everybody gets some time so that they can participate, contribute into the conference call as much as possible. I'm really bad at that stuff, so I'm gonna really try to work on getting better at that, making sure everybody gets some time to call in and to say whatever they want. We'll try to get to the chat room. The chat room can be a big challenge when we have people on the call and then you have a live chat. So I don't want the live chat to feel like they're in a whole another world. The goal is, the challenge is to try to merge the live chat with the people that are able to physically call in. So I hope to see you all there, and a few things, a few topics. We got a couple topics. Maybe we'll even get to David Crowley's script too. I'd like to get back into that. I think I've done 3 parts on that and barely touched the surface. The latest podcast just came out, the episode 9, so we're finally done with the living room. It was pages 41 through 43, 49 in my book. So now that that's done, we'll be moving on to the kitchen, and there will be a lot to discuss. We kind of talked a little bit about some of the stuff in that kitchen, but a lot of the kitchen will be focused on the laptop. And so we'll go from there. Very important to note that police found no motive, and they found Kamel's blood was on the laptop, and that's about it. They really don't know who wrote anything on that laptop, so could have been anybody. Now you would say, well, more than likely it was David's. More than likely it should have been David's, but that's not proving it. I mean, if you have a triple homicide, then there's a pretty high probability that it was not David who wrote that. Another important thing is to know what date and what time that was actually written on too. So these are very important things, and I'm looking forward to hearing people chat and getting people's views on this case. We want to keep it civil. This isn't about me trying to prove anybody else right or wrong, and so I hope everybody will do that same thing too, and just let people talk whatever they want to say. And that's it. We'll keep it civil. We've never really had any problems, any issues. We had a former member, thank God, is no longer a member of the group. She called David's brother a fag, and I didn't. I was able to, in the replay, I was able to take that out. I think that's one. I don't know if that one probably didn't air live, because or else I wouldn't have been able to take it out. But I was able to take that one part out, and things like that. We're not going to tolerate that type of crap. So let's keep it civil. Let's keep it factual. Let's focus on the documents. Nothing wrong with having your own view. Hey, I think this. I think this. Tell me what you think, and I'll tell you what I know. So God bless you all, and until then.
Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow. Now which way do we go?
Pardon me. That way is a very nice way.
Who said that? Don't be silly, Toto. Scarecrows don't talk.
It's pleasant down that way, too.
That's funny. Wasn't he pointing the other way?
Of course, people do go both ways.
Why? Why, you did say something, didn't you? Are you doing that on purpose? Or can't you make up your mind?
That's the trouble. I can't make up my mind. I haven't got a brain. Only straw.
How can you talk if you haven't got a brain?
I don't know. But some people without brains do an awful lot of talking, don't they?
Yes, I guess you're right. Well, we haven't really met properly, have we?
Why, no.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, I'm not feeling at all well. You see, it's very tedious being stuck up here all day long with a hole up your back.
Oh, dear, that must be terribly uncomfortable. Can't you get down?
Down? No, you see, I'm...
Oh, well, here, let me help you.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Very kind.
Well, oh, dear, I don't quite see how I can...
Of course, I'm not bright about doing things. But if you'll just bend the nail down in the back, maybe I'll slip off and come...
Oh, yes.
Oh! Whoops! There goes some of me again.
Oh, does it hurt you?
Oh, no, I just keep picking it up and putting it back in again. My, it's good to be free.
Oh.
Did I scare you?
No. I just thought you hurt yourself.
But I didn't scare you?
No, of course not.
I didn't think so. Boo. Scared. Boo. You see? I can't even scare a crow. They come from miles around just to eat in my field and laugh in my face. Oh, I'm a failure because I haven't got a brain.
Well, what would you do with a brain if you had one?
Do? Why, if I had a brain, I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain. And my head I'd be scratching while my thoughts were busy hatching if I only had a brain. I'd unravel every riddle for any individual in trouble or in pain.
With the thoughts you'd be thinking you could be another Lincoln if you only had a brain.
Oh, I could tell you why the ocean's near the shore. I could think of things I never thought before.
And then I'd sit and think some more. I would not be just a nuffin', my head all full of stuffin', my heart all full of pain. I would dance and be merry, life would be a ding-a-dairy if I only had a brain. Oh!
We are, and hopefully there is no echo. If you hear an echo, let me know. I want to thank everybody that is joining us live here. We are having another conference call. It's been a long time since we've had one. We have Sophia here, we have Catherine here, and we have a new person to join us tonight, Stephen Sanziri. Hope everybody is doing good.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. So far it's just us, but if anybody else who has the call-in information wants to come on, I will make sure to pop them in as well. I'm going to give a little visual over here, maybe play something or just kind of have something going on in the background. But I believe, and I'm going to pull up the chat. I hope everybody in the chat is doing good. Hope you all can hear us. Thank you all for hanging in there while we were a few minutes late. Catherine, can you hear me okay on your side? Am I speaking at a normal level as a human being?
Yes, it sounds really good. I do not have my ear pressed up against my screen.
I'm glad. Well, we got about 6 or 7 people in the chat, even though I look on live chat and it says that we have 1. So I'll go with that, no problem. That's how YouTube works, so we're not going to worry about any of that. Oh, and all of a sudden it switched to 8. Excellent. So welcome everybody. I'll try to keep the chat open so I can follow along. let us know if you hear any issues, any audio issues. We are going to start with my new friend, and I feel like talking to Steven Sanzeri. It feels like when we just started chatting, it's just like we had always been friends, and that's really cool that happens. That doesn't always happen here. But what I got for you, Steven, I got a list of questions here. Just some questions that I would like to cover. But I think what a lot of people would probably want to know from you is, who are you? Can you kind of give us a little information about your background, what you've done in the past, and then we're going to jump into your views on this case.
Oh, no, that'd be great. Thank you. Briefly, born and raised in San Francisco and down the peninsula. College San Mateo, San Jose State. I became a police officer in 1982 for Burlingame, and that's in California. And then I also opened the Gold's Gym at that time, so I kind of left police work after a few years, and I got back in as a reserve per diem, and I started working bigger cases with the police department in Foster City, and I left there and moved up to the mountains and became a bail agent and a PI and bounty hunter, and I ended up getting involved in the Yosemite Sightseer murder case, which I wrote a book about called Ultimate Prey. And so that's pretty much where I am here. And I'm 61 years old now, but still have a lot of investigation in me, and I've seen a lot of cases, from the Yosemite case, the Chandra Levy, Scott Peterson case. I had a little bit of that with some evidence that I found. So that's kind of my background, guys. So any questions regarding this case?
That's great. You have looked at some of the documents. Have you been able to go through the crime scene photos? I know there's a ton of stuff there. But how much of the stuff in the few days that I sent it over to you, how much have you been able to actually get through?
Well, the last document you sent me was basically all the forensic evidence and where it was going and how it was diagnosed, the DNA off the blood, matching up to the crime scene. So I really took a look at that with all the photographs, and there's a lot of loose ends I see, from casing counts to trajectory of a bullet in the ceiling, and 2 bullets to the head and 1 behind the daughter's ear. There was more rounds shot. The crime scene was messy. What David was doing with Gray State, and I went through his Facebook earlier tonight, and I could see, this guy, there was stress in him and such, but with what he had going on, this didn't happen. And one of the biggest thing is when he was murdered, the condition of his face and skull, and his arms being stretched out like a crucifix.
And go ahead. Someone else?
Oh, I was just going to say that, that's exactly one of the first things that struck me as well. And I had shown that photo to a retired police officer that I knew here in the U.S., and then also to a police department in another country. And the very first thing all of these officers said, without exception, is this isn't right.
No, it isn't. And I looked up some very gross and sad pictures of people that have gotten shot in the head with a .40 caliber. And when I looked at these photos, the first thing I thought was this was a shotgun. There's David and Kamel, their faces were totally gone. And I see shots from these .40 caliber, online, and I don't see them being that bad. And there's some things we'll get in with the dogs, and I've researched and such, but and that's why there's 2 shots in maybe each of them. But David would have fell forward, and the shot came from the back of his head to blow his face out. Didn't come under his chin. Didn't had to exit through his face, through the front. And if it does that, he's shot from behind the head. And usually you don't put a pistol behind your head to commit suicide. And then he would have fell forward. So there you go.
Right, and the reason why I'm not sure if that is right or not, and I don't know if you've actually read the autopsy reports, is because the autopsy, which I don't really put a lot of faith in either. So if you have a whole different view on this, I'm all ears. But the autopsy reports state that there's exterior beveling to the wound that's behind the ears on the victims. So I'm like, okay, which means that it would have had to, plus they say they don't know the entrance, they only know the exit, blah, blah, blah. But even with all of that being said, if there's a shot from the side of the head and it does not make sense to me that the amount of damage done to that face would have occurred, and I do not believe a dog would have done it.
Correct.
Okay, since we're on that, Catherine, for a second here, I researched dogs and pet owners when a pet owner dies in the house and the dog's locked up, and what kind of wounds are there post-mortem, and it was very interesting. And this is we have David's right hand missing, the daughter's right arm, and both hands of Kamel. Okay, here's what it says. These are statistics. I pulled the statistics from 2014-15. Okay, when a dog eats an owner, a former owner, 73% of the time they will go for the face. Okay, 15% of the time they will go to the abdomen, chest for the nutrients. This is an indoor dog that's trapped. Okay, now there's a difference between indoor and outdoor. The outdoor dogs, most of the time, will go for the entrails, the inside where the nutrients are, because they're outdoor. Okay, followed by the face, and last is the limbs. Limbs are the lowest on both categories. Less than 15% are limbs. So the dog didn't chew on the limbs and then take them off. Those were severed.
And you know what? And I agree, and I think I've read those statistics that you're talking about. And here's another interesting thing that I think, something I will think you will find interesting. When I spoke with the coroner, the medical examiner here where I live, and he was trying to convince me that this dog did all this damage to the bodies, and I'm like, no, I've seen some too. And so he brings out a photo of an older person. Now, mind you, older people have softer bones and stuff like that, but an older person who supposedly was devoured by their dog in just 16 hours. But my comment to him was, the first thing I noticed is, as I told him, I said, but her head is still intact. So you're trying to tell me that this little dog ate 2 heads and left a smaller head that's more pliable alone, but yet ate that arm. I said, what you're trying to tell me doesn't add up to what I see in the scene. And he just got really upset because I'm like, but her head is still there. I mean, yes, the flesh was missing from the head, and I don't know if he was trying to shock me with the photo, but I've seen dead bodies and decomp and watched autopsies, so it's like, okay, sorry, dude, you can't shock me. But he never did respond to that. So have you ever seen? Have you seen a dog that is actually consumed? I have. That's one thing I have to say. Personally, I have not seen in person was scavenging by an animal. Have you seen anything like that?
No, not with a dog. I've seen it with maggots in a bathtub of a guy who just couldn't get out and was actually being eaten alive. But it was also interesting because the maggots went for the face and for the entrails. But I believe there's a good chance the dog ate the face and the parts there, and the reason is that in the statistics it's very high on an indoor dog. Okay, 73% of indoor owners bites or post-mortem cannibalism, so whatever for meals for a dog is 73% indoor will go for the face first. So if that was opened up by a bullet wound, the dog would then make it bigger, wider. You know what I'm saying? It would clean it out, and then what would happen is it goes for the entrails. With his daughter's stomach, I looked at it, and it looks like the dog might have started there, and I'm not, but there's looks like almost some like knife wounds almost there, you know. So I can't quite make that out.
Yeah, what you're seeing. I'm sorry, I don't want to presume. I'm sorry. Please feel free to put me in my place and tell me to be quiet.
Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, go ahead.
But what you see on Ranya's abdomen is the marbling and some of the skin coming away in the slippage. But you were correct. Her abdomen was fully exposed, and yet that puppy or that dog, that little dog wasn't a puppy, but the dog never touched her abdomen. And yet she was also shot in the head, but her face was not eaten. And yet somehow Kamel, who was face down on the ground, had her entire face and larynx missing. So how did that happen? And this is what I tried to put forth. I mean, where her head was positioned fairly close to the couch, well, you can't because the head doesn't move. I mean, something had to have been missing to have her placed as close as she was anyway. But what do you have to say about that?
Oh, well, it's a 50-50 answer, but she was shot behind the ear, so that would take the trajectory out of the skull to the opposite side. If she was laying on that side, you wouldn't see her face blown off. You'd see her side of her face. She was shot behind the ear. Kamel and David were shot in the back of the head. Okay? And if you look at bullet 57 that went into the attic through the ceiling, if you look at that trajectory in an automatic, semi-automatic weapon where it discharges the spent cartridge to the right and how far it goes, and I'm seeing in a crime scene, and I know that's not accurate by, it's probably by feet really, but, still the trajectory is the same. Bullet 57 may have been a warning shot over his daughter, holding her hostage when maybe then David came in or something like that, and David didn't believe it and then shot the daughter and maybe shot, you know what I'm saying? Because that trajectory is even off. But she was shot in the back, right behind the ear, sad to say. So it would be a different exit wound than the front, but
Okay, so I mean, this is good because according and I'm going to trust you seriously right now over anything I read in these reports, including the autopsy reports, because the autopsy reports are saying that the exit wounds for both David and Kamel are in the left parietal section of the head, and they call them exit wounds. And because they're saying it's external beveling, which means that the damage, the bullet or the projectile is then coming through the inside of the skull to the outside, which would cause the beveling on the exterior of the skull. But you are saying from what you are seeing and what you have read that you believe that they were shot in the back of the head. Is that what you understand, at least so far? Which could change.
Until I saw this stat with the indoor dog, 73% for the face or skull when it's opened up. I've thought, like I said, the first thing I thought was a shotgun. I couldn't believe a 40 caliber, and I pulled the pictures up, and I've seen in the old days a couple headshots. They don't blow the whole face out. They really don't. They'll deform and everything else. But I kind of question that just from what I could see, how much was opened up. I mean, all that was attached was the back of his skull to the spine. The whole head was gone, literally. So it tells me that after I was reading the stats on canines, I believe the canine 73% could have went in there and really did a number and cleaned it out. Yes. That's what I think.
I'm sorry. I have a bad habit of interrupting. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. No, you're fine.
No, because here's the narrative goes, though, is that the faces were not blown out by the bullet per se. They're trying to say, of course, that they were shot with the 40 cal, but that the dog ate the faces and the skull, and that the damage seen was done by the dog and not the bullets.
Well, there's the other thing is I think Kamel had 2 bullets went through her, I think. And I count 7 casings, 7 bullets basically, because they're counting 1 casing unidentifiable, which means it was another a round from different manufacturer. But cops know a round is, so I'm calling 7 shots. Okay, I'm calling 2 to Kamel, 2 to David, and one to the daughter. That's 5 shots. 1 went up into the ceiling up there, and the other one was lost also. There was 2 basically that were lost. So he was shot in the back. I think he was shot twice to give it that effect to the front of the face. I think that's also a good theory on this.
There was one that was shot into the living room floor that was lodged in the basement too. That was item 45. And there was no blood and no DNA found on that one.
On that bullet.
Does that one show?
Oh yeah, they got. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's. I'm sorry. See, those are 2 bullets that didn't hit targets, and that adds up really to 7 bullets.
And then there's
So
one.
five and.
Yeah, and there's one unspent round that was found in the living room floor.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that? About that one? That one wasn't tested either.
Unspent round. Like I said, I think this is. I'm not calling this necessarily a pro hit on this thing. There's more than one person involved. I think it's a very sloppy crime scene. The cover-up's poor. He didn't walk around the whole house bloody and do all this kind of stuff. They had gloves on, and they were looking for some stuff. You ask why the drapes were open, and nobody took his computer or anything like that. You know what? They were going to get to it anyway. These guys were sloppy hit, and that's why you got. Why is that? What's with the miss up in the ceiling, Greg?
Yeah.
If you're that close, you usually hit something, and I think it was a warning shot. I think it was going to be a hostage suffering thing, and then they mutilated him too. I mean, this isn't one guy, and it's not. If it was a black ops hit, it would be just like Phil Marshall.
Yeah, it would be clean. It'd be
right?
clean. Yeah.
Clean, really clean.
Yeah.
So that's what I think.
And since you're a former officer, I would really like to get this kind of cleared up, because this item 57 has been a huge bone of contention, because especially Greg, I don't want to say me, Greg has been trying desperately to get the actual photograph of that bullet hole in the ceiling from the day of the crime, and they do not and will not give him a copy of that photograph. Yet they give us the copy, and they first noticed it, and they state in their reports that they noticed it and were informed of that bullet hole in the ceiling a month later. There's no mention in any reports prior. How often does that occur? Where a police officer would walk into a scene like that and not even bother to look up when they're even moving a Christmas tree out of the way, which is where the bullet hole would have been.
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. And it's not a large house. It has 8-foot ceilings. It's right in front of you.
So do you think that is it easy to miss, or should they have seen it?
Oh, no, they should have seen it. No, it's very easy. It's, like I said, 8-foot ceilings. It's right. You wouldn't miss that.
Well, yeah, because that's kind of what I questioned one of the officers about. I sent him an email and I said, I'm reading the report, and, it states that you put on a month later an obvious defect in the ceiling. So was that missed on, or am I missing it in the report, or was it missed by you guys on the date that you guys arrived at the crime scene? And no response.
They should have caught it when they were at the crime scene, the first minute.
Yeah.
Holes in ceilings aren't normal. If you really look up, there's really not a lot of holes in anybody's ceiling. And the hole's not going to be super big or anything, but you'd notice it. My question, Catherine, is, I looked at the trajectory of 57, the bullet up into the attic through the ceiling, and I looked where it would have been shot from with a discharge with out of the breech of the .40 caliber. Where that casing go? How far? I lined it up with casing number 7. And that puts casing number 7, that puts the gun behind the daughter's head, even right then. And that's why I think, so 57, he maybe shot in the air, said, I'm serious, no, he shoots the daughter, because that's a really makes parents will suffer forever just on that, and then takes care of Karen, or Kamel, but, I still believe they were shot behind the head, so I think that, there was somebody holding a gun to the daughter's head, and the other guys were behind them. The guy didn't shoot her and run over because something would have happened. So there was other people involved. That's how I believe it. That's because of the trajectory on number 57. You're right.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. However, again, and I'm okay, please understand, I'm not being argumentative. I'm trying to get this understanding in my head. So then in other words, that 57, that the defect in the ceiling actually was there then on that date, and yet somehow it wasn't noticed until a month later, because this is kind of where, my theory or my thought process on this is it wasn't there 57 wasn't put into that ceiling until later on, maybe even the day that it was called in, and when the police officers showed up again a second or third time and said, oh, yeah, there's an obvious defect in the ceiling. And I'm like, well, if it was there that first time, with the amount of people in and out between BCA, crime scene techs, the police officers, and even the sheriff's department, someone would have seen that defect in the ceiling, and they would have had to at that point put a little marker on it, at least tagged it and marked it, but it was not done by anybody. And I'm trying to formulate how that could have happened.
Well, here's the thing, is that there's 7 casings count on the floor. There's 7 casings. Like I said, I tied number 7 casing from the angle in where the shooter was at to the bullet number 57. Maybe they didn't want to put that down. I don't know. When you have a shot that's missed, or there's something that didn't go right, and you don't want to shoot that many shots. Those houses aren't that far away. You start shooting it up in there, people are going to notice sooner or later. So that was a mistake, and that mistake may have changed the MO into something else. It makes them sloppier. If they, now they're really sloppy. They got blood everywhere and all this and that, and prints. That they haven't matched up, because I know they got prints.
Okay, I think it finally jived with what you just said. So things.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yes. So there were 7 casings on that day, but only 6 fragments that were found, and that 7th fragment was then found a month later.
Right. And
Gotcha.
you got, like Greg said, you have 2 misses. You have one in the floor, one up there. I mean, you want to make the least amount. If these guys were pros, it would have been silencers for sure. Maybe they were, but still they're missing. I mean, these guys don't miss. So they could have been warning shots. Get the people frantic. If it's some people that Greg and I talked about, they know where everything's at. I don't know if what was taken as far as kind of like you call it robbery. It's not that. The blood, all of the writing, jihad writing on the wall. Greg said they misspelled that.
Yeah, they had.
Yeah, well, the one thing that I did find interesting, and it was Sophia who actually pointed it out to me. So I went back and I looked through the photos. Was that we know David was a filmmaker, and she pointed out to me, although she states that she wasn't the first person who saw it, but she was the one who showed it to me, was that there was a camera, a security camera in the garage, just one, and yet there were people for some reason looking up in the attic. Now, in your experience, how often does someone who has security cameras only have one and have it in the garage?
Well, somebody was really poor, not to be facetious, but other than that, the garage, you'd probably, one inside in the living room and one outside in the front yard or something. I mean, at least 3 of them or something like that, not just one. Most people don't just put one up.
Yeah, and because that's what I was kind of curious about too, because I'm like, well, again, this is theory and speculation and absolutely zero proof any of it even existed, but I'm like going, okay, if there was one, there had to have been more, and where were they and who took them?
Well, here's I'm trying to say, first it looks like, right off the face of it's a deep state, Illuminati, the whole thing. A Philip Marshall type hit. He had too much information, whistleblower kind of stuff. Well, if they get caught, but it has to be something that looks, it makes there's no way this man was that crazy. The PTSD, whatever, the stuff that happened, the position he was laid out in. I mean, this thing, he didn't kill his wife and murder his daughter and shoot himself. That didn't happen. There's no way. Absolutely, I'm 100% sure of that.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. And from the medical background, I was an EMT for over 10 years, first responder, I should say, EMT, IV certified EMT. Plus, I used to hang with a deputy coroner, and I was able to go on ride-alongs with them. Plus, I knew sheriff's deputy. So I got to do ride-alongs with all of these people and see a lot of different stuff, plus the stuff I did. And with Ranya's 3rd rib being fractured underneath, close to where the armpit is, the lateral side on her left-hand side, I will tell you that is not something a dog could do because it's like almost up underneath the armpit. There's no way that dog could have supposedly pulled her arm out of the socket and then fractured her rib. That was done by somebody else, by a form of blunt force trauma, some type of pressure or something like that. So that, to me, when I saw that, and when I watched videos of David with his daughter, that man loved his daughter. He loved his wife and he loved his daughter. And not to say that men who love their family don't do horrible things, but this is not something that is consistent with who David was. And when I watched an interview that Eric Sayward had done, he just happened to pop up at some park where David and Camille and Rania were, and then there was this guy behind the camera asking David, hey, where's your daughter? Can we go talk to your daughter? Well, David then positions his body between this man and his family, and he's like, you know, they don't feel comfortable right now. They're really scared. Now, that is a man who's protecting his family, not someone who would then go and rip an arm out and fracture his daughter's rib. Or am I wrong? Does that happen?
No, I don't think so. You know, I even think maybe that Camille was posed. You know, I mean, when you fall, you know, the way her legs were spread, way open, way wide.
Mm-hmm.
You don't stand like that. You're gonna fall to a point with in or out. Very, you know, not too much variables of where you were standing. You know what I'm saying? And so her legs all spread. That was done and the baby was laid there like that. There's something with that, and that's what I was first thing I thought. You know, this little girl, and that way the mother was posed. You don't your legs don't spread. If you're shot in the back of the head, it's so immediate you just drop.
Right.
Your legs don't spread. The floor wasn't that. She didn't slip out that wide. She was in good shape, you know.
Yeah, she was on a rug.
Yeah, exactly. And also with the covering of the blanket, David's partially on his foot. You know, maybe he had the blanket with him on his chest or something, and when he fell, you know, that's what happened. It would have fought anyway. But I think is that they're maybe thinking of covering something up. I don't know, you know, with the blanket under part of his leg. And the dog could have done that, you know.
Well, here's the thing, though, is the blanket was under Camille and over David. Her sweater was also partially covering his leg. And so it's like, okay, it is so, to me, and again, I know I could be wrong, but the way I read this scene, it's like, it's so staged. And Camille's left hand was under her body, and she's missing her left hand.
Mm-hmm.
And
both hands. Yeah, right.
Yes. Well, the right hand was exposed, so they're trying to say the dog did that. But the left hand is absolutely underneath her body. So how could the dog eat a hand that is completely under her body? It had to have been removed. Yeah.
No, absolutely. The other thing is I researched how long dogs will wait before they will, you know, eat their owner or have a meal, and depending on the dog's size, it's anywhere from 5 to 8 days. If they don't get fed, but it depends on their size, weight, shape, their age, and water. Water is a big thing. They'll finish their water up before they do that a lot of times. But it's 5 to 8 days they will do that. Start that.
That is good to know. That is good to know.
Yeah.
And here's something. Go ahead.
There was 2 points I wanted to make in regards to Camille. The 3 spent bullets that were found on the carpet that day all had her DNA.
Her blood.
3 hollow points.
So it was 3. Yeah, she got shot 3 times. Okay, there's a lot of bullets. Yeah.
And then, would a dog do that much scavenging if there is bags of food on the floor in the kitchen for him?
No, I don't think so. I've never seen a scene like that, but no. And there was plenty of dog food. You're saying?
Yes, there was one large bag and then half of a large bag, and neither of them had been scratched up, chewed up, or anything like that.
Okay, and
so
that's good. You told us about the 3 bullets because I was guessing too that and to Kamel. Now, if there's 3, that'll explain why the front of the face was out, and that the dog would, if he had food, no, the dog wouldn't have then feasted on any kind of thing from the face or what have you. And then that makes sense with the 3 bullets because it would do that kind of damage.
I just remind everybody of that, only because, well, I couldn't say it earlier. You guys are having such a great discussion, but also Derek in the chat had brought that up too. And
sorry, can you say that again?
Derek in the chat, the live chat that's going on YouTube, had brought it up also.
Oh, okay.
About the 3 bullets.
Sure. Yeah, I just saw too much damage to the face. Like I said, the first thing I was thinking it had to be a shotgun. I've seen those. I've never seen a 40.
The skull bones scattered throughout the scene and jaw bones and stuff like that. It's just
right.
It's almost as if somebody took something to their faces.
You know what? You might be correct on that because on both of them they said it was just the back of the skull attached to the spine. So you're looking probably 3/4 or more of the head gone. So that's why David had to have had at least 2. Because I looked at the photographs and it's pretty bad. So that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Well,
that's why
Go ahead, finish your thought there.
Oh no, go ahead, Greg.
I was gonna say, isn't it strange then that with all of these bullets, none of David's blood is found on any of these bullets? How's that possible?
Just DNA, and that was it.
On what?
Just his DNA on item 57, the attic.
They have hair. They have hair. Yeah, they have hair and other things on those bullets. You know.
Yeah, but there's
But none of it belonged to David. It all belonged to Kamel or Rania. Not one of those fragments had David's hair, tissue, blood, or scalp. Nothing.
That's so weird.
That's
then where did those bullets go that killed David?
Yeah.
We don't even know if he was killed there.
That's what we keep asking, and they won't answer us.
If let's say they lined them up and used just 3 bullets through both of them, you wouldn't see the damage on Kamel. You know, the bullet would have to go through 2 skulls. So if you think it that way, but otherwise, where's the bullets for David? I mean, you know, and that's why I was looking. I could see David's face, but not Kamel's. That's why I think they're not mentioning it, but there was a shotgun used. You know, one shot, you pick up the shotgun, you know, and it's possible. Well, I don't know.
You know, and you could very well be right. And the thing too is that I had my deputy coroner friend look at a piece of skull that's in one of the photos, and because I'm like, hey, look at this and tell me what I am seeing, because I had a feeling what I was seeing, but I didn't know for sure. And I said, okay, tell me what I'm seeing here. And they looked at it and they go, oh, this person, I mean, they're just looking at the skull, and the first words out of their mouth was, oh, this person was killed. This is multiple blunt force trauma. And I mean, I went cold. My blood went cold, and I said, excuse me? And they said, oh, yeah, and now this is a deputy coroner that had over 3,000 cases, so they know their stuff. They deal with this, obviously, a lot. And they said, yeah, and they started pointing things out. Then they started counting. They stopped counting at 10, and they said there are at least 10, if 10 more, or possibly more, blows to the skull in this person, and they said some of these are severe enough that one of these blows could have killed them. So they said the person, which we then, through reading the reports and putting together autopsy reports, and you look at where things were found, this piece of skull bone belonged to David. And so he was actually beat. His head, you know, he suffered multiple blunt force trauma as well as the gunshot wounds to the head. This man was brutalized. The whole family was brutalized. But so
this wasn't. Yeah, they didn't go in there quickly. But I was going to say something about some blood around Dave. But go ahead.
Oh no, please, you go ahead.
Oh, okay. So you know like in the police academy, we were taught, you know, if you get in a fight, try to avoid the head. Like just the littlest thing with a baton, the guy looks like you shot him. It's terrible. You bleed from your face a lot. if you look at David's left sleeve, I mean, he's very blood soaked. Okay, if it was a situation where he was shot back of the head, he wouldn't have his arm so soaked on the other side, on his left, because his hand's still in everything. Right side, yes, but his left side is very blood soaked. If they beat him before they shot him, that he would have blood all over him. And I think you're making a very good point. And I would look at the blood analysis. It's not splattered or anything like that, but he's so blood soaked on his left hand that's stretched out, his left arm, the whole thing's soaked with blood. And then you look at his wife from pants or whatever, and the little girl, but he's very blood soaked, and that probably came from strikes to the head or in face. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I'm so glad you're here, because things are just coming together in my brain now. I'll probably be up for the next 2 days taking notes. But because, yeah, looking at that photo, if you look at his shirt, it's almost a straight line down the center of his shirt, and it is only his left side that is soaked.
Right.
But yet, where's his blood? They do not find his blood or Ranya's blood anywhere in that house, except for Ranya's blood is on a bullet fragment. That's it.
Right. What you're saying is he possibly was just beat, not shot. That's what you're thinking.
We don't even know if he was in the house when this occurred.
Oh, I believe he was
all
both.
the blood that was, well, when they tested just the 16 samples, was it 16 or 19? I think it was 19 samples. It was all Kamel's. Everything that came back, except for the blood that was on the knife and the cartridge that was, or the magazine that was in the gun. That was it.
Correct.
Everything else was Kamel's. The wall, the computer, the cell phone, the quote-unquote footprints.
There's another DNA profile that's right, a second DNA profile that we still don't know who that
2 to 3 unknown DNA profiles.
Right. So Greg, what are you thinking? 3 people involved in this?
Yeah.
We're answering for you now, Greg.
How dare you turn it back on me? Yeah, definitely. I think multiple shooters from multiple places. Somebody standing by the front door, somebody else by the back door, and somebody that knew this family, somebody that knew the house, and somebody that knew this dog.
Was there any kind of report on how come the neighbors didn't hear any gunshots or anything?
They did hear something. We have two neighbors. One neighbor mentions rapid fire gunshots. He was asked to kind of narrow down the time or the date, and he came up with he was able to narrow it down to December 10th. Now the problem with that is that all 3 people were still active, and even well, at least David was seen after that date. Kamel was still texting people, so they were still activity.
Right.
So I don't know about that timeline. Then there was another neighbor who said that possibly he heard something that sounded like gunshots closer to Christmas, sometime between Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. But that's it, and there's a lot of neighbors in that area, and they are close. But I have to be honest, I don't know if somebody was shot a couple doors down or even next door. I don't know if I would recognize that as a gunshot either. I think you'd have to really know, and it sounds like these neighbors definitely. That's why they weren't sure if it was a firecracker, and I know we've talked about this where. If you listen to it, especially from a distance, gunshots can sound like what we would think was a firecracker. So, but the fact that we do have 2 neighbors that did say that they heard something is good. The timing is not good because it doesn't really line up when what the police say, whereas they're pretty much saying that David committed these crimes on Christmas Eve, maybe even Christmas Day. And so there's not a whole lot to really back that up because of how many shots we're talking about. Kamel was shot twice, according to their theory. The daughter was shot once and David was shot once. That's not 3 rapid fire shots. That would account for 3 shots for shooting Kamel twice and shooting the daughter. But again, once it sounds very plausible, but when you start digging into it and digging deeper, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up, and there's still missing shots that nobody heard. Did you see David's left hand? Have you seen that, Stephen?
Oh, his left hand. Yeah, it's just post-mortem lividity
Doesn't that look weird to you, the way that the thumb? I mean, have you ever seen anything or heard anything about that? The thumb, how it's pressed up against his other finger. To me, that was very odd. Why didn't the dog go after that? He goes after all of this other stuff. The dog eating what the dog ate to me seems very selective, and there's no real rhyme or reason that I can come up with. Well, if he's going to eat one of David's hands, why not eat both of them? If he's going to eat all of David's head, and there's a hand right there, the hand is pretty much like right there. Why not go after that? Anyways, any thoughts on that?
Well, like I said, I got it. It was an unusual query, but I looked up the percentages, and then 73% do the skull first. I mean, it's not like there's a bunch of these kind of cases, so. You'll be pretty solid with those figures probably through SPCA or what have you. That this, this is what's happened. It's happened for years probably. So, it's like I said, outside the entrails and stomach, chest area, for an outside dog more. For some reason, I had those stats so I go back. But like I said, the lowest octane meal a dog would have would be the limbs. That's the lowest on both categories.
And, I really have to say that what you're saying in the research is pretty close to what I saw that the medical examiner showed me, because what was mostly missing were of course, all of the flesh, but were like the ribs. But again, this is an older person, very old. So ribs, arms and stuff, but the skull bone, the vertebral column, all of that was still there, and even some of the ribs. But the hands were gone, and so that was. It fits with what the statistics are saying.
Right. Well, did that person die of a gunshot wound to the head? Did it open that cavity up there?
No.
There's a difference too. Well,
no.
Yeah, but see, the dog won't do the brains. And such, unless there's an open wound or something started almost up there. That's kind of how this came around with the suicides into the head. But as far as the limbs go, if they don't do that, they go to the entrails usually before the limbs. But they could do limbs, sure. And the older person's softer. Dogs know things like that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And that, but it's a lower percentage of it, but it absolutely can happen. But it didn't happen in this case.
Yeah, and there's something else, and I'm trying to find my notes, but it is in here in the report somewhere. It is mentioned once in one place out of the however many pages we have right now to go through. That, and I believe, and I could be wrong, so okay, I'm going to leave the name out, but one of the people, it was either the officer or someone from BCA, goes in. And they're checking for rigor on the bodies. Now, mind you, they only check David, and they still found some quote-unquote stiffness to David's arm, but everything else had lost the rigor stage. Now, and then they stated that they write in their notes, they did not check Kamel or Rania. Now that right there, I'm like going, why would you not? If you're finding partial rigor in an arm, in an extremity, why would you not check the others for partial rigor?
Well, you can tell. You can look. I mean, for one, it looks like the time of death's about the same time, and you just check one for rigor, and there's obviously no heartbeat. The other ones visually have rigor. Rigor goes in the first 18 to 24 hours.
Right.
And it just decomposition. They decompose at that time, but that's kind of how that. I mean, that's how that works. I'm just curious, what else they covered up on it,
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And the one thing, and I would like to get your input, because so far everyone I've spoken to has agreed, and they didn't know they were agreeing because I asked them independently, but agreed with what the medical examiner here stated, because I showed him the photo and I'm like, okay, how long, in your opinion, and I understand it's a photograph, just give me your best guesstimate. Do you believe these bodies were laying there? And without pausing, he goes 4 to 7 days, 10 days at most. He goes, these bodies were not there that long. And I said, okay, so what are you going on to do? I mean, I'm not questioning, he's a doctor, but I was just trying to get information. And he said, based on the marbling and the condition of the bodies, and he asked the temperature of the room and where were they located. And I told him that the house was set to, was it 68 degrees, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, set to 68 degrees. The back door was just cracked. It was not open, but it was still cracked. And I asked him, I said, it's in Minnesota, it's winter time, it's cracked, but the temperature is set to 68 degrees. The heater was on when they walked in. Would that have affected, would it have been enough cold air to stop or slow the decomp process? And he said no. He goes, no, but in his professional opinion, they were really only there 4 to 7 days, 10 days at most, which really lines up with what we are also finding. And yet the narrative is that they were killed December 24th, but found January 17th.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other thing is, if you look at David's left hand, which Greg just touched upon, you can see that I can't talk today.
Decomposition. It's
decomposition,
mummified.
Thank you. Blah, 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 yeah, decomposition. Yeah. It's mummified. Well, that means is that he was hit in the head several times. He lost blood rapidly. Somehow he lost blood rapidly. And what happens there's less blood in the body, even though Camille was shot in the head and the daughter was shot behind the ear, is that you will bleed out slower, let's say, than if you cut a main vein or a carotid vein. So he was probably bleeding out. That's why I think the hand looks like mummified compared to anybody else.
Interesting.
And I think that's that goes along with continuous bleeding out in a certain way.
Thank you for explaining that. We have been trying to figure that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he's mummified more than anybody.
Yeah.
He was not killed in that house. I swear it. Oh my goodness. Where is his DNA? Where is his blood? That's.
I'm gonna look back. We're done tonight. I'm gonna read back. I might have missed something on that. And I'm saying that we all assume that makes me and you, but I'm gonna look back, and that's interesting. He was brought in there after the fact, or brought him in there when they were holding him hostage, or something. You're saying possibly.
I mean, it's my opinion only because his DNA is just not found in the things that they tested. Now there are, I believe, either 22 or 23 tests or samples that were not tested.
I thought like some of the blood in the other rooms and such on notepads were his blood.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'll double check that.
Yeah, they were able to match his fingerprint to the blood that was found in the notepad, and his blood was actually found on the magazine of the gun too.
Right.
But I think that's the only place which is also weird. How does it get there? Was he wounded? And I think that's the biggest thing. It's like, well, item 57 also kind of, item 57, the unspent bullet, all of that just looks like somebody or multiple people came into this house, broke their way, maybe, I don't know about broke their way in, but they were able to get in and just do a lot of damage. Yeah, that is the whole thing. If they weren't killed there, obviously that goes off into a whole another issue. Okay, where were they killed? Was this a hostage thing? So it just leads into so many different questions that it's I don't know. It's really frustrating, but that's why it's good to have these type of talks. So it's good to bounce ideas off of people, and I always learn something from these conference calls. Always.
She may have a point on him being possibly murdered before that, because it definitely has a lot more rigor and everything else. Plus, the color of the skin is usually that's what I'm looking at. It's very, very dark. But if he was, let's say he was murdered 3 days before that or something, I'm sure somebody would know. His wife would have called somebody. Was he murdered in the backyard and brought in? I don't know. The good question is, did I find a DNA or any kind of blood on those bullets of his? And I got to double check. I thought we had a match on that, but I know Greg spoke about the notebook and stuff. I know they have a match, but there's so many places in the house that have blood.
Right.
All over the place. The dishwasher, the computer. Why on the computer all of a sudden? Were they trying to get a file from him?
I was going to let you know that they took 47 samples, and I'm trying to find where we posted this, because I took all the, there we go, let me see her post. So she went ahead and, as soon as my phone decides to work, let's see. There was 47 samples taken from the crime scene. 16 were tested, 21 were not tested. Now, there were some handwriting samples that were taken from the crime scene. So those were the ones that were not tested. I think there was like 10 samples taken.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were not the DNA tests. But out of all that were on that DNA lab results, was 47. 16 DNA items were tested, 21 samples were not. And when I had a conversation with the BCA over a year ago, maybe a year and a half, they still had those samples.
Hmm.
But I just found it odd that they would. Sure, go ahead.
I'd like to go back, just go around a little bit on you guys' opinion as what you've seen or know, how you read about. Would you agree this was a sloppy execution?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
There's three. Oh, Kathleen. Thank you. There's three things there picked off his Facebook, and this tells me he knew that somebody was on him. And on Facebook, off of the indentation on the impressions on what was typed or written. So these are from the indented impressions after you write a piece of paper behind it, then they forensic it, and these are what. And it was scrambled a little bit, but this is verbatim. Undercover, great danger. Undercover, great danger. So he wrote this on a piece of paper, and they got the impression. Okay, so he knows something's going on. He's not saying undercover, great danger like he's undercover. I'm gonna great danger to myself. He knows something's going on. Number two, the other impression that was picked up. It says going to full auto. So he's looking at defending himself for some reason. Not going to full auto and shoot my family tomorrow. Just going to full auto. And the third impression picked up civil matters. That means he knew that civil matters. Like it'd be talking CIA company, deep state stuff. Civil matters. He's not talking about a lawsuit or anything. So these three things caught my eye earlier tonight. And so he knew he was in great danger. He wrote that down on a piece of paper to himself. So he knew something was. He had eyes on him. Something was going to happen, and he knew it.
Oh, that makes so much sense with the stuff that Sophie and I found when we were going through the phone records and the text messaging. And comparing those with what some of the guys from the gray state and his supposed friends were saying. They were saying that they had contact and they sent these texts and they called, and there is zero proof of any of that. There's no proof whatsoever that any of those calls took place. And in fact, text messages and phone calls coming into his phone were then routed through to a whole different number There's a lot of really weird stuff, and
Oh, there you go.
yeah.
My
And
biggest
So,
Can I add real quick? I just wanted to say that it didn't appear that David was doing the routing of the phone calls.
and that's what I'd like
correct.
to ask your opinion on is, what does that mean? Was
Title
somebody
24.
cloning their phone?
It's wiretap. Sure. It's supposed to have a warrant for that. Wiretapping's totally illegal. You have to let somebody know, like when you make a phone call, it's being recorded. But the wiretap itself, the dark state and FBI or anybody could go ahead and do that, and normally you have to have a warrant to get that. You can only listen in for so long and such. But there's nothing legal. They're not going to do anything legal and go by the law when they do something like this anyway. But sure, they were listening to phone calls, things like that.
Yes,
Because
I want to just clarify, yes, because this was going on for 2-3 weeks, maybe even longer. So that routing through another phone number can mean a wiretapping. Is that what you're saying?
It just they go through anytime that it's wiretapping, and sophisticated wiretapping. It's not a big deal. They can do it with your cell phones and everything.
Thank you. Thank you for
It's been around
explaining.
a long time. But my question is when I sum it all up is how sloppy this was, and what's made it look was the cabal or the Saudis or the jihad, whatever it is, trying to make it look like that, and it's not playing for me on that. And the missed rounds at ceiling, the floor, his body possibly moved from another place. Why pick these guys and not just do it more professionally? That's what I'm kind of stumped at.
What if a couple of the people that he was friends with, quote unquote, had been prior military?
Well, without naming names,
had the
I think
training to do that.
Sure, and without naming names, I think that there's at least 2 of them involved with this, and maybe then a pro. This wasn't 3 secret agent guys going there just for a living. It was too sloppy, number one, and number 2 is somebody who knows it's easy to get inside. He befriended all these people, and who you're going to trust, and there's definitely one or 2 of those guys is inside with whomever orchestrated this thing. I believe that, and they paid him some good money. These guys they'll go do anything like that. And there's some other things that Greg and I talked about earlier. We can't talk online, but we have our ideas.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I mean, you're making this so much clearer. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. My other question would be, since you have worked as a police officer, the pot, that didn't show up in any of their talk screens. And
so what are you talking about? Marijuana?
Yeah.
Well, I missed the narrative on the marijuana. What happened?
They did find it at the crime scene. They took photos of it. It's sitting on the dresser, open in the grinder. The grinder is open, and it's just sitting there. And then there's like a bag and some tweezers. I think there was a couple bongs, a couple one-hitters in the bathroom. But they found no pot, no marijuana in either of their systems.
They were clean toxicology reports. The only thing that was found was Camille had something similar to an aspirin product, but they were completely clear for alcohol and drugs.
Sure, the marijuana, they might have used it every once in a while, and it's about like 30 days to get out of your system. They're both in pretty good shape. They drink some cranberry juice and it's gone. Or they're not trying to hide anything. They weren't avid smokers. That's all.
And so a lot of people who believe that David is guilty are using the marijuana as an excuse for him snapping and killing his family.
Marijuana doesn't do that.
I know.
You got the wrong drug.
You've never seen that movie Reefer Madness? I mean, according to that movie, that's exactly what happens.
That's so far left. You know that? Oh my God. I know. You know, it's funny. I can't even watch it. It's so stupid. You know what I mean? I watch Half Baked 10 times before I watch that one. You know, that movie's terrible.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It's funny.
But,
it's funny to watch it every now and then because of how bad it is. Sometimes
I don't know, Greg.
sometimes
I don't
movie is so
have
bad.
the patience for that.
Yeah. Well, you
Yeah,
gotta
I
have
feel sad for God.
you gotta have a couple drinks to watch that one, I'm sure. But
Jeez, oh, absolutely.
we had
But,
a couple people have asked me, and I don't know, Stephen. I know we've talked about this photo. Have you seen the photo of the dog, of the family dog taken a couple days later, next to
No, I
David's
haven't.
brother?
I have not seen it.
Okay, I've had a few people. They want me to make sure that I get you that photo, so I want to make sure that I get you that photo. They just want to hear.
Sure.
They want to hear your thoughts on that.
What kind, by the way, what size, what kind of dog was it? I really don't have any idea.
It's a medium-sized half beagle, and you know, a very friendly dog. And I don't know exactly how. I forget the age of it, but it wasn't that old either. But
And also, it's important to note that in one of the articles online, it stated that at the time when Paleo was taken to the vet, he only weighed roughly 15 pounds and normally was a 20-pound dog.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, you know, there's just, you know, he didn't consume the hands or limbs. I don't, you know, he might have done a little bit on the skulls, but that the dog didn't gain any weight. You know, the dog, none of the entrails were opened up. If the dog was really starving, he would have, you know, went into the cavity. But he had that food, like she said. There's food in the kitchen, which I was unaware of. I thought, you know.
But the dog didn't eat the food either. That's the thing.
Well, the dog knew what happened. The dog went into depression. That's what will happen.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, the dog. That's just the dog. You know how dogs are so smart. They know something went wrong, and that's just, you know. I watched on Facebook, YouTube the other day of the dogs that go to cemeteries 3 or 4 years later, and they whimper for their owner that passed away, you know, 3 years earlier, and they know, you know, they know under the grass and everything. So, no, dog. That doesn't surprise me at all. And the dog will hold back too. From, you know, the dog knows that, you know, it's the last resort. You know. So you know, if that was that good of a dog, you know.
One of the we just got a great question in the our chat room too, about that dog. If the dog did all of this damage, would there be blood on its mouth? Would there be blood on its paws? Would we expect to find that? Because I think that's why people want you to see this photo, because there's nothing like that there. Maybe they cleaned it up by that time. You know, maybe they gave the dog a bath or something, but would
Nope.
we expect to find that?
No. They weren't supposed to do anything with the dog. Just feed and water him.
That's true. You're right.
Depending if the dog did eat some bone and such, I mean, they'll go ahead and give the dog an enema, and then that's what the first thing, you know, as law enforcement we would do. You know, take it to the vet and give it an enema and get the evidence out.
Test
you know,
it.
for digestible way or what have you.
Yeah.
And you know, you're gonna find, it's got to go into the feces, and you're gonna find, you know, human bone in there. You don't digest bone.
Stephen.
You know, so if the dog, you know,
I wanted you to know that the police, the officer who dropped off the dog, explicitly told the kennel that they took him to not do anything to the dog other than provide it food and water only, not anything else.
You know what? You want to know that giving a dog an enema doesn't harm him. I mean, that's just investigations 101.
Those cases,
You know.
that you talked about, Stephen, about how they, you know, what I think you said 73%, you know, the dog eats the owners. Did they mention anything about testing feces or anything like that in those?
Oh, no, they don't say anything like that. But I mean, that's what you would do that. You know, because the dog might have ate a bullet. You know, I mean, that's happened, I'm sure. You know, the dog swallows, eating flesh, and that swallows a bullet. I mean, that's not out of the realm by any means. So now when you're missing a bullet, you know, let's X-ray the dog. Yeah.
I have to jump in here because that's exactly what the narrative. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. You're bringing this stuff up, and it's like that's exactly the narrative. They were trying to say that the fragments were still inside the skull, and so the dog ate it all, and so that's why they disappeared and they couldn't find it. But yet they didn't test the dog or any of the feces. They just said,
and now the door was cracked, but the dog couldn't get out. Is that correct?
Correct. It was 1/4 inch open. Yeah.
So there'd be all the feces inside. I'd collect that evidence. It'd be, automatic. Oh yeah, absolutely. They would just roll. Something like that. They'll take the whole rug, just roll it up and take it and forensic the rug. I mean.
And they took none of it.
Yeah, I can see the feces in the picture.
Yeah, they took none of it. They tested none of it.
Well, if they would have taken that
And the search warrant did cover that.
Yeah, that's true.
So they could have legally done it.
They could do everything. I'm kind of surprised, even though it's a sloppy hit. I mean, I truly believe that it wasn't a couple of friends who got high and drunk. Is that where the computers and all that kind of stuff didn't, they would have went in there and cleaned it up earlier. I don't know. Maybe it's better to leave them to go ahead and decompose. I don't know about that. That's why I question a couple of things like that. They usually go in there with the crime scene and pull the computers out if something involved that's, the government wants. Right, Greg?
I would think so.
Yeah, they did with Philip Marshall. Pulled everything out right away.
The whole weed, and I don't know. It sounds like maybe we need to show you the photos of how that weed was actually laid out in their bedroom. It's not too similar, but it's not that much different from Phil Marshall, because that was one of the first things that the cops jumped on there too, is that Phil had weed out. This was even worse. This looks like they were grinding it. Somebody knocked on their door, they kind of stopped, and then these murders happened.
Okay.
It looks staged.
It looks staged.
Well, this is why marijuana is a Schedule I drug, according to the government, and it will never be changed. It's the only way. They know so many people smoke marijuana, but it is the last way they can get into your house for just smoking marijuana. And that's why it's a Schedule I drug with cocaine and acid and things like that. Mushrooms, Schedule I. But marijuana is Schedule I drug. It shouldn't be there. Why? Because that gives the feds all the power in the world to go in there. It's a felony, a federal felony for over 99 plants. The feds can go in there and take over. If they want to. But cultivating federally is illegal. So that, and it doesn't save the guy any more faces. That stuff. It's more of a probable cause. Hey, they can back it with, hey, this guy sells marijuana. And then they'll post hence the warrant and get some crooked judge to backdate it and say, we thought he was this and he pulled a gun on us. That's how they work that. But it's definitely a default for the federal government, which is probably involved in this. And it probably made it look for like his possession for sale, like he was a bigger dealer.
Yeah,
Stephen, can you see the photos Greg's running right now?
No, you know what? I'm just on other computer, so I don't have it all up.
Okay. Because I was going to let Greg know which photo number was the pot on the dresser, but that won't help you, so never mind.
Oh yeah, I'll take a look at it, definitely. We can do a curtain call later for 15 minutes if we have a bunch of stuff we found out.
Sure.
That sounds great, and I truly appreciate you taking the time tonight to discuss this with us.
Oh no, thank you.
We do have some questions. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, well, first you guys did a great job because I picked up on a lot of things I missed. Thanks, Greg got me a lot of good information. I was trying to think, I had a couple more things here. I went over the impression on the handwriting, which reading through that tells me that he knew something was going to go on. Dishwasher. One of the biggest things is just so many places where there was blood, touched or moved or whatever, And the first thing I thought was, the poor guy is beat. He's walking around, he's stumbling in the kitchen. There'd be a lot more blood than that. So somebody was, here you are. Having only one little fingerprint by the sink and in the dishwasher, a little bit of blood, it tells me that came off of one of the suspects. not maybe a cut off.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Oh
see,
my
I think there was
goodness!
a fight.
I was going to ask you about
Okay,
that.
That's the only thing that listen. They got to his gun. The only thing David had probably was the knife. And I know when I had a situation, I didn't go anywhere in my house with a pretty nice sized blade because people get in. I didn't, I don't carry a gun around all that stuff, but just a little bit of an edge, and that's how he thought. And he's probably really good with that knife. And daughter's not going to shoot herself. He can lay it on the table. It's it's not a firearm hazard. And the guy who there should be if this was if this was David, his wife, or his daughter, if they went into the kitchen and there was one drop of blood, it would be a flood. I mean, just the way they were wounded, shot, hurt, whatever. David, basically got in a fight, cut the guy. The guy went in there. There's very little drops of blood, like maybe he sliced his hand a little bit, washed it down the sink.
You are saying exactly what the deputy I spoke with said, and also the deputy coroner, the sheriff's deputy, and then the deputy coroner said exactly the same thing. They said that blood in the kitchen was more than likely belonged to the perpetrator or perpetrators, and it should have been tested. And they asked me, that was the first thing they said, was that tested? And I said no, and they said that was a huge mistake.
No, that's one of the things that caught my eye. It was just there should be no blood or a lot of blood. Okay, and then we got a couple of drops. I mean, you go in there, the guy was going to wash his wound out. If it's only a few drops and he left them, I'm sure he didn't. They didn't have to clean up anything. So even if he had a rubber glove on, which makes sense because it's going to hold some blood back. So they had latex gloves on. Sure of that. All right, because I'm sure they're. Yep. So you still cut the latex glove. Yeah. So. David probably got a punch in, and cut the guy a little bit, and they maybe shot him from there or hit him in the head with the what object did they hit him in the head with? I mean, you could do a number with a gun, the butt of a pistol. You could cave a guy's head in if you had to. I don't necessarily see that, but there's not enough blood everywhere else to be David or anybody else who was killed.
Right.
Because wasn't it the computer that looked like it had like a smudge, but it was like a latex?
Yeah. That's and that was in the kitchen, right?
Yes. Well, it was on the island.
It was on the island, right? So it's by the sink, but in the kitchen. So the guy touched this dripped a little bit. He was going probably across toward the sink, and his hand grazed over the computer, and a little drop or something. But that tells me definitely you guys are right on that. It's the suspect's blood. And and there was a knife. There's blood on the knife. So, and they probably used it against David maybe also. But the blood in the kitchen is if they tested that, it wouldn't be David's.
Yeah, the knife is the only thing in that crime scene. Not the gun, not the magazine, not any of the spent cartridges, or not even the bullet fragments. But the knife is the only item that had blood detected from David, Kamel, and Rania, and the police didn't even believe that was important enough to even make part of the investigation. It was found open with the blade pointing down, the tip of the blade pointing down toward David's feet, and here it was open on the floor next to David, and it was the only thing that had all three of their blood on it, and yet it was never part of the investigation.
Yeah, no, they stabbed those people too, I'm sure. Or they used it. They might have used it to cut part of the hands. I don't know, but the blood. We could suffice that the blood around the sink and stuff. Is suspects.
Yes, which makes sense. Yeah, because and when you look at that piece of the skull with the skin and the scalp still attached, you see straight lines. And I'm sorry, a dog pulling a scalp off is not going to leave a straight line. It was something was used to make a straight line to remove that from David's head. And since there's a knife on scene, I'm going to just jump in here and make that assumption that the knife was used to then cut the scalp away from David's head. And at that point, whether they're stabbing David or trying to cut off hands, we don't know. That's a pretty good assumption. But we do see straight cuts and straight lines on the scalp. But with a lot of people don't understand how slippery blood is and how easy it is if you're trying to cut something and you've got blood all over, how easy it is to slice your own hand. And so that is my take in how then that blood was then transferred by a passive manner. They slice their hand and trying to cut, and so then they're then going to the kitchen to wash their hands off, and then it's dropping.
Well, no, but the thing is if he went in there and just cut the scalp, he'd have more blood on his hands than 3 drops. That blood was cut. I'm guessing more that the knife wound was when David had a knife and he got a little licking and they hit him over the head and that was it. So David had cut the perp. Cutting the scalp, you're gonna have blood all over your. I mean, there's gloves, take them off, but there's still gonna be more blood if you didn't take them off. I don't know. They didn't find gloves laying around, so it tells me is that the blood probably was from a David, defending himself, maybe more so than cutting the scalp. Maybe, the scalp could have been cut afterwards.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
Just not enough blood anywhere else besides the living room that impresses me. That's just a very superficial wound. If anything, we've all probably done worse than that. Just cutting tomatoes. Really, I mean, terrible. But yeah, that's what I think.
Yep.
Let's see.
Well, once again, I'm really grateful that we've had a chance to speak with you tonight, and that everybody else has had it. Sophia.
Oh, Sophia. Okay. I remember you came on. I thought we lost you earlier, and maybe I thought it was somebody else. Sophia. Okay, great. And Catherine, right? Catherine.
Yeah, that's me.
And we do have some questions for you, but we'd like to ask you privately in regards to the case.
Yeah, sure. We can go off air. Yeah, no problem. Everything. Excuse me. Everything's confidential because if this goes big, everybody, those of us who come up, people can laugh. You're putting your life on the line. Okay. And Greg has done it. I've done it. You guys are doing it. They start targeting. They listen, and they'll see when a threat's a real threat. We're not out there writing books and preaching and selling snake oil, right? But everybody's doing this. Alex Jones is still alive. So if Alex Jones is still alive, I think we're okay. But we still take it seriously to keep it confidential, right?
Right.
We've all had to move in regards to this case.
Yes, we did.
Oh, really?
Yes, we did.
Oh no.
And
that yes,
well, why would we have to do that?
Into? Greg, what have you gotten into?
All part of my plan.
When I say, Greg, when I signed up with you, I signed up for the best. So
Right.
I'll go with you guys, okay?
Awesome.
But Stephen, you have to understand that we'll all just grab a glass of wine and stand around a fire and sing Kumbaya.
Yeah, well, that only gets you drunk. Okay, so anyway. No, we could do better than that. Scotch. No.
Okay.
That's too funny. We got some great. I want to give a shout to everybody in our chat room too. Thank you all for joining us here. And again, so many different things that are going on in our chat. Lots of great points being made. So make sure that keep making those points, and I'll try to get to some of those too. We had one that was made about the locks on those doors. So. Some of the doors look like maybe the locks are brand new. I know we had talked about a gentleman named Sean Wright, and Sean Wright, when this whole case first broke, he told Dan Hennon that the police actually kicked in the front door. Now we know that that's not true. It's not mentioned in any place, but it's just one of the more reasons why you can't consider a person like that a credible source. Lots of things like that where people were telling us, no, this is what happened, and then we get the actual documents and you can clearly see, no, none of that happened. So they just lied, and there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people out there that are just lying, that are just basically making stuff up, that are trying to trick people. And so that's another reason why I love doing these calls. That's why we have so many great people in our chat room who really care, who really want to find out what really happened here. And I think one day we will definitely we will find out. And of course the goal is to reopen this case. And so, Stephen, if you have any thoughts, any suggestions on that, we definitely want to talk about that at a later time too. Um, and any tips, if there's anybody out there listening or watching this that has any tips, any ways that we could further that, I think that is our main goal. Dan Hennon hired a private investigator by the name of Kenneth Maines, and it pretty much, Kenneth Maines, he wasn't really hired. The problem was Kenneth Maines wasn't hired as a private investigator. He was hired to give his thoughts and give his views on this case. And we thought that Kenneth Maines was going to take all of the documents, everything that Dan gave him, and add to it, not just look at it and pretty much, take away everything that had questions and only talk about the stuff that the police said. Basically, Kenneth Maines was just saying why the police got things right. And there's a lot of questions there. There was a lot of problems there, but we are always looking for a private investigator to kind of help us go further. I think in the 5 years that we've been here, we've collected a lot of data, some public, some private. But just with the public data, it's just kind of baffling how why nobody has been able to take this up. I think the reason why the law enforcement hasn't been able to do anything with this is they don't really know. I think a lot of them just do not know, or maybe they just do not care. But to me, this always seemed like a very slam dunk case. So I was really shocked that there wasn't more effort put into trying to understand who killed this 5-year-old daughter and this couple. Both were 28 years old, 29 years old. These are very, very young people that had everything going for them. And when you factor it in that David Crowley was a soldier serving in Iraq and Afghanistan during those hot wars, during that hot time, there were also questions. Maybe that's what got him into trouble. Motive. The motive, Stephen, if you were to look for motive from David or from anybody as a police officer or as a private investigator, what would you look for?
Well, they're automatically going to look for life insurance policies on each other. That's number one, and cancel that out pretty quickly on this. I'm thinking it was done by the rookies, people that know him, close to him. Like I said, it's too sloppy. And like Philip Marshall, they killed a dog. They would have probably done the same thing here. The curtains were open; those would have been closed. That's a simple move. And a question is that there was a GoFundMe that went up for a while, and it looked like somebody absconded some of the money.
Yeah, that was David's brother put up a GoFundMe. Do you guys remember? It was like $60 million or $6 million for Kamel's mom. Kamel's mom.
Yeah, he was asking for $6 million.
For
You're
$6
correct.
million, and it was weird that he made it for Kamel's mom, who had cancer, some type of cancer. I forget what type of cancer she had. And so once Kamel's family found out, they had him shut that thing down. So that was a weird thing. And I think that's when a lot of questions started pointing towards the brother. That, well, why is this guy, not necessarily saying that the brother killed his brother or anything, but why is this guy doing this? Why would he ever set up this GoFundMe for somebody that he doesn't know and for so much money, and then raise $8,000? And I'm not sure what he did. I don't have any facts to show what he did with that $8,000. I can just say that we can definitely show that he raised $8,000. Hopefully he gave it back to all those people who
no, you know what? I remember reading something about him going to Las Vegas.
He did go to Las Vegas right after that, or right during that time.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so
that's where the money went.
Yeah, that was kind of, he was doing that because he needed to get out. He wanted to just, come on, if your brother's dead you're probably going to want to go and do something else too, right? I mean, you're not just going to want to just shelter in your home. I know I wouldn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, but what was the money supposed to go to? Burial services or something?
No, it was supposed to help out Kamel's mom with her cancer treatments.
And how much did she? How much did she get? He still shouldn't have went to Las Vegas.
She didn't. I mean, she didn't even know. She didn't even know that any of this was actually happening.
Yeah.
Of course,
yeah, no, he probably.
Yeah, she didn't find out
Yeah,
about these deaths for a long time afterwards. But yeah, I mean, his actions, and it's like, well, you can't even say that his actions were odd, because then people are going to think that we're saying that, that the brother killed the brother and the dad's covering it up because the dad doesn't want to lose another son. It gets into all of that stuff, and it's like.
Oh yeah, what about dropping the Christmas presents off? Not, the curtains were supposed to be open. He would have peeked in.
The curtains were open, right? Correct.
Yeah, and he dropped presents off without seeing them, but the curtains are open. Wouldn't you kind of like, if after you knock, or he didn't knock, he said it would be a surprise, which I don't. He and his brother are a lot closer than that. And you don't just leave them on the front.
No.
On the back porch or what have you.
No, you don't. No.
That to me just, I don't know what the purpose is, to throw somebody off on this, or say, hey, I was by at that time, and it's some sort of alibi. He's working, worming around there. Was he seen by other people?
Well, could that have been to also set him up to make sure that he keeps his mouth quiet? David's brother. I mean.
In which way?
Well, I mean, why was that kind of makes him look bad? Like, why was he there? What
Oh, sure.
What is he doing there? He and his brother are not talking at that point. He's trying to.
Oh, they weren't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's some family beef. I don't think it was that much different than any family squabbling, because when David got a new phone, I believe in November or October, nobody else, David's parents didn't have his new phone number. David gave it to his brother first. So whatever beef that the brothers had, and of course I'm totally biased because I love my brothers, I love my sisters. I can never fathom anything like that. Trying to take myself out of that and put myself into the situation where a brother could do that has been challenging. It's been a big challenge because it's hard for me to understand how that could even happen, how that could be even possible. But those things do happen, obviously.
But can I interject please. Something really quick here, Greg? Going back to the presence, is where I have an issue with Dan Jr. is that he states and makes his statement to the police where he says that he dropped the gifts off on December 25th. Was it, or the 20? Somewhere around
the 28th.
The 28th.
He told police.
Okay. And the whole thing is he says he dropped them off then, but when the neighbors were interviewed, without exception, every single neighbor stated in their testimony to the police is that they did not notice anything on the porch until January 10th.
Correct.
Yeah, nobody saw him dropping the gifts off or anything.
And
so
really,
they supposedly sat there from the 28th until the 10th, and every single neighbor missed it. But no, every neighbor stated, and they didn't know that they were telling the police the same story. All of the neighbors are like, so when did you notice the gifts? Well, January 10th.
I think it was only one neighbor that actually even
No, there were a couple of them.
Was there a couple? Because I know the guy who was across the street who was pretty much the last person to see David, I believe on Christmas Eve. He said he didn't notice those presents until January 17th when the bodies were found.
And I question him even being able to see David because looking at the house and how they're, you're going to laugh. I know. But when you look at how these houses are situated on Google Maps and you can look corner to corner, house to house, when you're looking at those street views, and the houses are so offset and there's a tree there. I do not see. I challenge that man to explain to me how he saw David and how he looked David in the eye when they're kitty corner and their windows aren't even in the same line of sight.
Yeah, see, I believed that story when I had read it in the police reports, but then when I saw the Google photos and then the layout of their neighborhood, I was like, oh, there's something wrong with this.
Yep.
Because, yeah, that just doesn't make sense. And then on top of that, this person who claims to have seen David has David's birthday, and then his wife has Camille's birthday.
And he's tall. He's about 7 feet tall, if I remember. Almost 7 feet tall. So he's a pretty tall guy.
And he disappeared, moved away right after he was interviewed or talked to for the first time. He left and never left a forwarding address.
Well, we thought that he told police that he left, but then it turns out that he didn't leave, actually. So I don't know why he told police that, or why whoever police talked to when they came back, why did they think that he had moved when Dan Hennon spoke with that person? It was pretty clear that he had not moved. He was still there, still living there. So that was definitely odd. But the other question is, why did police go back a second time to go talk to that person too? So I've never really felt good about a clear answer about why the police went back for a second time. What type of questions were they going to ask the person across the street?
Okay, so because I'm basing what I just stated on what was in the report.
Correct.
So
that's right.
And so that is erroneous information, because Dan did speak with them and they did state that they were still there after the police stated that they believed he had moved and he was no longer at that address.
we'd have to clarify with Dan if the neighbor stated that, but we definitely know that the neighbor did not move at that time when the officer Tara Becker went back to talk with that neighbor. She was told that they had actually moved, she was told that they were no longer at the residence, and then it definitely came out later on that he was at the residence. So that's all that I know for sure. We'd have to get Dan to clarify if the neighbor told him that, or if that's something that was found elsewhere.
Okay, thank you, because I'll change my notes then on that. So, I mean, I want all the right information. Thank you, Greg.
Sure. So I had kind of asked why he went to Vegas, and somebody in the chat said for gambling. Pansy said that for gambling. Somebody noticed the dog hair was stuck in the blood on the gun. I don't know if that was dog hair on the gun, but there was some type of hair on the gun and blood.
Greg, that would answer with the blunt force trauma to his skull was the butt of the pistol.
That's what I was thinking too, but I don't know if Catherine, Catherine's the one who actually brought that up, and
I did a lot of research and a lot of looking into that. And I have a really good software program. I used to do photography. So I ran these photos and the skull piece through my photography development programs, and when I get different views, you can actually see impressions that are like a square or a triangle with a small circle in the middle. There's like 2 or 3 separate impressions that you can clearly see different designs on. I'll send them to Greg, or if you still have them, Greg, if you could pass them on to Stephen, that would be great. Yeah. And I would love for you to take a look at these photos, and then you can see what I see. It's not the butt of a gun. I'm not saying he wasn't hit with the butt of a gun, because he absolutely could have been, but you see impressions, like what makes a diamond shape, what makes a hexagonal shape, what makes a square with a circle in the middle. There's like 3 separate tools I found, 3 separate, well, I'm calling them tools. I don't know if they are tools, but 3 separate indentation designs.
Yeah, but there was definitely, there's definitely something happened with the butt of that gun. Sorry, Stephen, go ahead.
Oh no, no. I say it was, you know, they didn't just pick it up by the barrel and hit people. Also poking it hard into his head, like really hard. That'll give you a square with a circle in the middle. That's the barrel. Okay, so they'll shove it into his head too. They hit him with, and if you see the diamond,
Yeah.
that could possibly be the grips. You know, taking it and just hit him and whack him in the side of the head with holding the barrel, and the grip. They usually there's diamond handled
It's
45s.
okay, just so you know, it's like a larger size diamond shape. When you use it and you measure it with the little sticker tape that they have, it's like a quarter of an inch to a half an inch, just one diamond shape.
It'd be the diamond inside the grips. It'll be protrude a little bit. But I've seen them before. It could be it could be something else too, a part of the gun. But I would take a look at that. I'd take a look if I could see the grips. It would, you know, either negate it or to tell us that might be it. But the square with the circle is a barrel being pushed into your skull.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, because and the reason why I'm in again, I'm not arguing. I'm just throwing this out there because when I spoke with the deputy coroner, they stated that, and I had asked them, could it be a gun, and they said they didn't think so. But again, they didn't see the picture of the gun either. But if you could look at the picture of the gun and then the barrel, because I do have that, I believe they have that photograph, and then compare that with the photos I'll send you via Greg of the impressions, then I think you'll have a better understanding, and you can give, well, at least help me understand, all of us, a more informed opinion or idea.
Sure, not a problem.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Let's see. We've talked about the motive, what to look for with motive, all the things the dog was responsible for. How long could it take to publicly state that this was a double murder suicide? Have you seen cases, Stephen, about, you know, like the cases that you've studied with a suicide, whether it's real or whether it's not? Does that happen fairly quickly within 24 hours of finding these bodies, or do you think that that's normal? Because at least from within 4 hours to 24 hours, the police were going with the theory that that David Crowley was guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Seems kind of quick.
I'm just looking at photographs and such, and you know, trajectory of bullets. Blood in different places, mm-hmm. the pose of the bodies, the hands, the arms, everything, and it's not one. This is not the work of David. Period. That's you know, there's no way. You know, absolutely not. There's too much there for one guy to do all that. Just look at the whole picture. I mean, usually it's boom, boom, and boom. That's it. It's not tracking around blood and blood on computers and everything else. There's no way. He didn't wound him. He didn't gravely wound himself, I don't think, and walked around touching the computer and sink and dishwasher, because it would be, like I said, it would have been flooded with blood. So there's absolutely no way that he did this. No way.
Yeah,
too many moving parts there, Greg.
Do you see any signs that he snapped, that he could have snapped and went crazy? Do you see that?
I see some signs. I won't lie to you. I see on Facebook later the post got later toward his demise, that they were I can see depression in him a little bit, maybe. Mm-hmm. But not too much earlier than that. You know, he seemed fine on that. And you know, I see the statements on the internet and people talking about, you know, and you know, he didn't kill himself because he didn't get his movie. You know, I mean, and you know, he didn't sacrifice his wife and child to Sharia law or jihad or the cabal. It wasn't. No, and you know, and just I've never seen anybody get shot in the back of the head and then lay out on their back, crucifixial style. There's no way. This whole thing. There's symbolism here. Like I told you when I looked up the symbol of hands being taken off. I'm not talking about, you know, Argentina or the mob or anything. I'm talking about in a ritual and such in Sharia law. It's about humanity, you know, and that's a symbol they use, and it's on the internet. You can see that, you know, and it's kind of going along with the narrative of some of this anyway. But anybody could look that up and copycat that also.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to state here that there was at least one of the other people that was close to this family at the time who was very well versed and in the Muslim religion and actually looked to be practicing it themselves.
Okay. There's definitely some ties to that in there. I just don't think David did all that, you know. And they didn't test some of the other blood and such. Maybe were in the notebooks, and you know, and the things he wrote, you know, the impressions on the writing, you know, undercover, you know, mentioning there's in danger for undercovers. That's not from a man who's going to self-inflict his family and such. You know, it talks that maybe he's seen guys parked outside his house maybe or something.
Right.
Talking about that in indented writing, it was interesting that the indented writing is only mentioned on 2 pages. So the question was, does that show that the indented writing was only on these 2 pages, or is it possible that the indented writing was also on other pages, but again just weren't tested like so many other things?
Yeah, I mean, if you depends how hard you press, you can get down to like a second copy. You can still read, you know, but usually it's the first one's best. Where's the original copy at? You know.
Why was it taken out?
It maybe threw it away. Why did he pull it off? You know, didn't put it. It wasn't a post-it. You know. But the three of the statements that they could get to, that I could read, I've kind of told me he just knew something was going on. Just like with Gary Webb and Philip Marshall and all those guys, there's a point. They seem to be about right with their guests. They go as far as they can, just to that tipping point where, you know, now I better pack a gun or a knife, or, you know, change my number, or an email goes out to somebody like Michael Hastings to one of the guys in the military he was embedded with over in Desert Storm, saying I'm splitting. In 2 days these guys are dead.
Right.
You know, they know they you know, these guys. I mean, I've smelt it. You just know when it's, you know, you can't prove anything up till then, but it just, and he knew. I really believe that. He had classifications and some secrecies and stuff.
Yeah, and there was the question of, was he leaving to go to California? We got thrown. People had tried to throw us off of the whole film trail by telling us that David's film was dead. It was not happening. He was sad, and that's why he did this. We later found out, Dan Hannon later found out that that was not true, that there was a working deal up until the day David Crowley died. So once we realized that, it's like, well, why would people try to throw us off of that trail? And so then it's like, okay, well, obviously you gotta follow that trail. Was it possible that David was planning on leaving and going to California, to Southern Cal, and because if you're going to make a TV series, which is what he was doing, he was going to be involved to make Gray State a TV series. You can't do that from Minnesota. You got to be in Cali. That's just, you know, I think
you really do. You really got to be in LA. Really.
You got to be there.
I know those things. The closer you are, the more tension, and you know, and it's just they put a lot of money in these projects. They want the writers or creators to be there. But you know, there's a side of, like, you wrote books. There's still gratification whether you didn't write it for the money. You know, I didn't write my book for the money. That you got a legacy out there, and you know, just his documentary, choppy or not, it was great. You know, I watched it. You know, and that's pretty satisfying by itself.
Right.
You know, so I don't think the depression. He didn't get his movie. Plus, the guy's a hard charger. He's not going to give up. He didn't give up in the Middle East in 2 tours. He's not going to give up his family for a screenplay. I mean, that's, you know, movie. I mean, I've tried to do that in my book. It's not easy, but you know, it's the hardest thing in the world. But he knew that. You know, he had great subject matter. You know.
We also have proof that he was thinking about moving to California, actually Ocean View, because there is a mortgage company that ran his credit several times, even once after they were dead. But I think that was just an automatic thing. I'm not quite sure. but
Definitely was planning on it.
they were.
They don't.
Yeah.
They'd only been in that house about a year, right?
That's right.
The one they were in.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. Sure, he was making
Yeah.
the right move. And I saw that he was selling. I saw something about him selling off some military gear.
Yeah.
I saw that. So that makes sense. Maybe he's trying to get some cash, help out the move. You know, that makes sense. Stuff he doesn't need right now. Sure.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, he was selling off the military gear that was being used to make the movie because he wasn't going to need it anymore. It was going to be done in Hollywood.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, they rent all that stuff. They get those houses that do that. Got everything. Yeah, sure.
In his partnerships, like with Mitch Heil, he was trying to get Danny August Mason to sign off
Hmm.
also. So he was trying to take care of things so that they could possibly leave.
Yeah. It's
Mhm.
all. It's all
I'm-
planning
yeah.
for his future, not planning for his end.
Right.
That's exactly what I think.
I mean, I just know,
And-
I've got a couple bites of my stuff, and it didn't work out. But, when you get them, I mean, you drop everything. It's fantastic, And once you get that taste, he was going for reasons. He wasn't going to quit.
And that's kind of where some of the questions about some of the other guys that he was working with come in, because he was working on rebuilding a quote-unquote trustworthy team and a new team. So all of these people that have been with him from 2011, maybe even 2010, a lot of them were not going to be, all of them were not going to be involved in this TV series that David Crowley was actually making.
No, the producers and the distributors and everything. When I did Bounty Hunters, the same way. I didn't even get credits the first year because the producers put it in, and the distributor said, "Well, wait till he earns it." And it's the same thing. You can't. They got the crews down there. Those guys do nothing for his deal, and they probably maybe broke the news to them. Guys, I'm sorry. I'll send you some residuals or royalties or something, but you can't go with me, and that's the way it is.
Right.
He only has. You only have so much juice when you're doing something like that. They're putting the money up, and that's the final say for a great story. They don't need anybody else. Like they wouldn't need anybody else from your book, the Bohemian Club stuff.
Right.
They don't need anybody else. They got your story. So that's how it works. Yeah.
And Greg, you brought up an interesting point, because when he was writing Jason Allen about, creating a new team and stuff like that, he made sure to include Kamel.
That's true.
And for those saying that he was narcissistic and all he thought about was himself and everything, he would not have included her in that as part of his team. He would have taken all the credit.
Yeah.
That's
And
right.
they'll give you, when it's a wife or somebody like that, they'll definitely give you that credit. They don't want to lose a project over that. But a bunch of drinking buddies and stuff, or even guys who did the first documentary, they don't need them. There's nothing they can do, and that's how the business works. So, yeah, they'll sign on the wife. That's part of the deal. That's not a big stretch. And it's a good thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that was December, right, Sophia? Yeah, that was late. I think Jason Allen, that was one of his last emails, if I remember correctly. And
Catherine, do you remember the last time that David made a phone or a text? It was the middle of November, right?
Let's see. Oh, girl, you're taxing my brain. I thought I might have them mixed up. One of them, it was the middle of November, and the other, it was like December 15th. But communication for sure. But then again, this was stuff that was coming through their phones, but everything was stopped and no calls were returned, no texts were sent out. I think the last one was December 15th.
yeah, I have here
And I think that was Kamel.
Yeah.
for Kamel for
I think
David.
I think you're right.
For David,
I'm sorry, Greg, what?
And
for David, it was on the 26th of November was the last day that a phone call was made from David's cell phone at 6:51 p.m. The call lasted 58 seconds. I don't remember who it was to, but that would be
Midas.
Oh, right, the Midas, and not the gold Midas, but for his tires. And again, if you're going to take a road trip, if you're going to go from Minnesota to California, you're going to want to make sure you got good tires.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was also Minnesota in the winter. I mean, it's very possible he could have been wanting to put some new tires on
True.
because of winter.
True. Very true.
The only other time that we have communication with David, I believe, was just with Jason Allen in December, and that was an email.
Yeah, we don't even know if David wrote that. It's supposition on our part.
Yeah, and with
Correct.
his lawyer, David was talking with his lawyer in December too, around that time.
Computer? Was email? Or was...
Through his email, through his Gmail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, then maybe he did write the letter to Jason Allen.
I would think so. I would hope so. You know, it was
Well, it's
bad.
possible. I'm just saying we don't know because it's an email. You know, until they can actually, you know, prove it or disprove it. It's a supposition on both ends.
True. Which they should be able to, because they had
Yes.
12 terabytes of David's data. They had all of this stuff. The police are looking for motive, and they don't find it. There isn't any. So that's clear. But without motive, why accuse David Crowley guilty? The problem is, before they even had motive, before they had anything, within 24 hours, they were already telling us David Crowley was guilty. What are the chances of them changing their mind and saying, "Oh, you know what? We got that wrong. Sorry."
Mm-hmm.
Don't hear that a lot from cops, unfortunately, which is fine because they are people. You know, they're people too. They can mess up, and that was one of the things when I with the 21 questions for Detective Gummert. That was one of the things that really bothered me. You know, they weren't even willing to admit that they messed up. I would have been able, you know, I would have said, well, we're not going. This is not a liable case. You know, I'm not trying to put you guys under the gun. I'm just trying to understand your theory. That's all that I've ever wanted to really do. How do cops go into a house, look at the scene, and as soon as they look at this scene, think David Crowley is guilty? That's not good. That's not good, because that could be anybody. You know, that could be their family. I'm sure if it was their family members, maybe they put a little more effort into it. I would hope so. But that's just one of the things that has bothered me. What other questions anybody else have? I still got a few here.
I have a question. In your line of duty, and even as a PI and everything, have you come across a whole lot of cases where the police have covered up?
Not a whole lot, but a few, absolutely. Oh yes, no doubt.
And have they ever corrected themselves, or
Nope.
if they've been called out on it, or do they
Usually,
just?
you know, most of them that I handled were very high profile that did that, and they seem to, most of them seem to be connected in the Valley, California, up to the Mother Lode. It seems that, you know, there's corruption everywhere. Everybody can say, you know, same with there's certain drugs everywhere, but it's not true. You know, there's areas that are, you know, hotbeds, and we have a case we can discuss later. The new one Greg and I talked about was Philip Haynes. Philip Haynes,
Haney.
but Philip Haney. Thank you, Greg. I'm a rookie on that one too. But the cover-ups and the motivation behind it is usually always power players that are in the drug business. And yeah, I've seen the cover-ups. I mean, even in my book, I talk about how I was set up. You know, I was going to prison, went to preliminary trial, and didn't do anything. And you know, and I'm an ex-cop. It really stings then. You know, but I saw the corruption, and Greg knows about that. And then the Yosemite case later, and how the FBI followed me and such. It happens all the time. They, you know, look at Waco and Ruby Ridge, Oklahoma City. You know, those are still cases that are, you know, a lot of corruption was behind it. So it happens all the time, and usually the bigger the case, the more there is.
Well, it's sad to actually realize that it's more common than we
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, it's kind of
It
scary.
seems more
And
common.
is
It's not
it
like,
true that it's supposed to go all the way up, like even senators and
sure.
congressmen are covering this?
Especially when you see, there was a stat I gave Greg before our last show, and it was Calaveras County, and there's a lot of connections with Freemasons and all that kind of stuff we can get to later. But Whitehead was 3 times the average per capita suicide rate in California and the nation. Okay, why is this? And we started looking at, now, like with uh, David's wife and daughter, there's 2 suicides, so that'd be a stat. And so, yeah, we're seeing who's ever involved was Philip Marshall. That's 2 suicides and a murder. And Calaveras County, why is that the highest per capita in the nation? And there's a lot of these suicides that are deep state connected, and that seems And so why is there so many? Did you see? And there's a lot of government officials that retire up in the mother lode, and they're Philip Marshall was with Barry Seal, and wrote books. So that's why when I'm looking at Calaveras County and all the so-called murders and such that are called suicides, that's why the rate's so high.
Yeah.
Is it why? I'm not sure.
And why aren't the higher ups, like the FBI and stuff like that, why aren't these high suicide rates hitting?
There's these
their
are
radar?
murders, and they don't want to be murders because they know who did it or who's involved in it, and so they make them look like suicides and then vilify the father or whoever pulled the trigger, and they go back and he was on crazy, bipolar, drugs, whatever, and they do it all on that. The problem is that people know these people and how they are and everything else, and it goes against the grain of that he would take his family out himself. And that's all those, everybody that, like we talk about Michael Hastings and Gary Webb and Phil Marsh and everything, these are all suicides. And like, really? No, they were whistleblowers, basically, in a good way. And they have information, they have to take them out.
Yeah, it hits me every time. I'm going to commit suicide. I'm going to shoot myself 2 times in the back of the head.
Yeah, that. How do you do that?
Mhm.
It's magic.
Yeah, that's why this one here, guys, it may not. It could be an inside job and not a deep state thing, and a shadow ops, or what we see normally, because it is awful sloppy, and or they hired hit guys that were made to make it a mess,
Mm-hmm.
And, the more evidence there is, the better chance a lot of times of not solving the case. Because pretty soon you got something that's questioning outside of circumstantial, and they know they get a defense attorney because of one bullet that blows the whole case. They look at it that way. This thing's just a little bit too messy for them. So what's the motive? What it is? I think it could be the guys that weren't going to be going to California. Who knows? And it could it could have been. The other thing is, it could have been directly. Those guys might have sold out. Wouldn't be the way some of these guys are. It wouldn't be tough to buy them. Sort of with the Saudis that came in and told them what to do, or this is what you're going to do for X amount of money. There's definitely some money behind this. There's too much work here for just to be somebody really pissed off.
Mhm.
So there's an agenda somewhere behind this.
One of the things that really stuck out to me was that the staging of the crime scene, it seemed like it had been done in layers. Is that the right term?
Sure.
Almost like they kept coming back and doing a little bit more, like overstaging. And somebody had to be very familiar with that house to be and know how to get in and out to be able to do that.
Well, and another thing I want that I find interesting and how I think it goes up just a little bit higher, and I agree with you, this is so sloppy, it doesn't reek of a professional, but yet the metadata on the photos from BCA has been altered by the BCA, and I'm talking Altered time, yes, time stamps, date, not the date, but the time. Times are wrong, and you can tell where it has been altered. Again, you wouldn't know if you didn't have the right programs. I'm sorry, it's late here, and I'm really tired, so my brain is kind of starting to shut down. With a proper, I use Lightroom and Corel Paint Shop Pro to edit my photos, and by putting them in Lightroom, I believe it was Lightroom, I could see metadata, and that's when it struck me. And I talked to Dan, and I said, hey, these photos have been altered. The timestamps, this metadata has been changed. This,
I know you see that. Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
And it scared me. Honestly, it did. I don't normally get scared, but I'm like, oh, holy potato cakes. That's not what I said. I'm like, this was changed at a higher level. So why would, I'm thinking to myself, why would that occur?
So people. So let's say somebody IDs the brother with the presence. They can work around that by fixing the time stamps or whatever to say, oh, he was there, so he couldn't have done it, or what have you. They're going to try to work the time on those, because the time of death or longevity of death, that's varying from the postmortem lividity to say it again.
Decomposition or decomposing.
Decomposition. God, why is that a word? I must have.
It's late. We're all tired.
I know. No, that's okay. Decomposition. Just to get a tighter timeline, to cover anybody's. Oh, we saw this guy at that time. Why do you think the guy says, oh, I saw it on the 10th? Well, really? Saw the packages out there. Well, maybe they weren't there, or they were there. There's something with the package, like Greg said, that it throws something in there where you're going to get somebody that's going to hang outside and be noticeable, because they show up. It says, oh, we saw those packages there. They can work around that maybe in the story. And people say, I saw them there. No, I saw them there. Not everybody's going to notice them the same day they're put there. So maybe that, it definitely could be, a worm out there kind of wiggling around saying, oh, these packages were here this time, not that time. And if somebody comes in and questions the case, then it changes the timestamps on it. But you can still go back to the original forensics and note what that time with that photograph is, right?
Correct. Well, if you have the right programs, you can. If you don't, it shows as just the timestamp that was altered. And that is how I was able to catch it. I was getting ready, and it was just a fluke. I was getting ready to do, again, just some processing and bring, do some edits on a photo to see if I could get some detail out. And I just happened to glance, and I noticed two different dates, 2 different times for the same event on the same day. And I'm like, hey, wait a second, that shouldn't be. And so I started, and it wasn't on all of the photos, like you said, but the way you're explaining it, now that makes sense. And I'm like going, oh, okay. So I contacted Dan right away, and I'm like, Dan, you got to help me here, because I'm about ready to blow my top, because it was just so freaky to see that type of manipulation and to be done at that level. And you can even see the names, the names that are given. Now, whether or not it was the person who did it or not is a whole different ballgame, because if what you're saying is true, they could easily alter the name of the person who supposedly changed this timestamp as well.
Well, it's like you get a photograph, you go into properties, and you can change some stuff in there. You can change the author of that photograph, or whoever it is, and you can do that. It's just, if you get the original or get the original files, I'm sure you can go back, or even if you got the equipment, like you said, or they get the software to go back before that. But I take photographs off of Wiki Commons, and I've gone in there and I can go into properties and change the name owner of it, and that's pretty easy to do. My question is that were the photographs in the properties and the metadata, were they all numbered and ID'd, renamed, or what have you? They're all marked with something besides a JPEG number or whatever.
Correct. They're all given. There is different information, but not all of them were altered. No, not at all. Mm-hmm. But you can tell that the ones that were altered, because they fall differently within the numbering system. I don't know how to explain it again. I'm really tired.
No,
Yeah.
I'm getting you on that. Sure. I'm
Yeah.
not an expert like you, but yeah, I understand it absolutely.
Yep, and that again, that was the thing that kind of caught my eye because when they're photographing, and as they work from a bigger circle into a tighter circle, and when they're halfway through, say they're kind of in the middle circle, and you have all these photographs of the middle of the scene, and then the next set of photographs are from out far again.
Right.
That kind of, again, these are the things that caught my eye, and I'm like, wait a second, this photograph is out of sequence. Why? And then when I take a look to the right and I start to see the timestamps, then I start digging deeper, and I'm like, oh, this is not good.
Yeah, there's a chronology by, you can look at this was taken at this time, or it's the same shot, but maybe the guy took 2 steps over, so the chronology was off, and you caught that.
Correct. It's like, say they're to the point to where they're photographing, let's say, the bodies, and just as an example, they're now in this tight circle, and now they're getting here, and all the photographs should now be taken in the chronological order, like you stated, should be all in that area. But say you have a picture of the rug, the body, the rug, the body, the outside door.
Sure.
This is where it's like going, okay, that is these are the things that caught my attention, and it's like that's what led me to look a little bit deeper, and that's when I found, again, by looking at this photo, getting ready to do, an edit to it, and then noticing that the metadata was altered, and I'm like, okay, not a good sign. It didn't leave me with warm fuzzies.
No, absolutely not.
Photo of the body bags, is that the one that really I'm trying to remember. It's been what?
On that one, it was the time. The timestamp on the body bags was on the changed metadata was 10 or 10:45 at night, and we know for a fact that they were not photographed and not even there because they weren't even put into bags until what? What did you find out? 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so that's a big time difference.
Oh, absolutely.
And that was the big thing that really caught our attention because we were like, okay, well, then they really are changing the time because we have the proof that they were there at a certain time bagging these bodies because of the autopsy reports.
Yeah, that's what led me down the rabbit hole. Thank you. I'd forgotten which photo I was working on, but you were correct, Sophia. That was the one.
Gosh, this case is a huge rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Going down the rabbit hole.
It's all Greg's fault.
Yeah.
Got the red pill and the blue pill. Which one?
Grab them both. Take them.
God, I know. This, like I said before we get off, the biggest thing to me, I'm looking at a motive. How far deep state did it go? Why they hire hacks? Maybe there's a reason they hired hacks. Pros just aren't going to get that dirty. They used to shoot people for $500 Michael Jordan Air Jordan shoes. I mean, so it doesn't take a lot of money.
No.
Right.
Did you want to continue off air, or did you?
We can. Sure. I just need about a 2-minute break. About a minute break.
Sure. Okay.
I'll leave my phone. I'll leave my phone on. Yeah. Is there anything else, Greg?
I think that's all I have for now. One last thing.
Great discussion.
Yeah, one last thing. Did we talk about that David's mom died a couple months after this happened? Did I tell you that or no?
Got that.
No, we talked about the GoFundMe.
We have so much to go over. There's so much more. I hope we can get you to come back like a lot because everybody's really enjoying you being here. Yeah. And we have more questions.
Oh yeah, no, you guys gave me a lot of really important information also.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna save the rest that I have here then, and we'll get back to all of that on our next show. And yeah, I look forward to that.
Sure.
So, if anyone has any final words here, Derek's asking when the next one will be. Hopefully within maybe a week or maybe two. Maybe we can get everybody on. Maybe at an earlier day at an earlier time, but we can work all of that out here.
Is everybody? Where's everybody? Well, you and I are in California. But they're out of state, huh?
Yeah, they're out of state.
Kathleen and Sophie are out of state.
Yes, we're out of state.
Good.
And
At
safe.
least we separate a little bit. That's good.
Yeah.
Right. We cover all four corners of the world. No, okay.
Yeah, that's the way to be, huh?
Yeah, right.
Because we have more work ahead of us.
Yeah. Just getting started, but glad to have you looking into this case, and I think this has been great. So unless anybody has any final words, I'm gonna go ahead and shut this public conversation down.
I just want to say thank you, Stephen. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. And my book Ultimate Prey, it's on Amazon. But if you want to, I'll send you guys I'll get the emails from Greg, send you guys a PDF copy. So it's basically the first proof, and it's all PDF and such. But it's what's in the book now after 12 years. So I'll send you a copy of that. It won't cost you anything. I'll send it to you.
That'd be
Email.
great.
Yeah,
take a look at it. Yeah.
That needs.
Yes, I would love to. In fact, I'm going to buy the book. I'm old-fashioned. I love to
You need
hold
the
a hard copy in my
me
hand.
Oh, I know. I know. That's the only way to go.
Yeah.
Yep, I will be
I
buying it.
actually just bought the book that you had mentioned for the Philip Marshall case, Last Circle. Is that?
The last circle with Sherry Seymour. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I went and bought that book.
Nice.
That book, it gets into menopause and a lot of that. Yeah, and it's what basically comes around to my story in my book. It follows right in the same routine, and Last Circle, it's heavy. It goes into Inn's Law and Rose Law Group with Hillary Clinton and everything.
Yeah, it's deep.
Wow, I'm so excited to dig into that one.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of Sherry. I've never met her or spoke with her. She's kind of still hiding out. She's down south somewhere, but we're on emails together, but I still want to get a cup of coffee with her because she was the first one to break a lot of that, just right around the same time as the Iran and Contra stuff. And so she was right on that side of it. Mariposa, small county, it leads right to the the front door of the Clintons. And that's like whoa. So she covers a lot of that in there. The other book to look for is The Last Mogul by Dennis McDougal. The Last Mogul, about Lou Wasserman and how MC Entertainment was running a lot of the drugs through Yosemite, and that's where Mariposa's at. So that's an interesting read too.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, and that ties into your Freeway Ricky Ross, Greg, and everything.
Oh, really interesting.
Yeah, it's part of that. Sure.
Yeah, I'm just pulling that up here now. Awesome. I'll add it to
Yeah,
my
Last
list.
Mogul, very good book. Really enjoyed it. Tells you about how Hollywood started and how the drugs went through there, and they did go through. That's why Mariposa was corrupt, and because the drugs went through Mariposa to get to Yosemite Park, and it's right in the book.
Wow.
Yeah. Dennis McDougal, really good. He wrote the first Yosemite murder book. I wrote the second. He wrote the first one.
Nice. Well, I still think your book needs to be made into a feature film someday. I'm just really fascinated by it. It's a great book.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's still a goal. We keep my real job of working on that on the side, definitely. I just want to write more books like you, Greg.
You gotta catch
I got like
up
3
now.
books out there. I got one. I got 224 pages. You got 1,000 pages.
It's all good, my friend. Well, thank you all for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and thank you to everybody in our chat room. And yes, we will make sure that everybody knows when our next show is happening. This is the David Crowley Questions conference call, Gray Stage number 198, and I will end this live stream right now. God bless you all.
S41, I'm in the area of the suspicious vehicle, territorial drive.
10-4.
10-4, go ahead.
2933 Sam 14 for suspicion. 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP. Sees dead bodies inside the house. Dog inside. Sees a gun in the house on the floor.
933, copy.
Sam 14, copy.
2933 additional.
Right.
According to the RP, residents have been out of town since before Christmas. Now there are Christmas presents out front, a dog inside, and what looks like possibly bodies inside, a gun laying on the floor inside.
Copy.
Want me to start medics?
You can start them. I'll be en route in about 1 minute.
Receive. Wait, Anthony, you can put me on that call. Just send us when I'll have comments later.
Sam 14 is 7 medic stage.
Yep. Of the residents where the bodies are is 1051. 1051.
Sam 14 amount.
Templar, 1305.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Stand by, man.
Templar. 4920, I'm out.
934, send me the ramp, so I'm out. 49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
There's several obviously deceased bodies in the front. Why don't you give us 1033? Wait for 34 to get here and we'll make entry.
1033 traffic for 4900 squad. All others go to TAC 10. 1033, 4900, 1307.
1034, still on.
Separation.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Do you have our CSO come with his catch pole as well? Very angry dog inside.
10-4, 49 Charlie, 1 copy, I'll clear you.
4933, rear slider is unlocked, slightly ajar.
Copy, rear slider, unlocked, slightly ajar.
Charlie, 1 copy.
33 up 2.
Pretty first 2.
Okay, just let Apple Valley know if they get busy with pending calls, we can help out.
10-4.
Copy. 4934, 76.
10-4.
3517, I copied. I'll take care of it.
10-4, thank you. 49 Sam 14.
We're going to make entry as soon as CSO can get here near this dog.
10-4. 3311 for 3 vehicle, 1050, display and pilot. 11, I copy. And they're pulling into the gas station. 10-4. 1350.
34 is C1 on the main. Go for C1, go for C. Winter 20. Right around the corner. Alright, when you get here, bring her pull out back. Copy. 4934.
4934.
Be making entry into the house.
Copy, making entry. 10-4.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
First floor search complete. 3 obviously dead. We're in the basement.
10-4. First floor search, now in the basement.
4934.
4934.
We're code 4. Let's just keep the channel for a little bit.
10-4, code 4, keeping the channel. 4934.
Go ahead.
Can Alina clear, or do you want him in?
Sorry, Alina can clear.
10-4, Alina clearing.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Page out all investigators. Have them go to our PD. I'll be in contact with 901 here shortly.
10-4, page out all investigators.
34. We don't need to block off the street. Just put your squad there.
45 months. I'll be in the area. I go here in PDM.
10-4, 1338.
Well, I'm also in the area.
10-4.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
We get BCA call. Have them call the number on my login screen, please.
Well, whatever they found, they must have found something that led them to think that this was a double murder suicide, and they must have found that within 1 day of finding these bodies. But the fact that some of these activists and people who ask questions about all these other things on this, they don't want to ask questions. They don't want us asking questions. And there's going to be a lot of people who are going to take sides either way, to say this was a conspiracy or this wasn't a conspiracy. And I do kind of lean towards that it was a conspiracy, that this guy did not kill his wife and his daughter and himself. But that doesn't mean that that's true. Let's see where the evidence leads us. Let's see where the evidence takes us. He's been out since then. So he's been out from 2009 to 2015, and they're saying he just snaps now. That's really hard to buy. They said the same thing about Philip Marshall, where they said he killed his 2 kids and a dog too. And they said, he had problems back in 2008 or 2009 with his wife, and they were trying to relate that to something that happened in 2013, 2014. So it just really doesn't make sense to me. And but that's okay. It doesn't have to, and you don't have to agree with that. All you have to do is help me. Help me, show me where I'm wrong. Show me why my questions are not valid. How do we support freedom of speech? How do we talk about what the government is doing to us, and then we're going to try to stifle other people's freedom of speech? So no matter how weird or crazy it might seem to us, those questions are making it harder for those family and friends. Well, you know what makes it even harder is to deal with, if your theory is true, and if the police theory is true, it's going to be harder to deal with the fact that this guy killed his wife and his daughter. If it's true, then the people who are involved with the Gray State movie should not put it out. They should not put this out there. You don't put out a film that you say a killer, or this guy went crazy or whatever. You don't put that out there. Why would you release that movie? We don't want to put a person like that in a positive light, because there's nothing positive there, no matter what the reason is. Okay, you will find many cases of people on PTSD that do not do these calculated things. This was a calculated murder. This was 3 shots. This wasn't shooting randomly and it just happened to be whoever. No, this was calculated, planned. Three shots. I mean, come on. The dog thing is obviously there just to kind of throw people off, I think. And I'm just guessing, and I'm asking all these questions, and I'm going with these guesses to see where they lead.
Baby, see how I've been living. Velvet curtains on the windows too. Keep the bright and unforgiving light from shining through. Baby, I remember all the things we did when we slept together in the blue behind your eyelids, baby. Sweet baby, traced your scent through the glue till I found these purple flowers. I was spent, I was soon smelling you for hours. Lavender, lotus blossoms too. Water the dirt, flowers last for you, baby. Sweet baby. Tangerines and persimmons and sugar cane. Grapes and honeydew melon, enough fit for a queen. Lemon trees don't make a sound till branches bend and fruit falls to the ground, baby. Sweet baby. Come to my world and witness the way things have changed. Yes, I finally did it, babe. I got out of LaGrange, got in my Mercury and drove out west. Pedal to the metal and my love to the test, baby. Sweet baby, I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby. Sweet baby, I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby.
Hello?
Sweet baby.
It's good. I can hear you.
Greetings, greetings, greetings. Can everybody hear
Hello.
me? How are you?
Yep, I hear you.
All right. Yeah, we had a little moment of silence there for our YouTube people. They got a special little treat listening to a song by one of my buddies. But we're all live here now. I appreciate everybody coming in. If I do put you on mute, it's only because we're having some echoes or something. But I'll try to let everybody know if that is the case. So again, thank you all for joining us. This is the third live Gray Stage stream here, just talking about the David Crowley case. We're going to try to keep this to about an hour. I try to keep each one to about 60 minutes. I have failed every time, so we'll see how close we can actually get here. But thank you all for joining us. I know we have Catherine.
Yep, I'm here. Yay!
All right. Catherine, anything you thanks we saw your latest video there, and I thought it was really good. Glad to have you back in. Are you feeling better?
Oh, thanks. Trying to get there. Yeah.
Okay.
Day by day.
One day at a
But
time.
I was very cranky in that video. And I just, it's just sometimes when I see certain people's names, and I'll try not to because he just makes me so mad. I just lose it.
Greg Fernandez Jr. Okay.
He'll probably take immense pleasure from that statement right there.
I'll give him all the pleasure he wants, too. Come here, buddy.
Hey, now, this isn't that type of show.
No, not that kind of pleasure. No, thank you. No. Definitely not my cup of tea.
I don't know if your heart can handle it.
Could be spoken for, so.
Oh, gosh, you guys are too funny.
That's all your fault. We also have Sophia. You're here too, right?
Hi, everybody.
Thanks for joining us. Anything new in your research on this case? I know you got a few things on your plate that you're going to be looking into, but anything pressing right now, or anything you'd like to bring up?
Not that I can talk publicly about right now.
Oh, teasing us. Okay. Nice little tease there.
But
Mm-hmm.
I'll be happy to share eventually.
Okay, good. Good. Well, we know you've done some great stuff, and anybody can go back and check out some of the videos that you've done with us and a lot of the various topics that you've covered. We also have Pansy here. Pansy, how are you?
I'm here.
All right. Thank you for joining us again. Any questions, any topics, anything you want to say before we get rolling here?
No, not until we get started.
Okay. And we have Justin has also joined us here. Justin, how are you?
Hey, Craig. It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Glad to have you here. Justin, anything you want to say about this case?
For the research material that I provided to you, currently right now I'm just trying to get a link together so I can post it in the chat to the conference call so anybody can download the material once we start discussing it.
Excellent. And then I think we have Christine has joined us too? Christy, I'm sorry. Hey, Christy.
Yeah, and I'm a newbie, but this has really grabbed a hold of me. Like, the only thing I can explain is that the board has put it on me, because I can honestly say I had never heard of the case, and I watched the documentary, and as I was watching the documentary, I was like, something's off. So as soon as I watched the documentary, I started researching, and it has grabbed a hold of me like something I can't believe. And I have just been scouring everything, going, oh no, this is so wrong. There's something seriously wrong. I mean, we don't have IQs of 53. I mean,
Speak for yourself there.
You
I
would
take
have to have
I take
that.
pride in my low IQ. Just kidding.
Hey, I have an IQ of 54.
Yeah, I'm 53.5. What are you talking about?
There you go. Yay.
Well, I don't know if the actual criteria would be to actually believe them, but it might be lower than 53. But may be beyond the human species.
Wow, that says a lot. What has
That's
brought
how
you?
I feel about it.
Yeah, what has brought you to this case?
Like I said, I get led a lot by the Lord. I mean, I know everyone has different beliefs and everything, but I go where I feel I'm led. And as I was saying, as I was watching the documentary, I was just going, no, this isn't right. This is not right. There is something sketchy going on with this whole thing. They're painting a picture, and like I said, because I didn't know anything about him, and because I got just such a odd feeling from watching that, I think is what has really grabbed me, because there's just something in me that passionately says there's absolutely no way he did this, and I believe in justice, and I just think it is a travesty that his legacy, regardless of what anyone else wants to believe about him or his beliefs or whatever, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what kind of person he was. I don't look at things that way. I just look at it like, if it's a lie, then it needs to be revealed. It's wrong. And that's how I feel about it, and that's why I've just gotten so passionate about it, because I'm just that way with anything. If something's wrong and unjust, I just get riled up.
So you basically felt like you were lied to throughout that whole documentary.
Oh, I felt like it was just a complete joke. Yes, exactly. I felt like it was scripted. I felt like it was like every reality show you've ever watched in your life. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, is this not scripted? You know, and there's people out there that believe those are real. You know, and I hope none of you do.
My daughter's watching Dance Moms right now, and I'm like, you do realize that's reality TV. It's all scripted. Because she gets so passionate about it. And I just have to roll my eyes at her.
It's just, they're all basically soap operas, and I kind of felt like that's what this was. It was like this drama unfolding, and they were, you know, leading to a certain direction, and I really read people's body language, and especially eyes. I really look at a person's eyes. And when I was watching it, I was looking at certain people's eyes and going, they're hiding something. They know something, they're hiding something. And just, you know, the drama and the build up and the crescendo, and then, and I think I heard someone else, I know who it was. It was the medium that said she had the exact same feeling that I had. I was like, and my poor husband, he's having to hear about this constantly. But I was telling him, I was like, why on earth the dog at the end of the documentary? I mean, they make it like it's walking off into the sunset happy. It was just so disturbing. It just, and then the other thing is when, of course I went back and I watched it multiple times after that, because I was trying to like pick up on other things and watch people even more closely. And it's just, there are certain people that they're movie people, and There's a reason they say certain things end up on the cutting room floor. They basically spliced together certain things to paint the picture that they wanted painted. They didn't show every single thing, and that's what I believe is so wrong about that documentary, is the fact that they only picked and chose what they wanted there. And it just made me sick that his dad didn't even defend him. I was just like, that's just unbelievable. That, as a parent, if the evidence was like right there in my face, I think it would be hard for me to accept and believe. I would come to a point if it was so blatant, but it would still be hard to accept. That's the thing about families and tragedy and death and things like that. A lot of times families, when it actually is something that's true, they go into denial mode and they start looking for other causes because they don't believe that that person could have possibly committed suicide or that that person could have possibly committed that crime. So they start looking and seeking out, even though it's not real. But for him, with all of these holes in this, to go on there and not defend his child, to just, that made me sick. And also, after looking at it a couple of times, and then when I started researching, I was like, okay, what's the timeline of his mother passing away and this documentary being made? Does anyone know?
His mom died, 8 months after?
Yeah, it
No.
was 7 or 8 months after. But yeah, we can definitely talk about that. But Greg, I'm going to make you stick to the hour. We're 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay, Christy. I'm just giving Greg a hard
I
time.
just don't understand why they didn't mention the mom in the documentary.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
the only
bothered
thing
me
I was
too.
putting out there.
Yeah, I don't even think they
that's
showed her.
Weird.
They didn't even show her in the movie, did
No. Nope.
they? The other thing was,
It wasn't until
go ahead.
because it wasn't until I got into the group after I watched the documentary that I even knew that his mother had passed away. I thought that she just wasn't a part of the picture at all.
It must have been
And
about
it
4 or
wasn't-
5 months afterwards because she was still. I think when she died, I don't think the case had been closed yet.
It was 5 months. I just read it
5 months?
yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing about his dad is, did his dad, is there a quote, I guess, what I would look for? Is there a quote where the dad says that his son is guilty? I've only watched the documentary once, so it's hard for me to go back and look at that.
No,
but-
he just doesn't defend him.
Right.
No, and then he reads the last page of the supposed journal, which is really just the script, where it says, after he's done writing his notes about Christmas, David goes in and shoots Camille and Rania.
Wow.
And then he just puts the script down. He doesn't say anything else after that.
That's
And
odd.
I'm just like, how could you read something like that about your son?
And see, there was
Maybe
a conflicting thing there too, because it almost seemed like, I don't know if it was a slip or whatever, but when he was reading that, he said, that he had made plans beyond the holidays in what he was journaling and stuff. So I found that strange too.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Greg, where should we start on do you want to start from the very beginning on the 488 pages?
Yeah. For surely here. Pulling it up right here. If you're watching it on YouTube, you'll see it here. So page 1 is just, the one pager. This is just basically what we asked for here. Blah blah blah, their response, whoever it is. Page 2 through page 52 is the evidence chain. I thought there was a lot of good. I'm not going to go over. I'm probably going to skip these first 52 pages. There's a lot of stuff here. One thing that I noticed, I think looks like around page. Oh no, that comes in a little bit later. But if anybody wants to see, this pretty much shows you start to finish what they did with each item and when. So this really helped me with some of those dates that I was trying to figure out about. Okay, 1A is the pistol. This is when it got to them. And the chain of custody, this is the chain of custody for the BCA. So this is when they got it. So I don't know. On 1/18/2015, the laboratory received from a crime scene collection. And then it goes through all of these items. So again, unless anybody has any specific things on the first 52 pages there, I'm going to go ahead and skip that.
Okay.
Go down to 52. Alright. 52. How do you do? So 53. One thing I noticed, I think, or somewhere around here on page 53, is they say that nobody has been charged in this. And that really stuck out. I thought that was an interesting one. For anyone that doesn't know, we're going through the BCA 488-page data file. This is the most recent file that we got. And there's a lot of interesting data in here. A lot of this stuff, when I was first writing my book, I did not get to put a lot of this in there. So what I've been doing in the last week or so, and what I'm going to probably end up doing for the next couple weeks, is going back through these documents and just adding in a lot of these little tidbits. I posted a few in the group too, so we'll see how far we can actually get to discussing those. Now, this thing about the beast, right? It says, I will put a note in the beast. And the beast is just like a big database, right? Have you guys heard of this before?
Yeah, I mean,
No.
that's what I would assume, is that, yes, it's their database, their data bank.
Yeah, I remember Alex Jones talking about this long time ago, and I was like, what is this guy talking about, the beast? But it's supposed to be this, like, big database. So it's real. It's all real. Alright, anything so far here? Let's see. I'm just going to go page by page through this. At some point, we're going to slow down a little bit. But here on page 55 is the only mention of the FBI. Even though we were told that the FBI was not involved in this at all. They weren't involved in the investigation, etc., etc. Here you have the FBI and the staties too, right? That's what Christopher Olsen looks like. He's a state cop, state.mn.us. So that was so even though
they only come
that the state cops weren't involved.
right. The state cops told us that, right? We had nothing to do
and
with this.
the only thing that they contacted the FBI for was David's fingerprint card, and they didn't even get the original. They got a copy, and the FBI told them that if they wanted or needed the original to make sure that they got a good comparison, just to contact them and they would be happy to send it, but they never did.
Right, you're right. Yep. It says, "Hey Chris, this
May
is from."
I ask,
Go ahead.
Because I haven't seen any talk about this. Did they use luminol at all?
It wasn't luminol. It was something called amino black, and it does the same thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I can make this a little bigger. Yeah, good question. I mean, these are a lot of questions that people ask, and there are people that want to ask these questions but don't want to get, they don't want to feel stupid. And I just want people to know there are no stupid questions, and people should not make you feel dumb just because you ask a question. And just because somebody answers your question doesn't mean that they're trying to make you feel dumb either. So I just want to cover both of that basis. We're all just talking here. It's the people that kind of sit back and like laugh at these questions, like, what? Why would they ask that question? All that's like, come on. We're just regular people. I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm not an investigator. I don't know anything about this. I'm learning as I go here. So I do try to be careful not to assume too much either, not to assume that other people are wrong too much either. So it's just kind of this balancing act for somebody like me, is just a complete outsider looking in here. So technically, the FBI was involved. So technically, they lied. But whatever, they could say they weren't involved in the investigation. Whatever you want to say. Okay. So from Chris
Well,
Olson.
technically, the state was involved too.
Right. I know, right?
They denied me twice, so go figure.
That's odd. Joe Cooksley wrote, "Hey Chris, I talked to Marty in Leighton Prince. He said he thinks this can be used for comparison, and that if the actual card is needed, that it could be requested at a later time." Joe. So, could have been. And that looks like that was 122.
Well, and this is what makes me so angry, because the latent prints are huge, and they just kind of toss them around as if they don't really make much difference in the case. And, you know, Marty thinks they can be used, and if they need the card, they could request it later, but they never do. And then they say the latent prints on the copy were not, and then supposedly not legible, or they couldn't read what they pulled, and they couldn't compare it to the card. And I'm like, there's some pretty good ridge detail, excuse me, on some of those prints. And it's like, how could you not match it or not match it? One of the two. And why didn't you get the original card?
That would have been nice.
Well, because the ridge detail was pretty clear, my only guess for why they couldn't match it was because it didn't match to what they had. I mean, that's just an assumption, though. I'm not stating a fact. It's just an assumption.
Right.
And let's be honest here. David and Kamel and Rainey's fingerprints should be all over that house. All over the crime scene. Well, not the crime scene, but if David was setting up the crime scene after he supposedly killed Kamel and Ronnie, his fingerprints should be there. His DNA should be there.
Yep.
But it's not.
Nope.
Yep.
Scrolling down. Let's see, we are going to go to...
Oh, and I want everybody to know, too, and I'm going to be covering this as well in the next video I do on the latent prints. But I have contacted the BCA several times and asked them for a copy of the prints that they pulled from the crime scene, wherever they got them from. And I specifically asked for some that they didn't include, some they gave us, some they didn't, and they have not even written back to tell me to go jump off a cliff. They've just ignored all the requests, even though I sent an FOIA request. It has been completely ignored.
It took them months to even respond to my request where we got this information that we're looking at right now. I sent it off in March, and I don't think we got it until, what was it, Bragg? Was it September or October?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until they finished processing that request, like a month before we received this information, did I even get an email.
September.
I thought that I was being ignored.
Yeah, I got mine back September 20th, 2018. So, yeah.
Okay, so I'll give them a little more time then.
Give them another year. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
How dare you?
I tried to warn you about that, Catherine, that the BCA will take forever.
Girl, I have hardly any memory of what happened several months ago. It's like, so just keep refreshing my memory and telling me what you've told me before, because it's like hearing it for the first time.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, here on page 57, and if anybody wants to say anything, feel free to go ahead and jump in here any time. It's fine. We're all just chatting here. We're looking at page 57 of 488, and this is from Tommy Booth. This is sent to Catherine Roach of the DPS. That's another interesting group of characters. DPS says, Good morning, Catherine. Nobody has been charged in this case, so I am giving you permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Thanks for all your hard work, Tommy Booth. And I thought that was, again, another interesting thing there because haven't charged anybody. Well, yeah, of course you haven't charged anybody. Who are you looking for? Who could be charged? Could they charge David?
Right, and the funny thing is when you start putting all of these pieces together, because you have the police chief being quoted in the news article stating that they knew within 2 hours David was guilty, and then somewhere else where they knew in 2 weeks or a month or whatever that he was guilty, and now we have a month later, and Tommy Booth is saying, well, nobody's being charged, so use up everything for your DNA test.
Now, you were able to talk with the person who said that David was charged within hours, right? And you were able to get them to confirm that?
I talked with was it Detective Sergeant Gummert, and that video is posted on my YouTube channel. But the police chief himself. Oh wait, no, I know what you're talking about now. Okay. Oh geez, I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up here. But yes, I was talking to
Nick
someone who heard it directly.
Are you talking about Nick?
Well, no, these people, they didn't want to be tied to it. They're tied to it, but they're not tied to it. So I gave them my word that I wouldn't let anybody know who they were. But they were somebody who specifically talked to that police chief. And so, yeah. I mean, he said it. But it's like, okay, so what did you do? Were you convinced within 2 hours? You didn't even have your happy hiney over there by that time, and you knew before you got there he was guilty, or did you not know a month later? What is it?
Well, does that tie into? I don't even know if this is accurate or not, but I heard that the neighbor actually said that she believed that David had killed his family and killed himself. Can anyone verify whether that is actually true?
In the 911 call, are you talking about that?
Mm-hmm.
She speculates. I mean, she says it was either there was a murder or a suicide next door. And then she starts speculating on the dog, that the dog might have eaten these bodies. It's just like the whole thing just sounds just weird. And
that's weird. That's very weird.
I thought
sounds like
weird.
She's starting to paint the picture
right
before anyone else even gets there.
Yeah.
Or as I've stated in the past, it was like she was handed a script.
Mm-hmm.
And let me please say it again. It was like she was handed a script. Because we all know who listens to this.
Well, it was a bad script, so whatever you want to call it. It was.
Yeah, seriously.
And there's no need to speculate on that. Go ahead, Pansy.
It's about like they took her word for what she thought she knew and went on that.
Well, I'm glad they let civilians do the police work for them.
Yeah, I guess we don't need cops over there. They got it covered.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Pansy said.
Just ask the neighbor, and the neighbor can tell you everything.
Okay, Justin, you haven't said anything.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm just, I noticed y'all been discussing the evidence, and everything that I have pertinent is public record after the incident. So I just kind of waited for y'all to put forward what y'all have to put forward. I don't want to kind of steal your thunder, so to speak.
No, it's okay.
No, please, steal away.
Go for it.
Yeah.
We
Greg
can, believe me,
he has 13 minutes left.
That's not going to
Well,
happen. We all know that. Go ahead, Justin.
all right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to post the Dropbox link in the YouTube chat so all of you can download what I have found. Pretty much what I've been doing is I've been scouring every possible aggregator of information such as Intellius or Spokio, which Spokio really isn't that good, but Intellius just kind of went down the toilet too in the documents they provide now. There has actually been a few changes to the public records of Kamel and David after their deaths. Rihanna will have a public record as soon as she reaches 18, even though she is deceased. So, I mean, that's something to look out for in the future.
I didn't know that.
You generally...
Did you notice
I'm
that
sorry?
on Intellis? Did you notice on Intellis that they weren't considered dead?
Not anymore, no. They've completely changed everything.
Wow. Screenshots.
All the other backgrounds that I've used say that David and Kamel are dead, but I used Intellis and it didn't show it at all.
Yeah, it showed him as still alive, and we have copies of that too. So you might find that interesting. That was just a month ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
2 months ago.
That's when I did the search as well. Intellius, though, they've completely changed their UI, and I think they lost some of the information in their change. So it still reflects that, though, but it's very, very watered down as opposed to what it was before.
Really?
Wow.
Let me see here. I'm trying to get a link for this Dropbox folder. I just created this account today, so bear with me while I do that, if you would kindly.
Sure. Yeah, I know Justin has kind of brought up some of those same things. He and I were kind of going back and forth, and I don't know if he wants to talk about his background or not. I'll leave that to him. But basically, yeah, he was showing me the stuff, and same stuff that you guys are talking about. It's like, wait a minute. Yeah, why are they still alive here? Or why is this website or whatever it is, whatever Intellis is? I know it's been brought up a few times. I have no intelligence, so I don't know what Intellis is. But I do know that I keep hearing the same thing, and it's like, okay, now it's kind of watered down. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're finally catching up, to we're going to come back in a couple months and they're finally going to see that they're dead? Or I don't know. I mean, you couple that in with all of the other things, and it just, you can, your mind can kind of start to wander, I guess, is what I found with myself. And the only thing that I
Did
kept...
they?
Go ahead.
Did they have life insurance policies?
I don't know. I haven't heard of any. I haven't seen any, but I don't know how we could verify that, what would need to be done.
It would be interesting with him being retired military. I mean, I know you can get rid of it when you break away, but I mean, it's unusual.
If
when
he
David
did,
left
retired military, so
yeah.
When he left the military, he had life insurance. I don't know if he continued to pay into it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what, I think you can continue paying into it, but I'm not 100% certain.
But doesn't that
That's something I just was curious about?
doesn't that kind of, I don't know about this, I'm just asking, but doesn't that cancel it out if he kills himself?
It depends on the clause in the policy.
Mm-hmm.
Certain policies have a suicide clause, other ones have a certain time frame, so that you don't just go get like $1 million life insurance policy and then off yourself.
Right.
So I mean, some policies have a clause where there's a time frame, some have a flat, suicide clause, and then other ones don't have a suicide clause at all.
Is that stuff
my
public
husband
record?
doesn't have a clause.
Is that stuff public record or not? I don't know either.
That's what I'm curious about. I just thought of it.
It's a good question.
If it were, I'm pretty sure if such an amount of money had been moved, I'm pretty sure the police department themselves would have had something in a statement about it. I don't believe I've read anything like that in the evidence. They would, the police department, Apple Valley Police would have definitely had the means to find that information. Would it have happened?
True.
And they took all their personal paperwork and nothing was ever mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we know that the house went into foreclosure, and then they put it up for sale at an auction, and even that didn't sell.
Yeah, that was weird. I was trying to understand all of that too, how all of that works, because I forget which one of you. Somebody has shown me some of this stuff of all the different layers that house went into, and it was sold and auctioned and blah 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 with the state or whatever, and it's like, what? I don't know, but I mean, we're talking about a murder, an alleged murder suicide. Circumstances might be different. I really don't know. I don't know if people were just waiting for to drop the property value to almost nothing so they could come in there, remodel, and make a big profit. I don't know. Hey, Shewolf, thanks for joining us in the YouTube chat.
You might talk to Dan about it, because he was the one who explained the whole Dakota County Sheriff's Office involved in the sale.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, good. If we do our next conference call, maybe next weekend, I'll see if he can kind of break that down for us, or give us some of that stuff so we can break it down.
Sorry, Justin, for interrupting you earlier.
No, you didn't interrupt. It was completely fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry too.
So I put the Dropbox of my findings in the YouTube public chat. So if anybody wants to pull those up and take a look at those.
I'm not seeing it there. I don't see it.
I'll kind of discuss those findings just a little bit, if you don't. So in when an aggregator gets this information, it's really hard for a mistake like this to happen, especially when you consider how common Kamel's name is. Kamel is the only person in this country that possesses the name Kamel Alam or Kamel Crowley. But what's really strange is that her record on her public record has changed. Her name has changed from Kamel Crowley to Kamel Alam, which that doesn't add up at all, especially after her death. Because the only way that would happen is either the aggregator starts referencing an older public record before she was married, or for some reason she met some divorce record may be in there. I'm not sure if a person can get divorced post-mortem, but yeah, I mean, it's something to consider in that regard. I'm trying not to speak too much about things I don't know. Also, Kamel had received, according to the aggregator Antelius, according to it, she received a doctorate in sleep study, I believe, in 2016 from University of Minnesota Twin Cities. So I found that very strange.
Very strange.
I did notice the doctorate on her background. Was that with Entellus?
Yes. I'm currently got a application pending with TransUnion to get into their private investigation software. It's probably going to take a month or two for them to process my application. So once I get that, I will compile my findings and I will share them.
Nice.
That would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome. I know I really didn't explain too much about my background. I was kind of afraid, kind of paranoid at first that I really don't mind if somebody like gets a hold of me or whatever. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I'm pretty paranoid, so that's one thing I'm gonna have to ask you to bear with me with. I'm a soldier in the United States Army. Before I joined, I did private investigation work, very limited, bail enforcement, and I did private security. So I know a little bit about the investigation lingo, not much, but a tiny bit. There is one more point I want to bring up while we still have time. In that folder I shared, there is 2 screenshots of Kamel's website, Mind Body Dietitian. I shared this with David as well. It shows that her copyright was renewed between the time of 2014 and 2015. Generally, you don't need to renew a copyright on a website. So it probably means that the new website was paid for, or the subscription for the website was paid for, and it just updated the copyright with that, or something else could have happened. There's really no need to update the year on a copyright, because once you set it in, it's good, no matter what year it is. So long as it's not, I believe, I'm not sure the exact litigation on that, but that's.
Hey, Justin.
Yes, ma'am.
I do not see the link that you posted. I don't see it at all anywhere.
Yeah.
Is it in? Should be in the YouTube chat.
Oh, maybe it's not in the live chat. Maybe it's in the. No,
I don't think you can do comments until after the thing is done. But it's not
that's
showing
true.
up
I
on
can't see
mine.
comments
Oh, I
on
see it
that.
here. Let me try and post it now. Okay, I had my top chat. Is it there now?
Let me see.
I'm not seeing
Come
it.
on.
No.
If you're
know
not
why.
able to share it, would you please share it with Greg and he can dole it out to us, please?
Sure. Yeah, I could do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, here I'll put it in the conference call chat, Greg. All right. Yeah, I do.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Now I see it in the conference call chat, but for some reason I just don't see it in the other one. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
See if I can get on to the chat for the conference call.
Let's see.
It's strange
Okay,
why
just grab
YouTube
that.
won't upload it. Oh, I know why. YouTube has
They
spam
suck.
software that that breaks apart links. It won't let those.
Yeah.
It'll.
You have to. I think in YouTube you have to. Like put everything except for the .com, and if you do that, then maybe it'll work. People can just add the .com in there.
All right.
I don't even know if I can sign in here. Don't look at my password.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Don't look at my password.
I thought it was publicly.
I don't even know if this is right or not. I haven't logged in here in like years.
I don't want to leave. I want to go to the chat. Oh, and by the way, thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you, Miss.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate that.
It can be interesting. I can
so
definitely
weird.
attest to that.
Well, the Army has a special place in my heart. I was an EMT and did the vast majority of my work on Army base hospitals.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, Fort Bragg, Darnell, Fort Carson. So yeah.
I'm over at Fort Bliss.
Oh.
I think we have a witch doctor in our hospital. A buddy of mine, his knee popped out, and he literally tried to step up 4 inches. His knee popped out, and I had to run him to the aid station on McGregor Range Complex, and they gave him a 4-day. They didn't even give him any time off from work. They sent him right back to work.
Wow.
Oh, that sounds about right.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
That's how we do in the military. And I've just been trying to get seen by a provider to get some administrative work done, and I'm coming up with some crazy ideas to get seen, but I don't know. It's free healthcare.
Get it while you can.
And Motrin 800.
You already know.
Wow.
So, Greg, I see you brought that up on the screen now.
Yep, I got the screen up here. Go ahead and guide us around. What are we looking at here?
Let me jack the quality up on my YouTube browser. Okay, so this right here is the let me see. This is David's background report, and it pinged back that he had 2 addresses current as of 10th of July. So from what would ping back on that, I did a little research. So public records such as either tax records or utility payments would ping back that. So somebody's probably still using his name.
Well, they are, because somebody's paying his cell phone bill.
Yes, that I remember going over that in a few videos back. So anybody, if I'm pretty sure if somebody else were paying the bill, it wouldn't ping back as him having a current address. So generally, when you're paying a bill, whoever's paying into that has to have a reference address and that name, and so that's the reason why that address is coming back. The two at either 700 Maple Lane or 867 North Front Street. It could be somebody just still paying in his name and using their finances. So I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying that those are the conditions for which that would ping back. And ever since he's passed, he has lived at quite a few different places.
Okay. I'm going to go here to the next slide that you've given us here. And we will make sure, if it's okay with Justin, maybe we'll figure out a way we can post this into the group and people can kind of look at it for themselves. This one bothered me here. I do not like this. I don't like anything about this one that we're looking at here. This looks fake to me.
Oh, that's horrible.
This looks like somebody is just this is troll central here. That's just my view.
Yes, and I found
Why would anybody do that? That's tacky. Sorry, I'm sorry.
She's not even
well,
in
you have
Waco,
to be
Texas.
a special kind of stupid to be a troll. Sorry. Not sorry.
Oh, we have a special name for that.
This listing has been up for 2 years, and I just saw the date on it, and I was like, well, she's supposed to be dead, so why would anybody make that kind of accusation?
That date is kind of weird, too.
Oh, yeah. April 20th has always been, good catch. Good catch.
420.
Not that I would know anything about that.
We want some of those brownies, Greg.
I am in California.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so now we're looking at what are we looking at here in this third slide? Oh, mind body dietitian. I just want to say one thing here because I got kind of called out when this case first came out because I have a music company called Mind Body Soul, and people thought that was weird. It is a coincidence. This changed my mind about. We used to always say there are no coincidences. That is a coincidence. I just want to clarify that. Go ahead.
Oh, you're that special kind of person, aren't you, Greg?
I'm a special kind of something. Yeah.
Let's give us a T. Give us an R.
What does it spell? Okay, so this is the mind. Go ahead, Justin. I want to hear your view on this.
Yes, sir. This is just the reference to her receiving to Kamel receiving the PhD in sleep study in 2016. Now, this I would find very, very the circumstances behind this are really shady because being that Kamel is the only person in the nation to have the name that she has, as well as just the circumstance of the year, as well as the education, because sleep study is kind of in line with the degree she had before, which was in dietitian with dietary work, because it's both revolves around the body itself. It would be pretty easy to transfer over to that and to get a degree in that, so that's kind of coincidental as well. What else can I say about this? It says she's still the current owner of the Mind Body Dietitian company that she had. I can't say anything about that because I don't have much information on that. But it's just if this were to be a mistake in adding, it would be, I would say it'd be like 1 in 100,000 because I haven't yet got in contact of the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, to see if in fact they did have somebody with this name graduate, but it could easily be a case of stolen identity or something to that effect, because if you use somebody else's identity to go and get a degree, I mean there's a lot of schooling that you're skipping. So I could see somebody writing on the back of a deceased person to do that, but that's really all else I can say about that. It's all speculation.
Right. We're just talking here, trying to figure out what's real and what's not.
And
Yeah.
Justin did pull the correct Camille because the information, mine also showed this. And my information showed that she was connected to David and his relatives.
But
So
here's
this
the real.
wasn't.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, but this is what I found strange. So I think probably about maybe a day or two, or I think it was the exact day that I was pulling this record. Intellius has completely changed its guided interface. So Intellius looks nothing like this anymore. And there's only about a fourth of the information that you see here currently available on Intellius.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm glad I saved it when I did.
Back it up offline. Print it out. Paper files.
You
Well, I got rid of that system because there was a lot of junk data in it, and I didn't like the background. Like you would get the known predators around them, and that would take up a lot of space when you downloaded it, and I didn't like that.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That could be especially, it just clogs up, which that's what, once people use a background service, that's generally kind of what they're going for a lot of times to see if, what kind of criminal offenses there may be.
Mm-hmm.
And people who might live around them, which this software used to do a really good job of doing that. It doesn't do that anymore.
The other thing, unless anybody else has anything else on this page that we're looking at here, the only other thing that I'm kind of curious about is right up here where it says clinical dietitian, and it says from November 2002 up until December 2014. What was that? Was that a gunshot?
No, there's somebody over here lighting off fireworks. Sorry, I forgot to mute my microphone.
It's like, what the heck? Justin,
Oops.
you're not
Okay,
broadcasting from the front lines, are you?
Who lives in
This day
Chicago?
and time, you never know.
Yeah.
Right.
I thought it was in Oakland for a second.
I always forget to mute the stupid microphone, and then they let them off at all hours of the night. It's like, stop it.
Where do they get them from? What are they doing over there?
I have no idea, but it's...
That's what they do on a Friday night?
Well, yeah, sometimes. Okay, it's usually every night, but yeah. So okay, I'm muting the microphone. You guys go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, so December 2014, I wonder why. I don't know. That just seemed kind of odd to me because I had thought that she didn't have her license anymore. So it was still active at that point?
So what I've learned from that and doing a little work with that, I know she had a LinkedIn. I haven't been able to access her LinkedIn. So she may have put on her LinkedIn that she quit working there in 2014 and she didn't bother putting in an exact date.
Okay.
That very well could be what happened there. It's just that these aggregators, these little background check sites, that Joe Schmo and anybody can get on, they really just pull whatever records they can, and whether or not are accurate or not really isn't any concern up to the website.
Gotcha.
Which is the reason why I'm trying to get on TransUnion. What were you saying?
Catherine, wasn't there a phone call that she made to the state board back in December?
Oh, I'll have to look that up for the next time.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're running out of time. I really don't want Greg to keep cutting into his wife's time.
No, it's
but,
okay. She's giving me another 30 minutes, so we're good.
She's too nice, man. She's way too nice.
It's very important to have a supportive wife. Very important.
It is,
really
and
is.
She's amazing.
She has been. She's been great. I hope she keeps it up. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, now she's going to come and say, okay, that's it, your time's off now.
All right, now you got 30 seconds. Right.
Okay, I'll see if I can...
I have one question that I want to throw out there that really doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, but I'm just curious. Kamel, she was cremated? No.
No,
So
she was buried.
Kamel and Ronnie were buried.
Only Kamel was buried.
No, just Kamel. So, okay, so they buried Kamel, but they cremated Ranny.
Correct.
Yes. Why would they cremate Ranny?
Good question. Good question. I don't.
That's strange. I mean, I would think there would have been a real big fight between the families with the belief, the Muslim faith, that they wouldn't want their granddaughter cremated. So I find that weird.
Yeah.
David and Ranny were cremated almost immediately, and Kamel was sent to Texas to be buried.
That's weird.
It is weird.
Okay.
From like the profile that I get from the alums is that they're fairly moderate Muslims. They're kind of like American Jews that are non-practicing, I would say. They're people very common like that. That's just the kind of vibe that I get from reading about them and listening to them speak. They don't really seem to be overtly religious. They don't cover themselves. So the women in the female alums don't cover themselves. So I think they're just mainly just moderate practicers at best.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure how into that they would be. But yeah.
Like Baptists that dance and drink.
Pretty much. Yeah, it could be very well.
I can say that I'm Baptist.
Okay, Sophia, I looked it up, and Kamel did not make a phone call to any university or anything.
No, the state board.
Okay, no state board either. In December, you're talking about December of 2014, correct?
I thought it was in December.
Because the only calls she made were to Banfield Hospital, Pet Hospital, and Charter Communications.
Now, what about the other phone?
Fargo?
That was in. Yes, she did make 2 calls to Wells Fargo. You are correct.
Gosh. Okay, then it had to have been November then. Let me go back to my file.
Go back to the stack of papers. The mountain.
I could have sworn she made a call to them in December.
Greg, do you want to go ahead and just go through my stack and we can finish with what I have to present?
Absolutely. We're on the 4th one here.
Yeah, so this is a screenshot of Kamel's old website. It was taken down, I believe, sometime in 2015. You can pull it up on Wayback Machine if you so wish. The thing that struck me as odd here was the copyright date on the bottom updating. I think I said something about that already. But the last snapshot of the website, let me see when that was. I'm on the Wayback Machine right now. You have to bear with me. I'm having to use my cell phone as a tether spot because my internet network here is just trash. But the 2 pictures there is just the copyright date at the bottom is all that's pertinent to those.
Okay. Copyright 2014, Mind Body Dietitian LLC. I wonder what happened with that LLC. Now we should be able to look up an LLC, right?
Yes. It'd also be pertinent to find who else shared liability with her in that company.
And this 214, that's her number, right? That's the number in one of the phone records? 214-470-5794.
I'll have you read that back to me here in a moment. Let's see, David Crowley, Kamel Crowley. No, that wasn't listed in any of the public records that I have.
Really?
Yeah, her current number is 651-644-8457.
Oh, now I gotta look at my mountain of data now here. I have a nice little book with 2 pages of all the phone numbers. I'm curious about this phone number here. So, does anybody know what the MP next to Kamel Crowley's name, MPH, our registered dietitian nurse, I guess, EPC, what is all that?
Oh, that's on our website.
I have no idea.
No idea? I mean, I guess we could look it up too, but who has time for that? Who has time to look things up when I can just ask everybody else and then steal all of your answers, pretty much?
Where did you find that, Greg?
So right here on the screenshot here, at the bottom.
Registered and licensed dietitian.
That's the only one I can think of. MP miles per hour. She's a.
Oh, that's weird.
I'm gonna go for that.
MPH.
And I can't see that phone number, Greg, because it's so small. Was that 214-470-5794?
214-470-5794, yes.
Okay, that was Kamel's old phone number.
Okay.
An MPH is a Masters of Public Health. So just her Masters of Public Health, what is that in exactly? So it's a 2-year program. It's not a clinical degree. So what is the? So like an MPH, a Masters of Public Health would study condition specific sicknesses. So say for example getting sick in a hospital. That's just according to Wiki though. So
okay. It's like a licensed dietitian maybe for LD, and then CLT. I'm not sure what that one.
She had quite the stack of certifications.
Yeah. She's
CLT. Certified laboratory technician. I'm guessing.
Interesting.
CLT and leap therapist, they tend to go to, or at least they go together on this website here. The website called Certified Leap Therapist. Okay, so her being a dietitian, a leap therapist would deal with ailments such as irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. So her being a dietitian, those two would go hand in hand. So that's not at all strange. That's actually pretty routine.
Okay.
But the last snapshot of her website, I believe, was in March of 2016.
Well, okay, looking at number 5, the 5th image that you have here. Now all of a sudden the copyright has changed from 2014 on slide 4. On slide 5, the copyright is 2015. How does that work?
Yes.
Doesn't that show plans for the future too?
I would say it does. It could have been automatically renewing, but
that's true.
I spoke in error when I said the last snapshot was in 2016. Let's see what this one is here. I'm just going through the records on Wayback Machine right now to try and see when the last instance of her website was, and I think the last instance of her website staying as we see it in these screenshots here was on the 23rd of April in 2015. After that, it goes dark, and some Chinese company acquired it.
Oh.
So usually when you buy a domain name, you usually buy it for a year, and if the copyright changed like that, it generally means it renewed.
Right. If it's on an auto and then somebody cancels it 6 months later or 1 year later, or the credit card, doesn't go through.
Exactly.
Okay, I see that. All right, let's go to the 6th slide here. what can you tell us about this one? I'm gonna see if I can make it a little bigger for everybody here.
So the last one is merely just it's just an address for the current address for her where she still has records popping up, which comes from the home of Francis Crowley. I forget, is Francis David's brother?
No, never heard of
No,
Francis.
Francis is a relative.
Is it?
A relative, okay. Why would a distant relative, not so much a distant relative, well, why would somebody outside immediate family have any of Kamel's information or any of her affairs like this? It just doesn't make any sense. Huh?
That's a good question, though.
And it says her current email has been at Health Source Solutions, the company she quit working at in 2014. I think, let me go back to the other slide here. MindBody. Yes, the one that she quit working at in December of 2014. But why would, I don't know. That's definitely strange. You would think that her, the website, Intellius, would have grabbed her information from her MindBody website, which was Kamel at mindbody.touching.com. But it doesn't seem to be that way.
Now, what about these phone numbers here that we're seeing, the 2 contact numbers?
I haven't researched them at all. I haven't done anything with those, to be honest.
Does anybody have the numbers up? I'm gonna pull those up. So I want to see. Go ahead, Justin.
No worries. Health Source Solutions. I did look into healthsourcesolutions.com.
That's who she had called in November 11th.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Health Source.
She may have been employed. I'm sorry?
I was mistaken when I said the state. It was actually Health Source Solutions.
Okay.
And what do they do? Biometric screenings, flu shots. The heck?
I mean, this is probably where she was doing where she was being a lab technician at, as well as doing, what was that? Where she did work as a LEAP therapist, and what was the other thing? And where she did her public health work. That's probably where she did all that at. Was at Health Source Solutions. So.
Our speaker series. Huh.
She's not. There's no trace of her remaining on the website. Okay. I'm pretty sure if we ran Health Source Solutions through the Wayback Machine, we could go back to a point in time where she was on the website.
And they've moved. They're now in Plymouth, Minnesota. We could call them. Oh, it's 5 p.m. Past 5 p.m. Sorry.
That's pretty late.
Pretty late for them. Well, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to learn more about this place here. What type of events do they do? Conference. Health Promotion Conference. Nice website, though.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm glad that they're transparent and they post everything about their staff. I'm gonna take go onto the Wayback. The Wayback Machine has a lot of references to this website. I'm gonna go back to 2015 and see if Kamel was still mentioned there.
These I don't think these 2 numbers are one of their numbers. So we got a 651-644-8457. That's not on here. And then the other number is 0740. That sounds familiar. That's not on here either. Those are, I don't know what those numbers are.
Strange.
Yeah, that is.
2014, 2013.
Who owns? Let me see. Hey, She Wolfies, thanks for staying up with us here. I'm just reading some of the comments on the YouTube here. They may have buried Kamel in Islamic cemetery. I wonder if that's why I've been having a hard time finding where she was actually buried or buried. Not sure what all that's
I
about.
thought she was buried on private property.
Yeah, that's what an Islamic cemetery would qualify as, I would think. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because I don't want to say it on publicly. Anyway, I'm just finding it interesting that things keep changing.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing is all ever changing even after their death, which is very, very strange.
Yeah, there should be no activity after. Go ahead.
Has anyone looked at their bills? Because one thing that I was thinking about, I mean, I'm not saying I believe they were there for 3 weeks, but you think about, okay, most billing cycles for your electricity, is like a month. So has anyone looked at their bills to see if they were on auto pay or where they were in their billing cycle? Did someone pay their electricity? I mean, that might be able to debunk this timeline.
We have their financial records. I'm not sure who's gone through them or who might be. If anybody can answer that question, please do. I mean, we have a 276
Where would I find
pages.
Where would I
You
find
can find
them?
them on Greg's website, and
Okay.
there are some that are auto pay, and then there's others where they did receive a hard copy in the mail, and you can see that there's a pink, maybe 2 pink envelopes for a past due that's in the mail. But everything else that was on auto pay was being paid.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up right now. Pulling up the pages. I really, this is one of the things that I really still have not gotten a chance to go thoroughly through yet. So I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff in here, though, for sure.
And we only have a snapshot of the joint account and David's account. We have nothing on Kamel whatsoever.
Huh.
I found Kamel's LinkedIn. It's still up. It says she's self-employed. And it still says that she has a Mind Body Dietitian LLC in her employment. However, has anybody researched Park Nicollet Health Partners?
What's the name?
Park Nicollet Melrose Institute. Here,
No.
I'll put the link in the. I'll put her link in her link for her LinkedIn chat.
Park Nicollet. What's the last part of it?
Park
typing
Nicollet Melrose Institute.
Melrose.
Her LinkedIn is in the.
Okay.
In the conference call chat.
Eating disorder hotline. Parknicollet.com. Let's look at that. Melrose Center.
Oh, hold up here. Hey, Greg, you're showing on Kamel's social media now.
What do you mean?
I'm taking a photo of this.
What do you mean? Are we time traveling here?
No. I guess because you link her on your website. you're now pulling up on her background for been verified.
Whoa.
Okay.
I mean, that's just what what these aggregators do. They just automatically scour the internet and they pull whatever similarities and relative information they can. So it's the reason why they're not very reliable.
There's a lot of things involved in this park. I'm looking at their website right now. Look at all this stuff.
I think that's where she did it. She probably did her internship there as well.
This is amazing. No wonder.
Moly,
No
I
wonder
can't
she
even
was.
read that.
Yeah, she's. Yeah, she was.
Was she involved in this? I can't read it. The writing is way too small.
Yeah, it's probably too small for you. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger.
She worked for Park Nicola
A little better.
until June of 2014. So I'm going to go and reference their website on Wayback Machine for April.
Hey Paulette, thanks for joining us in the YouTube chat here. We are live on the Gray Stage YouTube channel. We're all just chatting here. Justin, Pansy, Christy. Is that what it is? Is that right? Christy, not Christine?
Yeah.
Okay. And Sophia, Christy, Sophia, myself, and all of you in the chat room, She-Wolf and Paulette, thank you all for joining us here. Keeping this case going, researching, because that's what is needed. Somebody's got to do it. This is an amazing
Justin.
Yes.
Healthcare. Go ahead.
Francis Crowley is either a grandfather or a great uncle. 81 years old. They don't have him down as deceased, so he must be still alive.
Let's see. That's really strange. It's very, very strange. Because like I have a grandmother who passed. She passed in December, and her phone bill was paid all the way up until I think up in here until recently, and she wasn't listed as current on Intellius, so I found that weird as well, that somebody from way back then, 2014, beginning 2015, would still have active records as opposed to now. Let's see.
And when I went into AT&T, I was asking about codes. When he put in the phone number, that's where it showed that the account was still being paid for. The account had been put on hold because they were 30 days behind in the bill. When I went the next day to a different AT&T, they put the number in, and I said, oh, it's probably going to show that the account is on hold. And he said, no, it's not on hold. It's been paid.
That's really weird.
And that date was when? What's the date?
Oh, that was a couple months ago.
Okay.
Were you able to ever to find if how that account was being paid for, whether it was debit card or a bank account?
No. We never got into the account. It was only he was putting the number in, and then that was as far as we got. I didn't have a PIN code or anything like that, and then I told him that I wasn't going to even try because the rest of that is illegal.
Yes, it is.
And so I wasn't even going to bother.
I mean, if it's possible to get somebody from AT&T to disclose that information, because I don't believe it would technically be illegal since the person is technically deceased, because you can't violate the privacy of someone who's deceased unless you are committing some kind of criminal act,
like fraud or something. Yes.
Which makes me think that the reason why these that Kamel and David still have current information and information being updated is because they might be currently being defrauded right now.
Wow.
like Kamel's, somebody's probably piggybacking off of her credentials. It's very well possible. Or
Why would somebody do that? Like, what would be the purpose?
so
There's
somebody,
some unscrupulous people out there.
what immediately comes to mind when I consider such an action would be to want to be able to get access to the perks of what a degree like that would have to offer without having to go to school all those years. It's easy to fraud a university. So I would imagine that somebody just mainly has a fake ID that has her name and the picture of whoever has that ID, relative age, and is currently probably doing work in sleep study.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here real quick, guys. To let you know, I'm gonna jump off. And thanks for letting me be part of this. And I will listen to the rest of it tomorrow.
Pleasure.
Greg, don't stay on late.
I won't.
This is your mother talking.
We'll only go a few more minutes
That's sad.
here.
I am
Yeah.
old enough to be your mom. So listen, young man. Okay. Anyway,
will.
good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good
Thank you.
night, Catherine. Good night, Catherine.
Okay.
I have a really freaky question, and I've looked at so much stuff, and so y'all don't think I'm a weirdo, but I watched this one video that someone posted on Facebook, and they were talking about how it is possible for noises and voices and sounds to be piped into your home through electrical devices.
Yes.
And I listened to it, and it was really freaky. I mean, he was like playing all of these sounds and voices that he was recording. Now, he could have been manufacturing this. I don't know. I'm just saying, has anyone else seen that video?
No.
I know about it.
Yeah.
I know it's possible. My daughter had a, this is going to sound weird, but she had a baby monitor, and this is when she was living with roommates, and she had it downstairs, and the baby was asleep upstairs. And all of a sudden she heard this laughing and babbling, and she thought the baby was awake, and so she ran upstairs, but the baby was not awake. And then she heard somebody talking to the baby, and it was supposedly picking up somebody nearby, but we didn't know anybody else who had a child that was surrounding them. So
That's weird. I was just wondering if it had anything to do with the voices that were going on that she was hearing, because they, so obviously tried to make her look like she was crazy. Tried to make it look like they both were losing their minds and stuff. And so, if, obviously those recordings are real. It's his voice and it's her voice, but someone could have been doing that to them.
Oh, yeah, like targeting them?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very possible thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Any device that you buy now that is electronically, anyway, they put that in there now. You can watch your every move and listen to every word you say.
That's right.
And
they can do it through apps on your phone. They can do it through your computer.
Yes,
it's very, very easy. Any electronics that's a smart electronic, they can do it.
And through your electrical wiring in your house.
And supposedly what this guy was saying is it's done so quietly a lot of the time that you hear it on a subliminal level.
Yeah.
You don't auditorily hear it. So you start hallucinating and thinking your house is possessed, basically, and stuff like that. And so I just wasn't sure if that was just because you're paranoid doesn't mean everyone's not. I don't think it's you. But I mean, I'm a paranoid person. I don't own, any of that stuff. I don't have a smart TV, so I thought I was safe. But this guy said they can even do it analog. That it doesn't have to be through like the little box that you get through Amazon or through a smart TV or anything, because I thought I was being smart and going, well, I'm not having any of that stuff.
It's very dangerous these days, I'm telling you.
It is.
Very dangerous.
That's why people love to go out into the wilderness where there is none of that. Of course, they're building all that out there now too, but it's just basically radio waves. I mean, when I worked in radio, they would always talk about that stuff, about low frequencies that really you can't really hear. You can hear them, but you can't. They sound like ringing, like ears ringing, and just all that stuff. And that's all old stuff. So I can only speculate on how that has grown from way back when.
Yeah, that's exactly what this guy was saying, and he was saying that he has worked in the music industry for a long time, and so he knows about this stuff, and it just blew my mind, because that was something that never even occurred to me. I mean,
have you
on that level.
Have you guys ever read up on that 5G?
Yeah.
I was waiting for somebody to bring that up.
Yes. That is going to be whether you like it or not.
I think it's 5G has already been known to kill birds, so we'll see where that goes.
Right.
Wow.
Well, friends, that's all I pretty much have for this evening. If I have anything more, I'll be sure to present it. I'm just trying to get all the any kind of change in public record, anything like that. I'll be sure to try and keep note of.
That's great.
As soon as I'm able to get my TransUnion account up, I'm not sure how long that will take, but I'll try to pull as much from that as I can. And with TransUnion, anything such as marriage records should for sure show up. It's kind of strange that there was not any marriage records publicly available in regards to David and Kamel that I could find. I don't know. Were you able to find anything like that besides the one that was hanging up on the wall, Greg?
No.
Well,
I haven't.
They got married in a time when things like that were being logged online, so it's very strange.
It was still kind of early, right? Still some of the earlier days, but yeah.
I think it was like 2008, wasn't it? They got married.
Yep, I believe it was 2008.
Well, thank you for sharing your information tonight, Justin.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad that we've got people that are, interested in finding justice, even though every day this case gets older. We lose a little bit of chance every day, though, but we just got to keep trying.
That's right. That is
all right,
correct.
friends. Hope everything goes well with y'all. Hope y'all have a good week, and look forward to speaking to y'all soon.
Thank you again, man. We'll see you soon.
Again.
Yeah, all of y'all.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right.
Good night. Thank y'all.
Night.
All right. Well, any final words here? I'm gonna keep to my word. Catherine's gonna make me stay to my word here. But if anybody has any final words here, we will go there, and then we'll shut this down, and hopefully come back and do this again soon. I thought this went well.
Yeah, we're getting a little further into it.
Okay. All right. We're getting closer.
We just need different people in here with different ideas,
That's right. That's right.
So thank y'all for letting me in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Good hearing from you.
Yeah, I thought you brought some really good stuff to the table. So it's been a really good chat here. So if anybody,
I'm gonna tell y'all good night.
All right, I'll say good night. And any final words here, or else I'm gonna shut this puppy down.
Just like to thank everybody listening, and please keep out there researching, because we need all possible researchers on this.
Yeah, we
And
do.
all the eyes that we can get on these files. We really could use it.
That's right.
Yes, we can.
I'm sure I could have said that a better
Exactly.
way.
Yeah.
Christy, any final words?
So
Good
thank
night,
you all.
everybody. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Pansy.
Good night.
Night.
Yes, Christy.
Good night.
Okay, good night.
I did. I mean, I don't want to open up a whole other discussion, but I'm just wondering if I can get a really quick
Sure.
answer. Because it was on the findings that you posted, and I think you and I kind of talked back and forth about it a little bit. But the on the wall there were no latent fingerprints. Any thoughts on that?
We have problems here because you have the police who were there at the scene saying that there were fingerprints. Then you have obviously the Minnesota BCA Joe Cooksley, their crime scene team lead, saying that there weren't. So we got a big problem there.
Okay, and there's not really anything we could do about it because it's not there anymore.
Well, maybe we can use it to
Yeah.
get the case reopened, because obviously
Yeah.
you can't have it both ways. Now, everybody can look at that photo, and what does everybody think? Are there latent
I think
prints?
a rag or something, an object that was wadded up was used, is my opinion.
Let's see if I can pull
I
that
don't think
one
it was a hand. I think it was some kind of cloth or paper or something like that. So where is that?
Well, where's the bucket that was supposedly used? If, like to collect the blood.
Yeah. And that opens up a whole other thing that I'll have to ask about next time we talk, because I don't want to keep everyone on here.
Definitely.
forever.
And shouldn't there be more blood all over the wall and all over the back of that couch and everything?
Yeah, and like the garland that's on the back of the couch that has the lights on it, and that wasn't tested for anything. I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but if you look at the couch, it looks like garland was hanging on the wall there.
I think those are Christmas
if you look
lights.
to the right of the couch, yeah, they're plugged into the wall, and I don't see why anyone would have them laying across the back of the couch. I think they were actually on the wall. So if they were on the wall, why didn't they check those for prints or for blood?
Or why didn't they just remove the clock so they could finish writing a la ooh?
Yeah, exactly.
All great
But,
questions.
yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I mean,
Mhm.
I'll just have to start private messaging everyone and stuff. And I've been mainly messaging Catherine and Greg because, sad to say, I'm extremely paranoid myself. So,
Well,
I
you
mean,
can
I'm glad
feel free
to be
ask me.
able to be involved in the talk and get to know people so that I feel okay talking to other people so I don't bombard Greg.
That's no problem there.
You can feel free to message me if you want, Christy, and I can bounce some ideas off your head, and you can bounce some off of mine.
Oh, that would
I'm
be
in a group.
wonderful.
If you look at the list where Dan welcomes everybody, my name is right on there.
Oh, okay, great. That's awesome.
Pansy, are you still
I
there?
want to make a comment.
Go for it.
Yes, I want to make a comment on these plants that's sitting here in the corner
Yeah.
by the couch.
Mm-hmm.
They're not wilted.
I think they're fake. You talking about the ones on the left side here?
so?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think those are fake plants.
Well, they're sure growing good.
They look pretty good.
Yeah. I hope they're fake because they don't look wilted.
Yeah, and I think this
Oh,
is
and then-
this is how they were found. Go ahead.
And I was just going to let y'all know, I don't know if y'all saw it, but I live in Alabama, and the University of Auburn is like one of the best veterinary schools in the nation. And I spoke to a teacher out there and a veterinarian out there about all the bone stuff and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote a big long thing on the page about it. But essentially, with him being a regular dog eating normal food, I was told by an expert. I mean, it's one expert, but I've talked to a couple of other vets in my community too, and the consensus is that that dog would not be able to digest that amount of bone.
That's right.
Also, when you have a moment, look at the basement pictures, and you'll see the water heater and bags of salt next to the water heater. Would the dog really be able to drink the toilet water and any water coming from the faucets if it had salt added to it? They were drinking bottled water. I'm fairly certain that
I find that really interesting that they were like, so, oh, there's nothing down in the basement to deal with. I mean, they weren't real, like, kind of, and so that leads me to wonder about, well, I'm still tossing around, were they removed from the house or were they taken downstairs? I do believe that their blood was drained out of their bodies. But I have not shared it because it is a horribly graphic photo. I mean, it's absolutely horribly graphic. I mean, I can barely even look at it, but I'm not saying this is what happened. But what the photo is it is a woman in the Middle East that married a non-Muslim man. And they are holding her, and they have slit her throat, and they are draining her blood into like a big giant bucket. And that is punishment for marrying a non-Muslim man. Now, I'm not saying I think this was an honor killing. What I'm saying is I think that it was someone attempted to make it look like one, and that's why I think that happened to them.
That's been one of the theories of why they tried to shut everything down so quickly. And in this city, in that state, in Minnesota, it was a very sensitive time, and nobody wanted to hear anything bad. Yeah, it still is. You're right. They didn't want to hear the bad stuff about any Muslims or, you know, ripping people's heads off, chopping people's heads off, stuff like that, and stuff that I find to be very satanic. So I was very worried about that. There's a lot of things like that. So it's definitely
not that I'm pointing fingers,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a high Somali residency in Minnesota.
Yeah, you just had that one cop who got sent to prison. I think he's going to do at least nine years. He shot some woman who reported a crime. This guy was a cop, and he was like part of some special program. And Dan did a whole video. Dan's done a couple videos on that, but that was one of the fascinating cases because it was like, okay, finally, you know, we finally had some type of justice for this lady, and because for the longest time I couldn't figure out why she got murdered. She hears somebody possibly being raped. She calls cops. The cops don't show up. She calls them again. They finally show up. There's two cops in this cop car. The cop in the passenger side pulls out his gun, reaches over and shoots this lady. This lady comes up to the driver's side window. So he pretty much almost shot his fellow cop. It's just very weird stuff. Basically, it's a to me what I thought after all of that is, and a lot of this stuff here is too, it's a training issue of how they are being trained, what they're being trained for. And I really hope that this Crowley case, like other cases, can be used to help train cops, to help train people for some of these things. If nothing else, they need to learn from this. There were things that should have been done in this case that were not done. And I hope that not only officers in that state, but officers countrywide, worldwide, can look at this case and learn from it and make sure that they don't do all of the bad things that were done in this case. At the same time, I am hoping to use a lot of the stuff that they got wrong to help figure out a way to reopen this case.
I'm praying that happens.
Me too.
I really do.
Me too.
Me too. And
That
if
would
it's
be
God's will,
incredible if they could reopen it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah.
We've taken
Thank
up a lot of
you
your
so
time.
much for spending your
Got it.
time with us. We really appreciate it.
you got it. And we'll come back here on this same channel here, and I'll let everybody know pretty much the same way that we did now. If anybody wants to join us next time, there will be a special link for everybody in that group, in the Justice for David Crowley and Family group. We'll go live. We'll obviously we'll have topics if nobody has anything to talk about. We had a lot to cover, so I can't wait to come back next time, and we will continue this topic. I'd love to talk more about the latent prints. I'd love to talk more about some of the occult angles, some of the paranormal stuff, some of the hearing voices, all of that. It's a very sensitive topic that I've kind of been holding off on, but I think it's time.
Yeah, I do too.
All right, good peeps. I'm shutting this down. Thank you all for joining us, and everybody for listening, for watching on YouTube, and everybody that has been praying for us, and everybody that wants justice, everybody that is truly seeking justice. Thank you all very much, and until next time, have a great night.
Okay.
Bye now.
Bye now.
They're gonna put me in the movies. They're gonna make a big star out of me. We'll make a film about a man that's sad and lonely, and all I gotta do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie. Then I know that you'll plainly see the biggest fool that's ever hit the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally. We'll make the scene about a man that's sad and lonely, and begging down upon his bended knee. I'll play the part, but I won't need rehearsing. All I'll have to do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie. But then I know that you will plainly see the biggest fool that's ever hit the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally.
On October 26, 2017, Dan Hennon interviewed Mike Boggio III, president of Michael Entertainment Group, MEG.
During the interview, Mr. Boggio discussed how he met David Crowley, the alleged $30 million deal, and when negotiations with the Gray State Project ended. You ready for this? Hello, Hollywood. Mike Boggio III met David Crowley through a mutual friend. The mutual friend connected us together, so we set up a meeting with David in California. I talked to David numerous times on the telephone prior to our first meeting, so that's how we got together. In May of 2014, David Crowley met with the Michael Entertainment Group in Los Angeles, California. It was a very promising project, Boggio told Hannon. David wrote the first go-around of the screenplay. We went through it thoroughly, made numerous changes, and advised David to make numerous changes. At first, we were taking it to the big screen, Boggio continued. And then, as we thought about it, we figured, how can we pack in all this information in a 2-hour or 2.5-hour film? Let's take it to television and have a series made out of it, which would have been a lot better for the concept of David's idea. Without specifically naming names, Mr. Boggio commented on the actors considered for the Gray State Project. We were talking about hiring some pretty substantial A-list actors to fulfill some of the roles in the project. 2 months earlier, on March 8, 2014, David had stated that Sean Stone wanted a role in the future project. Quote, Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State. Mike Boggio thought that David's version of Gray State would be a great A&E show. It'd be a great cable network television show that could spin off into a film. A&E is also where Eric Nelson's documentary was eventually released. David was always very mature, Boggio told Hannon, very professional, very kind and courteous and outgoing and excited. That's the key word. Mike called David's excitement about the project phenomenal. The original setting for the Gray State movie was in the Midwest Minnesota area, but MEG felt the movie setting needed to be nationwide, coast to coast, north to south. The $30 million deal. We were negotiating with David at the time, Mike Boggio told Dan Hinnon. We were talking about budgets for the film. We were talking about getting into production. Like I said, we had a list of A-list actors that I'm not going to even mention in this interview, and we talked about a $25 to $30 million budget. We could easily see the budget in this film being a $25 to $30 million budget. On May 23, 2014, David Crowley posted an update about the deal with Michael Entertainment Group. Quote, it just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned within the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with a producer who above all else wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. So there were negotiations, Boggio explained. We were actually trying to option a screenplay. When we option a screenplay, we option a screenplay for a certain amount of time. I think we were going for 24 months, if I remember right. And within that 24 months, we had to get into production with the film. Otherwise, the option goes back to David. So that's what our negotiations were with David at the time. Mr. Boggio then clarified, when we talk about $25 to $30 million, that's what we budgeted for the film project. That's what we budgeted for everything to do from start to finish. As far as MEG's last conversation with David went, according to Mike Boggio, it was sometime in September of 2014, and those negotiations continued until David died. We actually met face-to-face in Hollywood, Boggio relayed to Hannon, sat down right on Sunset Boulevard. Sometime in that time frame with David. David was out in California, flew out for the night, just to come to sit down with us to discuss the updates on the screenplay and discuss the concept and everything else. So that's when we sat down and he actually made a new trailer. We're sitting in there watching the trailer and then we discuss, hey, let's think about taking this to television. And we gave him the reason why. You get picked up by a network, and it was just off the heels of Sons of Anarchy leaving that network. So we figured this could be a good spin-off for the network that Sons of Anarchy was on. And it would pick up a demographic of Sons of Anarchy. So we talked to him about numbers and statistics and discussed, if we take this to a series, then not only do you have a series, it can play out longer, then at the end of the series it can go to the big screen. And he was excited about it. He was open-minded about it and thought it was a great idea. So I don't know where the whole depression comes into play when it comes to regards to making Gray State Network. In the beginning of David Crowley's connection to MEG, we put out an offer to David to option the contract, said Boggio, which would have given him some money up front, and then we would have went and ran with the film project or the television project. David would have been a producer on the film, so he would have been paid to be a producer on the film. And then he would have reaped some of the benefits of whatever the film grossed. We all would have. David had an idea, and it was a very, very, very strong idea, and that's why we all got together. Asked about the allegations that David walked away from the project, or if MEG decided not to go forward with the project, Mike Boggio seemed to deny both allegations. We didn't fire David, or we didn't get rid of David, however that went, and he didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that, and I don't even know where those two ideas came from. Nothing to my knowledge. Again, we never told David to get lost. I tried contacting David after our September meeting or discussion. I tried contacting David for months to discuss things. I didn't hear from him or anything. So I was getting a little nervous myself. Not nervous for our business transactions. David and I became friends. Not only were we business acquaintances, but we became friends. I called him on the holidays and wished him a happy Thanksgiving to him and his family. I did that numerous times until I heard the very strange, disturbing news. So when Mike received news of David's death, he was in total shock. I didn't believe it. So Christmas comes, Boggio continued. December 2014, I guess it is, comes around. I called David on Christmas, around Christmas time, to wish him and Camille and the baby happy holidays. I went out of town for New Year's. When I got back, I called him to wish him a happy New Year, and then I still didn't hear anything. So I felt it was kind of weird. So I contacted a mutual friend that David and I both had and asked this person. Let me take a step backward. Prior to that, I called this person saying, man, I haven't heard from David in at least a month. Have you heard from him? He's like, nah, but it's the holidays. You guys got him in the studio writing. When he gets into that writing mode, he shuts down and he secludes himself and he just focuses on what he has to do. I'll run by and see him and see the family and see how things are going. And I'm like, all right, cool. So like another month goes by, and then after New Year's, after I left David a Happy New Year's message on his voicemail, I called this person and said, man, I still haven't heard from him. Did you go over there for the holidays? The mutual friend had not gone to David's house yet. And then like the next day, the guy calls me and says, did you hear? And when he told me, I was in total shock. Owning the Gray State franchise. Who owns the rights? Who owns them now? If the deal with MEG was only with David, where did Danny Mason fit in? I have no idea what David and Danny's deals were, said Boggio. I can't answer to that. We had nothing behind that. We didn't have anything to do with that whatsoever. We didn't advise David to do that, so I don't even know why. I know that was brought up when we were doing our interview with Eric Nelson, but other than that, I have no idea why David did that, to be honest with you. Dan Hinton then asked if the script still had value. Well, when all this transpired, Boggio answered, we backed away. We backed away because of all the conspiracy theories and everywhere else. For a long time, for at least over a year, we didn't even discuss it. We just figured it was too toxic to even be involved with. Whoever got involved, I know since then they've made something. I know there were a couple guys out there that contacted me saying, hey man, we made this thing, we want you to see it, what's your thoughts? We never even got involved. Then we had a conversation at least a year, if not a little longer than a year after David's death, with David's dad, and I think it was Danny Mason. I think it was. I can't remember for sure, but we had a conversation with them about picking this thing back up and running with it because as far as I remember, David's dad got the rights to the film. Or got the rights to David's estate. So he wanted to do something with it. We started talking with David's dad and then nothing ever transpired out of it. 4 months after the bodies were found, Dan informed Mike Boggio III, Danny Mason was already in process of getting the Gray State trademarked with an attorney. At the end of the interview, Mike Boggio made his view very clear. We always had a pleasant experience with David. We never saw any downside to David whatsoever. Very, very motivated young man. It was actually a pleasure working with David. He took all of our ideas and all of our thoughts and took them to heart and never balked about it whatsoever to us. If he did something on his own time or around someone else, we were never privy to that whatsoever. Please consider watching the full interview with Mike Boggio 3 posted here.
All right, that sounds good. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is October 26th, 2017, and I'm going to be interviewing Michael Boggio III, president at Michael Entertainment Group, MEG. Hello, Michael.
How are you today?
Good, good. Very good this morning. Glad to be able to get on the line and speak with you. You've got some important, I think, pieces of the puzzle that relate to this entire David Crowley case that has gotten very strange over the last couple of years. Not only the alleged murder-suicide, but the aftermath and everything else here that went along with it. But more importantly, Eric Nelson has made a documentary called A Gray State, and I would like to get your honest thoughts on the movie, on the documentary, and first and foremost, have you seen it?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay, okay. And just for the just for the listeners out there, the movie's is not out in theaters. It's not public yet. It has made its rounds through a series of film festivals and whatnot, and private screenings. But so you have not seen it, and now are you in the film?
We are. Yeah, my partner and myself are.
Okay. Okay.
We did an interview with Eric Nelson out in California at least a year and a half ago. So it's been quite a while.
Oh, I see. So 2015, roughly.
Yeah, I think it was July of 2015.
Okay, okay. Yeah, they came out. They interviewed us, myself, in Minneapolis here, and that was June of 2016. So.
I was going to say it's 2016. We did.
Oh, okay.
July of 2016. Yeah.
Okay, good, good. So they made their rounds and they did that. How was that? How was that process, and what type of questions did they come up with?
They just asked us questions about our affiliation with the project and how we got involved with David and where it led to, and how long we knew David, how many meetings did we have with David, and pretty much what transpired during our relationship with David is what was discussed in the interview.
Okay, good. And also for the listeners out there, Michael Entertainment Group, or MEG, was founded in 2013. So along with Michael O'Donnell was the other. David Crowley referred to you as the Mikes, and so that was, so you're roughly a fairly new company at the time, because you were in talks with David in the time frame of, I believe it was May through September of 2014. So this is a 1-year-old company at the time. Is that correct?
Well, between Mike and myself, we've been in the industry for a long time, and we decided to partner up together and start our own company. So that's how that transpired. So it's not like, we are a new startup company at the time, but we were both in the industry for many, many, many years.
Oh, very good, very good. And then how did, and so that interview was good. You felt that was good. You haven't seen obviously the final product, but
not yet. No.
Okay, okay. How did David Crowley and the Gray State Project come into communication? How did you guys connect? Did you reach out to him, or did he reach out to you fellas?
We have a mutual friend, and the mutual friend connected us together. So we set up a meeting with David in California. I talked to David numerous times on the telephone prior to our first meeting. So that's how we got together.
Oh, perfect, perfect. And then it got to a point where David flew out there along with Kamel and met with you guys in May of 2014. And Mike O'Donnell wrote in I think it was the Dystopia article from Alec Wilkinson that he said, quote, "It was a roadmap for the next American Revolution." And then your quote was, "This was our most promising project." Can you elaborate a little more on those two quotes?
Well, I can't speak for Mike O'Donnell, but I can speak for myself. I mean, it was a very promising project. David wrote the first go-around of the screenplay. We went through it thoroughly, made numerous changes, advised David to make numerous changes, and so it was a very promising project. We had, at first we were taking it to the big screen, and then as we thought about it, we figured, how can we pack in all this information in a 2-hour or 2.5-hour film? Let's take it to television, let's take it network and have a series made out of it, which would have been, a lot better for the concept of the idea of David's idea, So, it was very promising. We were talking about hiring some pretty substantial A-list actors to fulfill some of the roles in the project. So, with the whole concept of David's idea and the idea of the show, and we just figured it was going to be a great film, or even a series on TV.
Yeah, that's what he was mentioning. It could have been a web series or a television.
We weren't going to take it to web series. Web series that's kind of a different market.
Okay.
It's it depends on what you're considering web series, right? Netflix or something like that. Then yeah, we could take it to that. But web series normally is an 8 to 10 minute television show. That's it.
Yeah, there was another thing to clarify for some of those following the cases. In looking at the interview with that Mitch Heil came out with recently, and after he dropped off the project at the time, and he was more, and I think some of the other Gray State members were looking to get this movie done and focusing on a one-effort movie to focus on, whereas David Crowley was looking at this project more as a franchise, more of different outgrowths from it, and have it long-term deal with the documentary, the movie, the series, potentially. Everything. It was the whole thing, and I think that's what kind of turned off Mitch Heil at that point, because he was like, let's just do this one thing and let's get it done. And David wanted to have this thing with many legs and kind of a lot of going in a lot of directions, and I think people were kind of potentially, and I'm not putting words in the mouth, but put off by that, because it almost was like David couldn't focus on what he wanted to get done first. Did you get that gist, I guess?
I never got that impression from David at all. He's always, every time we've talked, every time we set up meetings, he was always very focused and geared towards getting the production of this film going, or the television show going. Our ideas, Michael and myself, our ideas were, how do you pack the concept of this idea into a 2-hour film? It's virtually impossible. It would be so chopped up and so cut up. It could be done, obviously, right? They do it all the time in Hollywood. It could be done. However, we were looking at it from the long haul, that, hey, this would be a great A&E show. It would be a great whatever, cable network television show that could eventually spin off into a film.
Correct. Okay.
David's ideas, he had so many different ideas and so many different angles that this thing could have lasted on cable network.
Very good. So he was very professional, very business professional, and very mature for his age. For a young guy coming out doing all of this, did you find him to be very mature, or a loose cannon that didn't have his head in the right spot, and like that?
We never saw David as a loose cannon. David was always very mature, very professional, very kind and courteous, and outgoing and excited. That's the key word for me with that question, is excited. The amount of excitement with him was, with regards to the project, was phenomenal. How he was in his personal life, I have no idea, because we never got to that point, right?
Yeah.
I talked to David numerous times on the telephone in between our meetings over that period of time, and he was always very, very professional and like I said, very excited. When we sat down the first time after Mike and myself ran through the screenplay thoroughly, and gave him suggestions. Hey, for example, like the first go around of the screenplay was very centralized, and he had it centrally located, basically, if you will, in his territory, okay, in the Midwest. And we're like, well, no, because if this is the concept of what your movie, or what the movie's going to be, then you got to be nationwide, right? You got to be coast to coast, north to south. So he
So this was, I've got here my notes say that was May of 2014 that you first met. And then in September, David said that he wrote for 31 straight hours and then mailed the new script to LA, so it would arrive on September 17th, the same day as Mike O'Donnell's birthday. And he also included a Gray State poster in with the package because he spent a lot of time, like you said, with those suggestions, and then repackaging that and sending it out. And it alludes to me that he was very proud of this next package. He had his wife read through it, and they mailed it off. And how was that received from you and the other Mike?
You know what? I'm trying to remember that. Now, I know, like, for my birthday, he sent me same thing. He sent me some Gray State merchandise, and he sent me a poster, and he signed it. I actually have a studio at my house, and it's actually hanging on the wall in my studio at my home. I think he had a couple different versions of the screenplay. I know the last version that I got from him, he put it in a 3-ring binder with a cover and wrote a nice little note to me on the front page of it and thanking us. And I mean, I still have that screenplay as well. So there was a few versions out there, but the last one we got, again, we were talking to him, and that's when we changed gears and decided that, hey, maybe this should go to television, this should go to cable network, because there's so much information we can pack into this thing that it would be better because it would get a longer run. So, and David was excited about that. Yeah.
Now, are you familiar with the quote from Jordan Page that came out saying that David and Gray State was in the middle of a $30 million deal from a company in Hollywood? Is that partially true? Is that half true? Is that Jordan Page was the musician in the?
I know who Jordan is.
Okay, so he came out and said that, and he was criticized roundly for that. But I think a lot of people came back and says, you know what? I think he's got some of that right and partially right. He obviously wasn't lying, but it may have been just construed because his quote on Facebook said the film was about to start production with a $30 million budget from a major Hollywood studio. So I've got multiple questions on that, but could you talk to that a little bit first? This was kind of ties into my first question for you, that you were kind of a startup, one-year-old company. Was it your firm that he was talking to as far as a major Hollywood studio, or is that another company?
I can't speak for Dave. I mean, I can't speak for that. I don't know if he was in talks with anybody else or not. But I'm going to tell you, we were in talks. I mean, we were negotiating with David at the time. We were talking about budgets for the film. We were talking about getting into production. Like I said, we had a list of A-list actors that I'm not going to even mention in this interview.
Correct.
We had a list of A-list actors that were potential for the movie, and we talked about a $25 to $30 million budget. We could easily see the budget of this film being a $25 to $30 million budget. So, and at the time all this was going down, we were negotiating back and forth with David and his lawyer. So, there were negotiations. We were actually trying to option the screenplay. And when we optioned the screenplay for a certain amount of time. I think we were going for 24 months, if I remember right. And within that 24 months, we had to get into production with the film.
Yep.
Otherwise, the option goes back to David. So that's what our negotiations were with David at the time.
Yeah, that was good. I think another quote that I saw on the internet that someone did say that the project was, quote, greenlit, and they were working out the smaller details.
That's what we were doing. We were working out the smaller details.
Okay, so, and I got chastised pretty heavily on social media for saying that there was a deal, not a signed contract with signatures deal, but I'm an accountant by trade, and I've been in business my whole life, and so I think what it's safe to say is you probably had an agreement in principle and an oral agreement on a potential deal, but there was no contract that was signed, and I drew a lot of flack from that and I agree that there was no contract signed, but you guys were going down that path with an agreement of some sort, right?
Correct.
Gotcha.
That's correct. As far as I know, we were the go-to guys for David. I mean, the discussions that we've had, within detail detail, the discussions we had, the conversations we had, the ideas that we had, and just from talking to David, like, I want you guys, but we were out looking for funding. We were doing all kinds of things as we were going through the whole contract process with David and his lawyer.
Yeah,
So,
and I agree that. Okay, go ahead.
all that was being done simultaneously.
Yep, and I think that, and David's lawyer, by the way, was Adam Gislason, and he was no longer at the company that he's had. He had since switched. I have reached out to him to get another interview as far as talking with David's, state of mind and things like that. But that is correct. It was Gislason that was working with David in the Gray State, and the other question that I think that you can help clear up is when you're talking a $30 million budget, that is to me from a business standpoint is how much a project would cost. People are taking that David signed a $30 million deal, therefore he was sitting on a check written to himself for $30 million and he was rich. That is not and never would be the case. He would have gotten installment payments, correct, if this deal would have gone down to himself, or installments of some sort of a deal. But he was never at any time sitting on $25 to $30 million in his bank account ever, right?
Never.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's what. And when we talk about $25 to $30 million, that's what we budgeted for the film project. That's what we budgeted for everything to do from start to finish with the film project. So yeah, it was never, here, David, here's $25 or $30 million check, let's get moving on the project. That's never the case.
Yeah, and that's important to point out. I think it's an important point because the film, if it gone out to the big screens, could have grossed 60, 70, 80, 90 million, but the cost or the expense of making and producing the film was what your number of 25 to 30 was really at, and that was the expense to hire and produce and to get the actors and actually make. That would have been out-of-pocket expenses for the company. Okay, very good. Very good. Well, that really helps clear the air on some of that, because at the same time there was concern that David was depressed, didn't have money, bankrupt, and at the same time people were talking that know that he was rich, but he did spend many years making this, and he didn't have a full-time job per se, so those statements are also correct to some extent. And now I think you're correct that he wasn't working with any other companies. I think that he was focused on you guys and taking the changes and the suggestions that you offered to write his subsequent, it sounds like there was potentially up to 6 different versions of the script. So I think it's safe to say he wasn't working with anyone else, but that's just my opinion.
I agree with that. I agree with that. With the conversations we had, and he never let on to work with anybody else. It doesn't mean he wasn't talking to anybody else. Just from my opinion and my thoughts here, that it's just like we were the go-to guys.
Yeah, and then on September 26th, David receives a response from Michael Entertainment Group saying that his script would be better suited for a TV series, and this was after it looks like Mike O'Donnell ran the cost of the project, and that's where he came up and said basically it's better suited for a TV series. And that's the last we really hear from communication from you three folks, and people think, or there's conjecture that this got David down, this got David depressed, and ultimately in the time frame where he started isolating himself and his family. How do you think that his response was to that TV series?
Well, we actually met face to face in Hollywood, sat down. I don't remember the name of the establishment we were at, but it was right on Sunset Boulevard. Sometime in that time frame with David was out in California, flew out for the night just to come sit down with us and discuss the updates on the screenplay and discuss concept and everything else. So, and that's when we sat down and he actually made a new trailer. We're sitting in there watching the trailer, and then we discussed, hey, let's think about taking this to television. And we gave the reasons why. It's you get picked up by a network. And it was just off the heels of Sons of Anarchy leaving the network.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And so we figured this could be a good spin-off for the network that Sons of Anarchy was on, and it would pick up the demographics of Sons of Anarchy. So, we talked to them about numbers and statistics and discuss, if we take this to series, then not only do you have a series, it can play out longer, then at the end of the series it could go to big screen. And he was excited about it. He was open-minded about it and thought it was a great idea. So to sit there and say that, with the message from O'Donnell that we're going to take this to the network, the depression didn't play in one bit to that, as far as I know, because he was, like I said, when we discussed it, he was excited about it. He thought it was a great idea. And if we could follow through with that, then let's, and discuss it, and it's the right move, then we can go that route. So I don't know where the whole depression comes into play when it comes to regards to taking Gray State Network.
Yeah, I think that was, and that line, that narrative, I think, was injected into the story to help sell the official narrative that he was down and depressed when he was actually excited for this entire project, because at the same time he was working on his documentary called Gray State: The Rise, and he was going to release that on YouTube actually for free around Christmas time or the end of the year there in 2014, which was basically, he was putting the final finishing touches on that. Now, were you involved at all with the Gray State: The Rise, or did he mention and talk to you guys about that piece, or is that just an individual project that he was working on the side?
Yeah, we weren't involved with that at all. I mean, we knew he was doing it, he was talking about doing it, but we had no involvement with that whatsoever.
And so, releasing a documentary like that, 2.5-hour documentary called The Rise, he was going to give it away essentially for free on YouTube just to get the message out, inform people, educate the public, and that kind of flies in the face of folks saying that David was doing all this for the money. He was out for the money, he was out to get rich, he was trying to make a boatload of money on all these projects, and that was not David's personality. Can you talk to that a little bit? He knew he was going to make some money on this, but he was not out there. He was more to get the message out and his script. Is that correct, or was he a gold digger per se in Hollywood, trying to hoping you guys would bite on this story so he could become a millionaire?
Well, I can't speak for what his thought process is, but I can tell you from my run-ins with David, money is always a factor. I don't care what you do in business, money's a factor, right? David's an artist. David was an artist through and through, period, okay? Yet he had an artist mindset, and he had a belief in what he was doing, okay? And he did it for the love of what he was doing. However, in the back of your mind, you're always thinking about money. And we discussed money with David. I don't remember the parameters of what we discussed, but we discussed money with David. And David's from my recollection, David's first love was the art that he was performing. Okay? But there was always money as a factor. I mean, everybody's in business to make money. I'm not in business to give stuff away for free and, at the end of the day be, who I am. I mean, it's a matter of there's always a money factor. Now, with our deal with David, I'm not going to discuss figures or anything like that, but our deal with David, we put out an offer to David to option the contract, which would have gave him some money up front, and then we would have went and ran with the film project or the television project. David would have been a producer on the film, so he would have been getting paid to be a producer on the film, and then he would have reaped some of the benefits of whatever the film grossed. We all would have. So that was the factor here, and it wasn't like David was a money-hungry grabbing guy, and he was trying to weasel his way into Hollywood. David had an idea, and it was a very, very, very strong idea, and so that's why we all got together. But again, he did it for the love of the art, but also knowing that, hey, this could be a payday.
Correct. Oh, very good. That's all good information. Trying to get the listeners to this, kind of get their head around David's personality and his mentality, because of a lot of that, in your talk right there, your description ties in with everyone that I've talked to, it aligns in with his personality. I never met David myself, never even spoke to him, so I started following this case after the bodies were found, but that's very much in alignment with what I've been hearing. The other concept that I'd like to square away with you guys from Michael Entertainment Group is there was conjecture that David, either the talks broke down and you guys cut him off, or David left, or David, quote, walked away, and the agreements just didn't work out. So it ultimately got down to there's two types of people out there following this case. They fall into two camps. One believed that Michael Entertainment Group essentially fired David or broke off the talks and says, screw you, get lost. Or David said, I know I got the offer, I'm all set to make big bucks. You know what, it's not for me because I want to run I do not want to be just a producer. I want to be the director on the film, and I don't want anything changed. I don't want anything altered with this script. Therefore, see you later. I'm going to move and part ways. Those are the two camps that we're dealing with, and if you could talk to that a little bit as far as what you think was more of the truth.
Neither one of them. Neither one of those even came into play when we were in discussions with David. And David knew he wasn't going to be the director. We discussed that early on with David because he wasn't a known director. So if we were going to go into this film with a $25 to $30 million budget, David couldn't be the director. We would have needed a top name director in the industry, which has clout. Okay, so and David knew that from day one, and David was fine with that. David was going to be actually in the AD. We were going to make David the assistant to the director, and that's what we discussed with David. So we didn't fire David, or we didn't get rid of David, or however that went, and he didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that, and I don't even know where those two ideas came from.
Yeah, I think there was
at least to my knowledge. At least to my knowledge.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we never told David to get lost.
Yeah, and I think
tried contacting David after our September meeting or discussion. I tried contacting David for months to discuss things with nothing. I mean, I didn't hear from him or anything, and so I was getting a little nervous myself. Not nervous for our business transaction, but just nervous because I couldn't. I mean, listen, David and I became friends. Not only were we business acquaintances, but we became friends. So, you know, I mean, I called him on the holidays and wished him a happy Thanksgiving to him and the family, and you know, whatever. I mean, I did that numerous times until I heard the very, very disturbing news. You know, so.
Now, how was your how did you receive the news of this, and how did you process that after working so close and becoming friends with David?
I was in total shock. I didn't believe it.
And then,
I actually so Christmas comes, December 14, I guess it is, comes around. I called David on around Christmas time to wish him and Camilla and the baby happy holidays. I went out of town for New Year's. When I got back, I called him to wish him a happy New Year. And then I still didn't hear anything, so I felt it was kind of weird. So I contacted a mutual friend that David and I both had and asked this person, let me take a step backwards. Prior to that, I called this person saying, man, I haven't heard from David in at least a month. Have you heard from him? He's like, no, but it's the holidays. You guys got him in the studio writing. He's been, when he gets into that writing mode, he shuts down and he secludes himself and he just focuses on what he has to do. He goes, but as the holidays are coming up, I'll run by and see him and see the family and see how things are going. And I'm like, all right, cool. So another month goes by, and then after New Year's, after I left David a Happy New Year message on this voicemail, I called this person and said, man, I still haven't heard from David. Did you go over to Crowley? He's like, no. And then the next day, the guy calls me and says, did you hear? And when he told me, I was in total shock.
Wow, because and you also knew Comel. She was out there for one or two of the visits also, and took a picture of you guys standing together. What was your thoughts on Comel?
I thought she was amazing. Her and I have a lot in common. She was a nutritionist, and I'm very heavily into nutrition and paleo and all that other stuff. And so her and I hit it off very, very well because
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, we had many great conversations about the whole paleo diet and nutrition and eating healthy and all that other stuff. So, I mean, we always had great conversations about that.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Was there any truth to David and Camille looking to buy a home or rent an apartment in L.A.? And if so, how close were they to doing that? Did they have a real estate agent or anything, or were you aware of that at all?
No, I was not aware of that at all.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay. That came up in some discussions, and I thought you might be aware of that. And then, just in our last few minutes here, what was your thought when you found out that David's mother, Kate, died unexpectedly in August?
I didn't even know about that either at the time. I didn't know about that either.
Okay.
So, David never made mention of that. I mean, obviously, if I would have known that, we would have done something, sent flowers or something, but I had no idea about that.
Oh, well, no, she died after the bodies were found.
Oh, not prior.
No.
Okay. Yeah, you know what, I honestly don't remember.
Okay. It was about 8 months later, and she was, according to police reports, really the only person in close in the family that questioned that the narrative of this going down that way. So people, including myself, thought it strange that she mysteriously died. We never did get an answer as to how she died. She was young, healthy, worked 2 jobs, and then just mysteriously died on her back patio one night. And so they found her body. So I don't want to get into the conspiracy side of that, but I find that very strange. But that was news to you then as well.
Yeah, that's news to me. You know what? I didn't even hear about it. Not that I can remember.
Now, at the end of, it looks like my last question here is more legal related with Adam Gislason, and you might be able to have some comment on this, being in the business. Now, David went to his main character star in the program, as Danny August Mason was his main actor, and wanted to get him out of the program, out of the copyright, out of any rights in the film, and so went to his lawyer Gislason to send Danny in an email, an attachment that just says, here you go, here's a form to sign to release your rights to this film, we're moving forward without you. And Danny never responded back to that. And then in December, around the 7th, David Crowley wrote back to Danny August Mason and says, what's the status on that? Have you signed that away, because I need to move forward, and we need to essentially for this project cut ties. Danny August Mason said that I need to run it by my lawyer before I sign anything, and I'll get back to you. And he never really did. So it was clear that we've got evidence that David wanted Danny out of the project. He never responded back. Is that a common thing with as far as signing away your rights? Because if David would have become wealthy and made this project, Danny would have been sitting on the sidelines with absolutely nothing. Is that a common thing, or how would someone take that if you were served with a paper like that, essentially, with essentially one of your friends working on it?
I have no idea what David and Danny's deals were. I can't answer to that. And we had nothing behind that. We didn't have anything to do with that whatsoever. We didn't invite David to do that, so I don't even know why. I know that was brought up when we were doing our interview with Eric Nelson, but other than that, I have no idea why David did that, to be honest with you.
Okay. So. Yeah, he was on the verge around the. It seems like the September-October time frame is when he was doing some house cleaning with the guys on his project. And I don't know if you knew any of the fellas there, and I'm not going to ask you that, but he was cleaning house because he wanted to put together a new, quote, trustworthy team, and he was pulling away from everyone in his group, and I think that got spun into the media narrative that he was distancing himself and going into a deep depression and isolating himself, but really he was cutting ties with those closest to him because he didn't find them trustworthy, and I think that's what kind of leads into this whole when you get into the motive of the potential murders. He's sitting on this script, whether David was alive or not. That script could have been budgeted for $25-30 million, and that was the value of it. That was the potential value of the script, whether David was involved with it or not. And if he was wiped out, knocked out of the way, someone else took it over, they would have been able to reap the benefits of this project. And so that's kind of the thinking that those of us have as far as a motive for this. And the only people I'm getting hit with hard as people against that theory is the people in the gray state. They're saying there was no deal, there was no value, the script was worthless, David wasn't working with anybody. And, so it comes into that whole means, motive, and opportunity that many think that it's actually the gray state members themselves had the potential greatest thing to gain if David was out of the picture. If the body was found and someone else came and presented you with the script, would it still be viable? Will it still be the same asset value? Or was David the linchpin holding it all together?
Well, when all this transpired, we backed away. We backed away because of all the conspiracy theories and everything else. We just, for a long time, for at least over a year, we didn't even discuss it. We just figured it was too toxic to even be involved with. So whoever got involved, I know since then they've made something. I know there were a couple guys out there that contacted me saying, hey man, we made this thing, we want you to see it, what's your thoughts? And we never even got involved. Then we had a conversation at least a year, if not a little longer than a year after David's death, with David's dad, and I think it was Danny Mason. I think it was. I can't remember for sure, but we had a conversation with them about picking this thing back up and running with it, because as far as I remember, David's dad got the rights to the film, or got the rights to David's estate, so
yeah.
He wanted to do something with it. So we started talking with David's dad, and then nothing ever transpired out of it.
Yeah, and it seems like I would bet that the other person would have been Danny August Mason, because 4 months after the bodies were found, Danny was already in process of getting the Gray State name trademarked with an attorney to get the the name and a phrase Gray State trademarked already. So he was moving forward with the project. So it must have been him, was what would be my guess.
Yeah, it must have been.
Okay. All right, well, I've got to let you go here, Mike. I thank you for your time, but do you have any other closing thoughts to wrap this up, to help clear the air, if there's anything out there that you can think of?
Not that I can think of. I mean, again, I'll reiterate myself, but we always had a pleasant experience with David. We never saw any downside to David whatsoever. Very, very motivated young man. It was actually a pleasure working with David. He took all of our ideas and all of our thoughts and took them to heart, and never balked about it whatsoever to us. So, if he did something on his own time or, around someone else, we were never privy to it whatsoever. So.
Excellent. All right. Thanks. That makes sense. All right, Mike, thanks for your time. I think it's very helpful information. I'll get this out so people can make their own conclusions from it, but at least have some basis from someone in the know. Someone worked closely with him in his last final months, and I think it's very, very helpful. So I can't say enough. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Bye-bye.
Yep. All right, so here is the big 485-page PDF. Now, it can be a little bit overwhelming when you download a PDF and you see that it's 485 pages. I get it. But it's worth it. It is worth going through. And I'm going to try to give you a little teaser here of why you should go through this, I guess. The first reason, obviously, is for facts or is for data. So if you don't believe what is being written in this report is necessarily facts, it is data. So we are collecting data. The first thing you're going to find from page 1 through 5 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS 2015-28. Report is dated 1/17/2015. You have the occurrence dates of 1/17/2015 at 1400 to 1/18/2015 at 5:30 a.m. 0530. Page 6 through 8 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant, January 17th at 15:06 military time. That would be 3 p.m. Page 9 and 10 is the actual search warrant that is signed by the judge of the district court at 1506. Page 11 is Brian Bones' receipt, inventory, and return. This shows that at 1651 they searched the house, the vehicles, and the bodies. They collected items AV-1 through AV-22. Pages 12 through pages 13 are written by Sean McKnight. The receipt, inventory, and return. Date of search warrants issued by the judge is the wrong year on both pages, 12 and 13. The collected items AV-23 through AV-55 were collected, or at least written down, by Sean McKnight. And you can see on this, you can see that it's noted who actually collected that item. You'll see a TB, Tara Becker, SM, Sean McKnight, and so forth. BB, Brian Bone. So that's what those little indications are next to it. Page 14 through 17 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS Investigative Supplement Report, 2015-28/1. Report date is 1/22/2015. Two case files are mentioned here. The AVPD 15-303, and the other case file that is mentioned here is the MNBCA Forensic Laboratory S15-00662. Okay, so 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 are CDs. There are 3 CDs out there. 1.1 contains the raw digital images of latent prints from the crime scene. 1.2 is a CD that contains raw digital images of handwriting on wall from the crime scene. And 1.3 is a CD containing raw digital images of bloody footprints found at the scene. Page 17 specifically mentions blood footprints. Now, I know that there is an image out there, a couple of them out there, that when I first saw the pictures of bloody prints on the kitchen living room area floor, I thought they were handprints. I really did. I go back and forth sometimes, but I do, right now at least, I do believe, yes, they are footprints. So I've been looking at any evidence of them being either footprints or any mention of them being fingerprints. But here, they are specifically mentioned on page 17 as footprints. So we're going to start there. Okay, we're going to say, okay, this is what the BCA, this is what the investigators concluded at this point, that they were footprints. What's even more interesting is that you can clearly see that it is one foot. It is a right foot. So here's what I have some notes for about page 18 and 19. This is a laboratory analysis request at the attention of Tommy Booth. The estimated due date for these latent prints would be 4/26/2015. The estimated due date for the question documents, which we'll cover later, would be 4/26/2015. So they're saying by 4/26/2015, they should have some answers about the latent prints and about the question documents. The circumstances and purpose of the analysis is for the latent print comparison and the handwriting analysis comparison. Sticking with that document on page 19, the document was submitted by Elizabeth Elyers of the BCA and received by Carol David on January 26, 2015 at 11:17:48. Page 20 is interesting because it's a draft page. Draft is written 3 times in red on this page, and there's really not much to this. This was filled out, and this is, okay, so we're getting into the ACISS report. Now remember, ACISS report 2015-28, and what you're going to see is a lot of these documents are going to have the same name, ACISS report 2015-28, but then it's going to have a /2/3. Let's go to page 21. MNBCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/3. The report date is 1/26. This is the preliminary autopsy. Okay, so page 23, 24, and 25 are the press release report about this case regarding David Kamel and Rania, released by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And it basically says David died as a result of a suicide, Kamel died as a result of a homicide, Rania died as a result of a homicide. By 121. There's no doubt in their mind. Or they wouldn't have released those documents. But they needed to, especially for public panic, and really especially just for all of the conspiracies. But I didn't think that they really gave the conspiracies any chance. They did not even want to consider a conspiracy here. That's the way I saw it. I don't see any. I mean, you can read these police reports and you can clearly see they're very careful to mention the public is not in danger, everything is fine, we got this case solved. That's pretty much all we were getting, and that just fueled so many conspiracies. And instead of helping these conspiracy theorists kind of understand what was really happening, a lot of people just went silent, they went dark. And I can understand, it really puts the investigators in a very tough spot, especially if they really do want to help the public understand what happened here. It's a very tough spot now, because it is an ongoing investigation. But at the same time, they're completely discrediting any possible theory of foul play. They're completely glossing over any possible explanation, any reason, anything that might show that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty. It's one thing to accuse him, but it's another thing to actually prove it. They were successful in accusing him to a point, and up to a certain date is what I think. They were very successful in trying to convince the public and trying to convince the average person that David Crowley was guilty. They failed, and they continue to fail. And the reason the case needs to be reopened is because they will continue to fail to prove David Crowley is guilty, because they cannot prove it. I truly, honestly believe that. Now, can I prove that they cannot prove it? Yes. If these documents, if what I have, if everything that I've seen is what they base their theory on, unless they have secret knowledge, some hidden information, unless they have things that we're not seeing, yes, I believe we can prove that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty based on their evidence, based on their documents, based on their photographs, based on their reports, based on their comments, based on everything they have given us. There is no way that the police, that these investigators can look at the documents, look at the photos, look at everything they've given us and say, okay, you will understand now why David Crowley is guilty. They really didn't even try. They were already thinking it didn't matter what they told us. We were still going to think David Crowley was not guilty. That's their own fault. And they were monitoring the group page. They were monitoring the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page. So they knew that there were people like me who were not convinced. They lumped people like me into a category where everybody thought that the government killed David, and that was it. That's totally wrong, and that's totally unfair to real people who were really looking for what really happened here. They did a big disservice to us. So I think they were kind of like, well, it doesn't matter what we tell you, you're still going to think David Crowley didn't do this. And to me, that made it sound like, okay, so then you're not going to put any effort into it, right? That's pretty much what you're telling me, and that's what I told. Well, I didn't tell Gummert. That's what I should have told Gummert. Is you just said that no matter what, you think we'll still be convinced that David Crowley did not kill his wife and his daughter and then kill himself.
even though I've stated publicly many, many times that I'm open to it, that I want to see it, I want the evidence. They didn't even look at that. They didn't even care. Because it wasn't about that. Those are the people they should have been focusing on, not the people who were set that the government killed David, or that David was part of some global conspiracy, or it's going to release some movie that was going to change the whole world, or whatever. So they did a very big disservice to the public, because they did not help us understand. They didn't even take the time, really. So anyways, Gummert did. Gummert at least took the time to answer those questions. He tried to back out, kind of, not really back out, but he, at first he was not going to answer those questions. But he's a man of his word. Gummert is a man of his word, and he answered those questions, and I thank him for that. Page 26 is ACISS Attachment 2015-28/4, report date 1/26/2015, and this is in regards to the latent prints of David Crowley and the DD-214, which is his military record. That was requested by Chris Olson. Status was approved, and the approved date is 1/26/2015. The record originating date is 1/26/2015. It says on January 21st, 2015. Oh, here we go. Here's the FBI thing now. Because it was always, were the FBI involved? Were the Department of Homeland Security involved? Were the FBI involved? Who was involved? So now we have the one mention of the FBI in these documents. I think this is the only mention that you'll ever see. And it's only for Olson to request from the FBI, from the Minnesota FBI, David Crowley's fingerprint card taken by the U.S. military on 6/24/2003. And this FBI agent, Travis Yarberg, sent Olson David's DD-214 on January 21st, 2015. This shows they had David's fingerprint. This is going to be one of the most important things that you're going to read in these documents, simply because of they have one match to David's fingerprint, one. And it's on the notebook in the office bedroom. That's it. They don't have a fingerprint. They don't have a palm print of David's on that gun. They can't do it. Now you could say, well, it's because the gun was there for 3 weeks. You could say it's because of the dog. Whatever you want to say. That is a fact. They could not put the gun in David's hand. That's a big thing. It's a huge thing. It's one more reason to reopen this case, I think. You talk about the smoking gun. The bloody gun might be the smoking gun. Okay, so Olson gets the fingerprint card from the FBI on January 21st. Then on the following day, he receives David's DD-214 from SAIC Michael F. McDaniel. So even though we were told that the FBI were not involved, technically they weren't, and technically they were, right? They weren't involved in the investigation. There's no proof that they were involved in the investigation. But they were contacted. So, semantics, yeah, okay. I'll give them that one. And then page 28 through 31, another ACISS crime scene supplement, 2015-28/5. So now we're into the fifth part. Still dated 1/17/2015. The crime scene processing. That's what we're going to be going through here now. The BCA received a call at 14:17. They arrived at 15:30. Their work was completed on 1/18 on the following day at 4:30. The BCA, on page 28, you'll see the BCA took 800 photographs. They took a photograph of the exterior, the interior, general area, point of entry, no. Point of exit is no. Shoe prints, no. That was interesting. Footprints, yes. Tire tracks, no. Tool marks, no. Victim injuries, yes. Weapons, yes. So when you think about just another thing, going back to those shoe prints, I did notice that comparisons to the officer's shoe prints were made to shoe prints in the snow. And then I wondered, did the police ever compare David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow? And then I wondered if the police ever compared David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow. Page 31 shows Ellier's story. She was contacted by the BCA's Operations Center, and she was requested to respond to the crime scene in Apple Valley. SSA O'Donnell documented the crime scene through video, which was recorded onto a mini DVD and which was later transferred to a DVD for easy viewing. So the photos are on a DVD that is marked item .2. Page 32 and 33 cover the Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/7. So now we're to the seventh document associated with this. The report date is 2/13/2015 from 1705 to 1713. Okay, these reports and exhibits are received by the Apple Valley Police Department. Report by Chris Olson on 2/13/2015. S.A. Olson received 20 PDF files. 20 PDF files. These files included reports and other investigative exhibits relevant to this investigation. If you look at page 34 through 37, you get half a list of the top 200 donors. Start with number 1, and it's a big jump from number 1 to number 2. Okay, so page 38, you'll see here, we got the training here that Kamel and David took. If you're looking at page 40, you'll see Kamel's training verification through Quorum Security Incorporated. Page 43 has the gun that David gave to Danny Mason as a gift. Page 44, Kamel's firearms bill of sale, purchased on 7/25/2009 at the Gun Zone in Dallas, Texas. She paid with a check, total of $508.76. She bought a Springfield XD 40 caliber, serial number US 163310, signed by Kamel. Page 45 through 47 is David's training verification certificate. Course completed on November 8, 2009, and done by the same company, Quorum Security. Page 48 is David Crowley's private firearm transfer to Adam Schambauer. It's dated September 17, 2010. It's given as a gift, and it's from the AR-15. It is the lower receiver, serial number 61242. Page 49 is a private firearms transfer from David Crowley to David Stark, dated June 17, 2012, conducted as a sale. David sold Mr. Stark a Springfield XD 40 caliber subcompact, serial number US 163310. Kamel buys this gun on 7/25/2009 in Dallas, Texas for $508, sells it, or David sells it, to David Stark June 17th of 2012. Page 50 through 133 are the police reports. And here we go again, the police reports. There are some police reports in here, and there are some police reports that are missing. The ones that are missing look like it's generally the ones at the end of the 94 pages. So that's curious. The last update that we get where the case is exceptionally cleared is not in this set of police reports. That's a big deal. The other interesting thing to notice about this is some of what was censored in the 94-page PDF is not censored here. So there is some good data there. There is some good stuff to actually go through. It'd be good to have a full comparison of everything about what is blocked out in the original 94 pages
and then compare that to what is not blocked out here in these 70 some odd pages that we have of police reports. Page 134, 137 is the BCA lab analysis request by Tommy Booth. The section involved the crime scene team. The estimated due date is 2/17/2015. Firearms, the estimated due date is 5/18/2015. Latent prints, the estimated due date 4/18/2015. The nuclear DNA, estimated due date 5/18/2015. And the question documents, estimated due date 4/18/2015. This is all on page 134. The evidence list begins on page 134 as well and goes through all of the items number 1 through 48. Now, you'll notice just 1 through 48 because right now they don't have 49 through 56, and then later they'll have 57. So you're going to see this document, 3 sets of the same document here. Okay, and as we move on to page 138, the AVPD press release. Now we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these press releases. Note these dates, note these times. This is very important. All right, so on page 138, this is the very first one. This is the first press release. Suspicious deaths. And you'll note here, it does not mention a double murder or suicide. This was set to release at 3:30 p.m. January 17th, 2015. Little over 2 hours have passed, and the first press release goes out. Suspicious deaths. Doesn't really say much. Shouldn't say much because they don't know much. This one is dated January 18th, set for release at 11:40 a.m. This one does mention a murder-suicide, but they're very clear to make sure that there's no threat to public safety. To me, that shows, and I think this has been brought up many, many times, but just to say it again, it does show that by this time, the police were working with the theory that David Crowley was guilty. That is their working theory. They don't have 2 bullets yet. They don't have item 53. They don't have item 57. Item 57, obviously, they don't find that one until February 18th when they're told about it by Chris Klein, or else they would never have item 57. So thank you, Chris Klein. Think about that for a second. Let's say they never had item 57. This wouldn't match up. Nothing would match up. Of course, only 4 bullets and 6 casings found on January 17th does not match up either. So if you're still looking at page 139, you can see, based on this, that the medical examiner's office is still working to positively identify the 3 dead bodies. They haven't identified them yet, and they're already working with this theory that David Crowley is guilty. Even on January 19th, they don't have a positive ID, page 140. But they're already treating this as an apparent murder-suicide. So maybe they're just being cautious. Maybe that's just legal speak, and they're just making sure CYA. And on page 141, dated 1/21/2015 at 3 p.m. Now they have a positive ID. So by 1/21, they have a positive ID. They have already said that they believe that this was a murder-suicide. We can conclude that by 1/21/2015, the police are working with that theory that David Crowley is guilty. They're not looking at other theories. They're not looking at foul play. They've ruled out foul play. Okay, page 142 is going to be the 5th and final press release that we're going to see here. And the investigation is still ongoing. Last verified activity from the residents was late December of 2014, according to investigators. Captain John Bermel is actually quoted in this last one. he is quoted, "The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, but that analysis will take time." Page 144, 145, and 146 all look like they are trying to identify Kamel. January 18th, 1:49 a.m. Ryan Olson sends Sean McKnight this image on page 145 to identify her by her tattoos. Probably one of the fastest, easiest ways to identify a person, I would think. We're going to move on to page 147. Page 147 shows how they were trying to identify David Crowley through the tattoos. And you will note that date originally sent from Ryan Olson to Sean McKnight on January 17th, 2015. Okay, page 150 to 151 is a release form where they are releasing the dog to Dan Crowley Jr. The dog was obviously impounded on 1/17/2015. It's a mixed breed. It's a male. Dan Crowley Jr. claims that dog on January 21st, 2015, according to these documents here. So this fax that we're seeing here, this document was faxed from the pet hospital to the Apple Valley Police Department on January 21, 2015. You can see that on page 151. On page 152, you will see that on January 23, 2015, Tommy Booth is notified that the forensic scientist assigned to the nuclear DNA section assignment in this case will be Rebecca Diane. Page 153 is the handwritten report with a list of authorities involved. This lists everybody who was involved in this case. Page 154 through 157 is Kamel's messages with an unnamed person. The dates include Monday, November 24th at 9:57 a.m., where she met with somebody at a coffee house. Kamel's plans for after the holidays. Quote, "I'd also be interested in planning a more elaborate, fun get-together after the holidays." On page 155, she's corresponding with somebody on December 3rd, 12:39 p.m., and she responds on Friday, December 5th at 11:53 a.m. So you can read page 154 through 157, and you can see, and you can judge for yourself. Because we get down to page 156, and now we're in December of 2014. Page 158 shows what guns were taken from the house on January 18th, 2015. There are 9 in total. On page 159, you'll see that Brian Bone is trying to get access to David Crowley's Dropbox. He is requesting a preservation of the account and any account associated with this specific Gmail account, crawls04@gmail.com. Page 160 through 162, we're back to the BCA Forensic Science Service, filled out by the AVPD Brian Bone. This is for the nuclear DNA test. Specifically, look at what it says under latent prints here. Elimination principles from all principles? No. Major case prints, fingers/palms for crimes against people? No. Is the evidence process? No. DNA cases, known DNA samples from all principles? Yes and no. Still on page 161. It clearly says yes and no. Both of those boxes are marked on page 161. Page 162, the elimination principles names David, Kamel, and Rania. All right, page 164 shows Joe Cooksley as the forensic scientist assigned to the crime scene team. Page 165 shows that Catherine Roach is the forensic specialist assigned to the nuclear DNA section. Page 166 through 318 shows David Crowley's Facebook account activity. Page 319 through 332 is David Crowley's conversation with Brendan J. Look at page 335 and 336 now, and you will see this post that was removed. You won't find this post anymore on David's social media. This was removed, a removed post, page 335 and 336. So the police were able to get a record of this. All right, page 337 shows Sean Wright with Luke Radowski. Again, you got to ask why. What is going on here? Well, obviously, to the police, page 337 relates to 335 and 336, or it also relates to 338. Check out 338. That's when Sean Wright starts asking for the admin rights. So I was just wondering, when I looked at page 341, I was like, why is this post here? And then I scrolled up to page 340, 339. Now, the thing is, if they already think David Crowley is guilty at this point, why are they doing all this? Why are they going through all this stuff? I don't know. Page 342 is the email exchange between David and Jason Allen. Now, Jason Allen forwards this email to Sean McKnight on January 20th, 2015. David sent this email on 12/17/2014. He was planning for the future. He was actively planning for his future. How does that equal a suicide? How do they go from planning your future to committing a double murder suicide? Page 345 is a picture of David, Danny Mason, and others on Facebook. Page 346 through 349 is the AVPD Property and Evidence Report. Very important document here. Page 350 is the Property and Evidence Report, dated 1/22/2015 at 1:59 p.m. This is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet. It's also listed as item 026 on there. Page 352 is another property and evidence report with the bodies in the bags. This is print dated 127. Page 353 is David's clothing list. Page 354 is the evidence receipt for David's clothing list. Page 356 to 358 is the same thing for Kamel, her evidence receipt. Page 362 is the property release form for the same bullet that was found on January 20th that rolled out of the carpet. Very interesting. The item number 53 was found on January 20th. Okay, page 363 to 367, forensic laboratory analysis requests for nuclear DNA comparisons for item 50, item 51, and item 52. David's known blood sample, Kamel's known blood sample, and Ranya's known blood sample. They also requested nuclear DNA comparisons for item 53. That was submitted on 1/23/2015 at 10:05. Page 368 to 372 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant and supporting affidavit and search warrant. 373 to 375, Brian Bones / Sean McKnight receipt, inventory, and return. Now we're getting to the nitty-gritty. AV-1 through AV-55. You'll notice on page 373, it's dated 1/17/2015, but on page 374, it is dated 1/17/2014. Simple error, minor error. Here we have 23 through 44. Looking at page 375, going to AV-55. 367 is the receipt of filing search warrant. Contains a copy of the warrant. 378, AVPD Detective Michael Tietz to AT&T National Compliance Center for AT&T, sent on 1/22/2015. Page 379 shows AVPD's attempt to contact T-Mobile. Page 380 through 384 is a search warrant application for AT&T phone record 651-333-0072 between the dates of 9/1/14 and 1/21/2015. Signed on 1/22. Page 385 to 389 is a search warrant for AT&T phone record 212-470-5794 between the dates of 1/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 390 to 394 is a search warrant for the T-Mobile phone 254-616-0461 between the dates of 1/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 395 is a search warrant for the AT&T phone record 612-999-4890 between the dates of 9/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 396 to 399 is when Gummert learns in regards to Ranya's school that David and Kamel had multiple emergency contact numbers on file at the school, including the number 612-999-4890. Page 400 to 404 is Sean McKnight's search warrant for the computers and digital media storage, and the list of items are included. This evidence may show motive, pre-planning, intent, or a recording of the crime itself in video, still images, or audio form. And we know that's not true. 28 devices were found in total. This is the autopsy of David has not yet been started. If you look at page 401, just going to quickly go to a different document here to refer when the autopsies of David were done. Autopsy here says 11:50 a.m. So page 1 of David Crowley's autopsy says 11:50 a.m. But Sean McKnight's report clearly says the autopsy hasn't even been started yet. And it's signed and dated 13/30, 1/18/2015. Okay. Page 405 to 409 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant and supporting affidavit. They are requesting financial records, Wells Fargo records. On page 407, there's indications of financial trouble from what they say. Detective Bone thought money and debt can be a contributing factor to motive in cases of homicides. He doesn't specifically say this case on page 407, but he mentions that they might have financial trouble. There's indications. What are the indications of their financial trouble? Because people told them that? Page 410 through page 413, David Crowley's financial records warrant and application requested by Brian Bone on 2/2/2015 at 2:13 p.m. They are requesting AAA credit screening and financial records. Page 414 to 418, Kamel's financial records warrant and application, also requested by Brian Bone on 2/2/2015 at 2:13 p.m. Page 419 to 421, cover David Crowley's Dropbox search warrant and application. This is also requested on the same date, 2/2/2015, 2:13 p.m. by Brian Bone. Page 422 to 427 is the Equifax request from AVPD with the warrant attached. This is requested by Brian Bone on 2/4/2015 at 4:22 p.m. They are specifically requesting financial records for Kamel. Page 428 through 432 is pretty much the same thing, but for David Crowley, it's an Equifax warrant and application. Same date, 2/4/2015 at 4:22. They want David's financial records. So they have this stuff. And we see at the very end of this, again, there is very little proof of any financial trouble, from what I can see here. And that doesn't include David's pending deal for his Hollywood project. And it doesn't include the $14,000 check that was left on their front doorstep. And they're still saying that there's indications of financial trouble. With the $14,000 check found on the front doorstep, it's hard for me to believe there's indications of financial trouble. Why aren't the police seeing the same thing? Why aren't investigators seeing that same thing? Why did Mason Hendricks not want this to be made public? Did not want this in the police reports that were given to us? He told me that. Because this kills that story. This kills the whole theory that they had major money problems. Page 433 is the Apple Valley Police Department Incident Recall Report from Sidra. And this one is dated 10/18/2014. This is when Sidra goes to the Crowley house and is turned away. She wants to go see her sister. She goes there to pick up one of her dad's cars. She does not see her sister. She does not see her niece. She only sees David. From what she says, David won't let her in, won't let her see them. And she's worried. Who wouldn't be worried? You should be worried. This is the second call. This is Sidra's second call to 911. The first call you'll see on page 343. And that one happened same date, 10/18/2014. This call was at 19:08. They arrive at 19:30, and this is closed at 19:51. That's page 434. Take a look at that one. 2 calls within 2 hours. So she's in the lobby of the police office asking for assistance getting the cars back. The police can't help since it's a civil issue. All right, page 435 to 436. Back to the BCA ACISS Crime Scene Supplemental Report. This is 2015-28/8. The report date is 2/18/2015 from 0 to 0. This is item 57, a bullet found a month later. Police will try to tie this bullet to David's murder weapon. I don't think that they'll be very successful. The call was received at 2/18/2015 at 16:30. The time that they arrived is 17:30, and the time completed is 19:30. 2 hours. Exactly. 28 photographs were taken this third time that they've come into the house now. They recovered a spent bullet, Christopher Olson. On Wednesday, February 18th, 2015, Special Agent Lance Lehman is contacted by the BCA's Operations Center to respond to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. Lance Lehman is briefed by BCA Special Agent Chris Olson And the purpose of this event was to document and recover a spent bullet from the attic. And the BCA crime scene team was on site as well, including Joe Cooksley, who was there on the first day, on January 17, 2015. He was there, and Beth Wolf. Special Agent Lehman took the 28 photos, item 8.1. This is all on page 437. Really good stuff here. The record original date is 2/19/2015 at 9:55 by Lance Lehman. Page 439 to page 442 are the crime scene drawings. Very interesting stuff here, especially when you think about the 3 different dates and you look at the dates on here. So there's no doubt they had to update this twice. Page 443, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment. The report date is 2/3/2015 for nuclear DNA, and this is 2015-28/10. Page 444 is the Forensic Science Laboratory report on the examination of the physical evidence. For nuclear DNA, it lists items 1 through 53. That's it. That's what they're testing for nuclear DNA in this document at this point, up until this point. Page 446 are the results of the lab exam. This is the blood. Presence of blood is found on the pistol, item 1A, in 4 areas. It's 1A-1, which is the grip of the gun, 1A-2, which is the slide of the gun, 1A-3, which is the trigger of the gun, and 1A-4, which is the muzzle of the gun. They also find presence of blood on the magazine, item 1B, in 1 area called IB-1. They find blood on the knife, which is item 8, in 4 areas, 3 samples collected. 8-1, which is the blade, 8-2, which is the inside, 8-3, which is the handle. They found presence of blood on the pin, item 40, 40-1, on the grip of the pen. They found presence of blood on the notepad, item 41, 41-1, on the front cover, 41-2 on a page. They found, okay, now we're getting into bullet. I'm going to call this bullet 1, item 42, bullet 1. They found blood on the bullet, item 42-1. 42-1 is the actual blood on the bullet. Bullet number 2, item 43. They found blood on the bullet, item 43-1. We're still on page 446. And we're going to look at bullet number 3, item 44. Blood on the bullet, and the blood on the bullet is labeled as item 44-1. Here's where blood was not found. Blood was not found on 1B1, which is a cartridge. Blood was not found on 1B2, which is a cartridge. Blood was not found on 1C, which is a cartridge. Again, blood was not found on 45, which is a bullet. Page 447 shows the hair and fiber and when they were collected on. Not examined at this time were items 4 through 7, 10, item 13, item 16 through 22, item 25, item 26, item 28, item 29, and item 31 through 33. This is signed by the forensic scientist in charge, Rebecca Diane. Okay, page 448, Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment, 2015-28/11. This is dated 3/11/2015. Lab number 2, crime scene team. Page 449 is a forensic science laboratory BCA result of the field examinations report 2, item 1 through 57. Brian Bone requests BCA crime scene team to go to the house to look at the hole in the ceiling and search for any possible related bullet. So Brian Bone calls the BCA Operations Center sends out their team on 2/18/2015 to recover item 57. Hours in the house from 1745 to 1945. Page 452 shows the observations of the scene. Page 453 shows the description of the bodies. This is a very important read. Okay, page 454 shows HCME entered the scene at midnight on 1/18/2015. The bodies are taken 90 minutes later. Fragments of bones and tufts on the hair were observed on the area rug in the living room. Page 454 is a list of items collected. Item 1, Springfield XD, XD546473 with blood on it. Cartridge cases, items 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37. Cartridge item number 7. 3 bullets, 42, 43, and 44. Bullet fragment item 31. Book with blood on it. Item 4. Pages torn out of the book with blood. Item 5, 6, and 10. The knife, open, locked back knife. Item 8. Page 454 clearly shows that the knife was open. Blood swabs from the wall, A and B, items 11 and 12. Page 455, blood swabs from the east wall, item 29. Blood swabs from the south wall behind the Christmas tree, item 33. Blood swabs from lower front right corner of the recliner, item 34. Blood swabs from wood floor outside of area rug, items 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, and 32. The magazine from item 1 had blood on it, ridge detail, loaded with less than 4 cartridges, also a cartridge in the chamber. Page 456, item 57 is mentioned. A projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited the attic. From the island counter wall below the countertop, items 16 and 17. Blood swabs of underside the island countertop, item 28. Blood swabs of the laptop's A key, item 24. Blood swabs of the keyboard surface, item 23. Blood swabs from the island countertop next to the laptop, item 25. Blood swab of tissue box, item 26. Blood swabs of cell phone, item 35. The dishwasher was open, dish racks pulled out. Blood swab of the kitchen floor, item 21. Blood swab inside the dishwasher, item 22. Page 457, items 46 and items 47, the notepad and the note page, possible handwriting samples from Kamel. Page 457, item 48, checkbook from David, possible handwriting samples from David. Blood swab collected in hallway outside of the office, item 27. Blood swabbing of office desk, item 39. Blood swabbing of notepad, item 41. Possible bloody ridge detail and blood on previous page 2. Blood swabbing of pen, item 40. Open safe in the master bedroom. Loaded magazine with keys and miscellaneous items. There is a swabbing of push keys on the top of the safe, item 38. Page 458 is the house diagram. You have the basement wall bullet here. You have the hole in the south wall. Chemical testing failed to detect the presence of lead. Bullet item 45 was retrieved from inside of the wall near the hole in the basement. This is all the basement wall bullet. The bullet hole in the living room was underneath the area rug. Holes were observed in both the area rug and the wood floor underneath that rug. Chemical testing of hole in wood floor failed to detect lead. Page 459, additional items submitted. Item 49 by Special Agent Chris Olson. Item 50 through 53 by Whitney Dorn. Item 54 through 56 by Special Agent Beth Ellers. Nuclear DNA tests were done on items 1 through 45, items 50 through 53, and item 57. Latent prints were done on item 1, item 40, item 41, item 49, and item 54. Firearms, item 1 through 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, item 37, item 42 through 45, item 53, and item 57. Question documents, item 41. No analysis at this time was done on items 46, 48, 55, and 56. This is dated 3/11/2015. Page 460, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab results attachment, 2015-28/12. The report date is 3/16/2015 for nuclear DNA. Page 461 is about Rania Crowley's known blood sample, which is item 52. single source composite DNA profile. Page 464 shows the nuclear DNA tests were done on item 1, the gun, which is 1A and 1B. Item 8, the knife. Blood swabs for items 11, 14, 23, 27, and 35. Nuclear DNA tests were also done on item 38, the push keys from the gun safe. Item 41 from the notepad. Item 42, 43, and 44, which are all bullets. Item 45, which is the bullet in the basement wall. This is all nuclear DNA tests. These nuclear DNA tests were also done on item 50, which is a blood sample of David Crowley. Item 51, a blood sample of Kamel Crowley. And item 52, a blood sample of Rania Crowley, page 465. These tests were also done on item 53, the bullet that rolled out of the rug. And item 57, the bullet that police found in the attic. No blood on that bullet. Sampled, collected, labeled as 57-1. Still on page 465, here are the DNA results. Item 1A-3 is a mix of 2 or more people with major male DNA profile that matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. Rania cannot be excluded from being a possible contributor. Kamel is excluded. Item 1B is a mix of 2 or more people. Major male DNA profile matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. Kamel and Rania cannot be excluded as contributors. Estimates 99.95 to 99.97 of the general population can be excluded. Page 466 is item 8-1, which has a mix of 2 or more people. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being contributors. 99.95 to 99.98% of the estimated general population can be excluded. Items 11 and items 44-1. Single source female DNA profile matching Kamel. David and Rania are excluded. Item 14, 23, 27, 42-1, and 43-1. Female DNA profile matching Kamel. David and Rania are excluded. Item 35 has a mix of 2 or more people. Kamel and Rania can't be excluded. David is excluded along with 99.9998% of the general population. Page 466, item 38, which shows a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Kamel. Major DNA profile does not match David or Rania. However, David and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors to the mixture. Page 467. Item 41-2 has a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Kamel. Major DNA profile does not match David or Rania. David and Rania are excluded. Item 45-1 shows no DNA profile obtained. Item 53-1 shows a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Rania. Major DNA profile does not match David or Kamel. David and Kamel are excluded. This is very important right here because item 53-1 is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet on January 20th. What you're reading here shows they did not have the bullet that they will say killed Rania until 4 days after the bodies were taken out of the house. That's ridiculous. 4 days after, January 17th goes by. Bodies are taken out January 18th. January 19th goes by. January 20th, when there's cleaners in the Crowley house, a bullet rolls out of a carpet, lands on the hardwood floor. Cops are called in to collect this bullet. This document on page 467 shows this is the bullet that killed Rania, most likely. That's what it's telling me. They missed this bullet too. The only bullets they found, if their logic is correct, the only bullets they found on January 17th were related to Kamel. Page 467 to 468 covers item 57. There is a male DNA profile that matches David Crowley. Kamel and Rania are excluded. Insignificant genetic information led to no statement on minor types. Page 469 is the autopsy reports. Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/14. The report date is 4/14/2015. This is the final autopsy reports. Page 470 shows that Chris Olson receives the final autopsy reports. Final autopsy claims David died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Page 471, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/15 with a report date of 5/24/2015. Lab 5-FA. Page 472 covers the forensic science laboratory tests on firearms. Lab 5, there's an item list. This is dated 5/22/2015. Page 473 shows the results of the laboratory examination. On item 1, the gun fired item 2, fired item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37, for a total of 6 .40 cal Smith & Wesson cartridge cases. Now, item 1 also fired item 42, item 43, item 44, item 45, item 53, and item 57, for a total of 6 .40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullets. They find matching features between item 57 and item 31. So item 1 fired item 31. Item 7 was not examined. It's a cartridge. So they take the matching features between item 57 and item 31 to show that item 1 fired item 31. Examinations of item 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57 showed them to be consistent with bullets from the Winchester PXD1 brand cartridges. When I first read this, I thought it was the other way around. I thought they were using item 31 to help prove item 57 was fired by David's gun. Reading this now, I'm looking at it differently, and now I'm thinking they're trying to say what they found with item 57 helps them prove something about item 31. They don't even know that David's gun fired item 57, and they're going to use item 57 to help prove that David fired item 31. Lisa Kinsella is the forensic scientist here. Page 474 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/16. The report date is 7/2/2015. Lab 6. This includes a list of question documents. Includes 41A-1 to 41A-59. Lots of items to cover here. Okay, page 476. We're talking about blood. Item 41A-20A. 2 ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 of item 41, the spiral notepad. Item 41A-21A, 2 SDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 21 of item 41. So the comparisons will not be done at this time. If you're looking on page 477, comparisons of item 41A-30 and question writings and photographs saved, item 55, will not be conducted at this time. Still in the handwriting now with page 478 with alternate light source examining results. Exams of item 41, front, back, 59 pages inside, failed to reveal any latent writing material. Items 41A-1 through 41A-59. So they go all through these 59 pages. 41 is the notepad. 41A is the paper on the notepad, and 41A-1 through 59 are the pages. The indented impression examination results are also listed here. These impressions were done on 41A-20A and 41A-21A. Limitations. Additional writing impressions were developed that could not be interpreted. Page 480 is the BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/17, dated 9/10/2015, September 10th, 2015, done by Lab 7. Page 482 shows the latent prints dated 7/31/2015. List of items submitted are all from page 482 to 484. This includes the gun, the magazine, the pen, the notepad, 59 pages. Item 49 is a known fingerprint card of David Crowley. Item 54 is a CD with images of 25 NEF images. Item 58 is a disc with images of latent prints from 1A, 1B, 41A, and 54. Latent prints. Item 1A, latent palm print, which is labeled as LP1A-1. Item 1B, latent fingerprint, which is labeled LP1B-2. Item 54, a latent palm print, labeled LP54-1. File names BCA499, NEF through BCA5001, NEF. A limited examination of latent prints is apparent blood from item 41, 41A, 41A1 through 41A59, all submitted as item 41. So on the notepad, they find 2 latent prints that are suitable for comparison. The latent prints, item 41A-30, latent print impression, could be from a finger or a palm. Item 41A-31, latent fingerprint, LP41A-31-1. This is blood. Now don't forget, they searched in the Muffin database and no suitable candidate was generated for these latent prints. Latent print results, page 485. LP1B-2 is a fingerprint inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. LP41A-30-1 is a palm or fingerprint inconclusive to Crowley for the same reason, because there's a limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. It's not a good enough latent print. LP41A-31-1 is a fingerprint of David's left middle finger on the note page. 2 palm prints, LP1A-1 and LP54-1, could not be compared due to no known palm print of David, according to page 485. This is dated 7/31/2015, well after they had contacted the FBI and the military. So they have palm prints, but they can't match them to David. They have a fingerprint, 2 fingerprints. Can't match them to David. Yet they're still going to go and claim David is guilty. Contact information is left if additional examinations are necessary. I believe they are, so hopefully we can get to that. Contact the BCA latent print section. This is written by forensic scientist Jennifer Kostrowski. They reviewed 5 latent print results, 3 fingerprints, 2 palm prints. Okay, the 3 fingerprints, LP1B-2, inconclusive to David Crowley. LP14A-31-1, inconclusive to David Crowley, which is the notepad. LP1A-30-1 is inconclusive to David Crowley, and this is the note page, number 30. LP41A-31-1 has David's left middle finger. This is the only fingerprint that they have, is of David Crowley's left middle finger, found on the note page, page 31 of the notepad. That's it. It's all they can conclusively say. That's what they have. A left middle finger for all of us, pretty much. Okay, palm prints. LP1A-1, no palm print comparison. LP54-1, no palm print comparison. They have no palm print comparison for David Crowley. The fingerprints don't match except for one. Don't match the gun, don't match anything else. Until we meet again, the gray stage continues.
Hello, my name is Dan Hedden. I'm joined along tonight with Greg Fernandez Jr. and a special guest. Today is April 5th, 2018, and we'll be discussing the Crowley case from Minnesota with a special guest. We've got someone on the line who is joining us tonight named Russell, and his background is very, I think, I'm enthused about his background because we haven't heard someone with this background on this case. Russell's got a BS in counseling psychology, an MA in human sciences with a concentration in psychology, a postgraduate diploma in forensic science, and completed a 2-year internship with the Criminal Investigative Division at a sheriff's department. He is also an affiliate member of the Academy of Behavioral Profilers. Welcome, Russell.
Thank you.
And Greg, welcome to you here. I have not yet said hello to you. I jumped right in with Russell.
That's okay.
I guess
I'm that's fine.
I'm a little excited. But what we'll do here is we've got some time to chat. This is going to be published, and then we'll push this out on the Facebook pages and whatnot for people to listen to. But Russell, how did you get? What is your? I know I mentioned your background there, but if you can go on a little bit of what your background and what has brought you to this case here.
What brought me into this area? I started out in theology, so and that only lasted a semester, and so then I switched over to marriage and family counseling. That didn't last very long either, and was thinking about gerontology and stuff like that. And then faced with borderline personality lady while I was doing inpatient work. All these things led me not to go clinical psychology. And I just discovered I don't care. Put it point blank. I don't care about your mommy and daddy issues. That it wasn't for me. All I wanted to do was, put it very bluntly, hang them high through a legal process. If you want therapeutic help, and you're denied it, I'll be the first person that will advocate for you to get it, because I do believe every person, whether they're guilty or not guilty, has the right to good, competent therapy and a good, competent therapist. I just learned early on that was not for me. I could not give that to someone. So, and then also through my life, seeing how women and children were treated, I just thought that, a lot of people need a voice, and you need to speak for that voice, especially for those who can't or will not speak for themselves. So that's what prompted me to get into this area. Okay. I don't know. I work better if you ask me questions.
Oh, very good, very good. What we'd like to start off with is, and we'd rather not call this an interview, but more or less just a talk or a discussion, because someone with your caliber of background would really be beneficial for this case. We've been going around and round with this case. I created the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page. Greg Fernandez here is one of the admins, and we like to start off by letting people know that we're not here to, solve the case and put someone behind bars, but we're here to mainly just trying to look for the evidence of that David really did do this. So far, we haven't seen that. It appears to be a cover-up of some sort. We're not sure who. We're not sure who to point the fingers at. We're really not even interested in pointing the fingers at anyone, but nothing we see sheds any light on the fact that David Crowley did this to his wife Kamel, and his daughter Rani. So we're looking to get some kind of background of that from your background. Have you seen have you gone through the crime scene photos and read through the police reports at all, Russell?
Yes, I have. I was given access to quite an extensive amount of paperwork that dealt with this case, and it only took me reading 3 pages before I stopped, because I was thinking there's no sense in going any further, because already I know there's something wrong. So it only took me 3 pages out of all the extensive material I had, and that was even before I got to the pictures.
Really? So what document was this? Was this the police report?
It was first. It was the autopsy reports and the police reports. The I don't know how you guys. I'm not a. To preface this, I'm not a politically correct person. So if I say anything that is whatever, please feel free to, edit or whatever. But I don't do politically correctness, so I'm not going to tiptoe around this.
That's very good. We like that. We encourage that. That's good.
And so, from the very first 3 pages, to say that the police case or the police work was inept would be a huge understatement. There are so many things that were not done right. There were the timeline is totally and completely there's something wrong with the timeline. I believe that if you had good forensic investigators, if you had good forensic entomologists, a forensic anthropologist, a good forensic pathologist, not a coroner, and not a regular medical examiner. And I think if you had people who really cared, if it had ever gone to court, it wouldn't. The way it is now, it would not go to court because it's so inconsistent. It's just unbelievable, especially with the timeline. I can't believe that they got away with as much as, and I'm not saying who they are, but that it's got away with as much as it has. And I've never ever heard of somebody calling for a medical examiner and the medical examiner shows up 5+ hours later. That's no. I'm sorry. That's just no. That's all I can say. That's no. So that was the first thing that caught my eye with that there was something really, really wrong. And when you're reading over the police reports and you're trying to imagine what each of these individual characters or participants or actors in this story are doing, it does not make sense. You have somebody from next door calling, and then you get the idea that it's the police who are taking the word of the person who's calling from next door. I've never heard of that, ever. There are things where people are saying that they looked through the window and they didn't see anything, but yet they see a dog. But yet when you look at the pictures, it's an indicator, a very clear indicator that there was never anything that ever looked out that window. So I'm looking at that, and it just from the get-go, it just didn't smell right. That's all. There was something's wrong.
Now, Russell, just if I can go back a second, I don't have a background in this, and neither does Greg's, and maybe you would agree, Greg, but what would be the time for that medical examiner to show up? You stated 5 hours is
that's and then it's not only for the time that they showed up, but it's the amount of time that they actually stayed.
Okay.
That's wrong, because now I'm not saying medical examiners have to show up on every case. They will send their deputy medical examiner, or they can send their investigators out if the crime scene is not that questionable, or if the crime scene is not to such an extent as this one was evidencing. But with this type of crime scene, I think any forensic pathologist or any type of medical examiner that's worth half their weight would not take 5 hours. You go out, and the most crucial thing, time is your enemy. Okay? So from the time that this first word gets out, from the time the very first responding officer sees this type of crime scene, there's a couple things that's very, very crucial. One, you must always secure the crime scene to make sure that no one else is in jeopardy, no one else's life, the perpetrators are not still at the scene. That's paramount. Nothing else matters. But once that's been established, then the crucial thing is a time factor. You're running against a time clock here. And the longer you allow something to sit out, the more chance that you have of the degradation of the evidence, the trace evidence, and everything else start to disappear or get corrupted, you know. So you're running on a timeline. It's very crucial you get there as fast as you can, and it's extremely crucial that everything is left in situ. And what I mean by situ is as it was when the first, as possible, when the very first responder showed up. Everything has to be in situ. Then you know then the medical examiner has to get there right away, because this is a multiple case where you have multiple decedents, and you don't know how they died at the point. And I would like to stress that emphatically. No one other than the medical examiner, and even after the medical examiner has investigated, looked at the bodies, done everything they can tell you what happened. No one. And anyone who sits there and says they walk in, and they say, oh yeah, we got a dead child here that's 5 years old, or oh, we have this, oh, this is suicide. They need to shut up, because they're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Okay? They do not have the training, they do not have the education, they do not have the experience to make such a statement. And I really would like to emphasize this, only the medical examiner, no one else, can tell you when to move the bodies, can tell the police when they can start investigating, can say anything about what may or may not have happened at that scene. And that's only after all the evidence is in, the autopsies have been done, all the tests have come back, you know, trace evidence, toxicology, histology, entomology. I mean, all those tests that maybe need done, until they all come back, because that all is added into a forensic examiner's report, and only after that report is done can the medical examiner state this is what the evidence is pointing to. So if that was done, and when I'm reading this report, all that was done way before the medical examiner even showed up. And then for them to sit there, the medical examiner apparently was called sometime around 5, somewhere between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember the exact time. But then he doesn't show up until 11-something at night. So, and then the thing he leaves at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I don't know about you. I've never heard of that. So if there's any questions right now before I continue, that would be great.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. Do you have anything?
No, please keep on going.
Okay, so, and then the fact of the amount of time that was taken by the medical examiner once they did show up is a joke. It's a serious joke. With this type of crime scene, and the amount of decedents involved and all the different things that are in play, there's absolutely no way in my professional mind I can ever see any examiner coming there at the time they did and then around 4 o'clock in the morning leaving. That is unheard of. That's just unheard of. I can't say anything other than that, because I will not ever get into speculation. I will not get into conjecture. So it's in my mind, it's no. Okay?
Now, Russell, I've got a question, Russell. With 3 decedents in a case like this, how long would it take for the case, for the scene to be cleared, and the professional cleaners to come in?
I would dare to say at a minimum of a day. The bare minimum of a day or 24 hours. I really cannot see it that the whole scene is secured. I'm talking about the scene. The police are never in control until I wish people would stop watching TV. The police are not in control. The only time they are in control is when the first responder gets there. He secures the house, makes sure that the perpetrators are not there. No one else's life is in danger. EMTs are not needed. Paramedics, they're not needed. But once that's been established, the crime scene, the entire crime scene, is the sole authority of the medical examiner, not the police. The police have no jurisdiction. They have no say-so at all.
Can they take photos?
They can't do squat. And that's reality. The only people that can come in and take pictures is not the police. It would be the investigators from the medical examiner's office, your CSI type people. And only when the medical examiner tells them to. Okay, in doing a crime scene, this is the other thing I found that was totally done with ineptness, is that when you have a crime scene like this, unbeknownst to everyone else, the body, or bodies in this case, is the very last thing you look at. You don't approach them. Everything's done in a grid fashion. You do your investigation in a grid fashion, and in this case, you would do it in a circular grid fashion. Okay, you start from the furthest point from where the bodies are at, and you do your investigation, and you work your investigation in a circular grid that will lead to the bodies. So you start from the outside, the police, the investigators, they look for everything on the outside, and you limit. It is very crucial that, and this is something I noticed, it's very crucial that you limit the amount of access to the crime scene. And that means if you're a policeman and you don't need to be there, you're not supposed to be there. You can be sitting outside or standing outside, secure the perimeter or whatever, but you do not have no one go into that crime scene. No one. You limit the amount of people that go into that crime scene, and if you have to have someone go into the crime scene, you always have to have a person that stands outside, that takes the names of everyone who goes in and goes out, and everyone who goes in, they follow a very certain pathway that's already been pre-established. You do not walk around willy-nilly. It's a predetermined pathway that each one egresses and regresses. You go in, you go out the same way, and you limit the amount of things. And this is why the time frame is ridiculous, because it takes hours. In most cases that were even more simpler than this, it could take hours before you ever get to the body. So you look outside, you go inside, and you're taking pictures, and all that kind of good stuff. You're doing that, and finally, then and during this time, the only person that is allowed to even approach the decedents before any of this is finished is the medical examiner, because they control the scene, not the police, not the CSI techs, none of those people. The medical examiner has absolute authority. They go in And they're the only ones that can walk up to that scene. They're not followed by policemen. They're not followed unless the medical examiner requests his techs to come in and do whatever because the medical examiner has absolute authority. Whatever the medical examiner wants, then those people come in. But only when the medical examiner is done with the body will he release the crime scene to the police. That's when the police come in, and then they can start doing their fingerprinting and their picture taking, because all the pictures of the scenes should have already been taken by the crime scene techs upon the orders of the medical examiner. And I didn't see that. I saw this thing was, according to what I read, it was rushed. And that's a huge understatement. It was rushed. And so if there's any other questions, because it's not something like TV. It's not a matter you go in and all of a sudden the case is solved, and 30 minutes later the crime scene's closed, and the medical examiner has the body in the autopsy room and he's doing the autopsy already. That's not reality. That's TV. It takes hours. And from the time the medical examiner was supposedly have gotten there, only 4 hours? I mean, give me a break. No.
Now, also from a law enforcement perspective, the first press releases we saw was the same night was a press release saying bodies were found in a home and it's being investigated. The next night, I think it was this, Greg, suspicious activities. Suspicious. 3 bodies are found. On the second day, it was murder, double murder, suicide, most likely killed himself, and the public is not at threat, in danger of a killer on the loose. And then the very next day, it was yes, a double murder followed by a suicide, and tests will be done and months will be taken, months before the forensics will be done. But really, that's the case. It was all basically wrapped up in a nice bow 48 hours after the fact. Is that normal for that?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Like that? The response are the news in this person's or this professional person's way of thinking was unprofessional and should never have happened. You cannot, within that short period of time, say, oh, we have a suicide, because that's irresponsible, because there is no way in the world, none, that you can walk in to a crime scene such as this and say, oh, it's a homicide suicide. No, that's a matter of, that shows me that there's a possible or plausible indication that is being rushed or covered up. You can't. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Point blank. You cannot. If you were any person that had any credibility, or you were worthy or mustard or whatever, I'm sorry, you should not. The medical examiner should have spoke up right away and went to the police and said, excuse me, you cannot put that information out there.
Now, a lot of people watching this case also think that perhaps it was small town cops, not familiar with this. This Apple Valley is the city population's over 50,000. It's a good-sized city. It's a good, it's fairly good size with very good, from what I've heard, good detectives, good law enforcement, and very bright people on that staff. Now, later that year, when the investigation was concluded, the detective staff won the Law Enforcement of the Year award for the Apple Valley Police Department, and 2 people handling the case were the Officers of the Year for all their work they've done on this case. Would that be something that's plausible for the efforts like this to be rewarded?
No.
or what's your thought?
It should have never happened. Why should someone get congratulated over a job that was completely inept? Procedure that was not followed. And the fact that you may be a good, this is not Redondo Beach, this is not La Jolla, this is not the Hamptons. It shouldn't happen this way anywhere. And to say that, oh, well, maybe they're small town, because I know about Apple Valley, I've lived in Minnesota, I've worked in Minneapolis before, so, I know about Minnesota. And I know where Apple Valley is, and I can see it as clear as day in my head, and there's no excuse for this. I'm sorry. To sit there and say, well, they didn't know, or maybe they didn't do this, or maybe they didn't do that. I'm going to be very blunt and say BS. And no. When it comes to forensics, for me, it's either you know what you're doing or you don't.
Yeah,
there is no in between.
And after looking at some of this, I've made this comment before, and I've often gotten chastised for it. I said there's really only two conclusions. The law enforcement was compromised here to do something that they didn't want, or they were just inept at the entire process. That's really all that I can see coming forth from the things that I've read and the pictures that I've seen in the police reports. And I don't believe that inept, but this was horrendously done. It only leads one to conclude that someone was compromised along the way here by higher-ups somewhere.
I don't know about higher-up, but I will have to say that you're not alone in that opinion. I mean, a blind man could look at this case and know that it was not done according to procedure. It was not. And the fact that, and I have to touch on a very, very serious point here that I think everyone is overlooking. Like I have stated before, everyone always wants to ask why. Why? And I learned this the hard way and studying and coming up and through what my experience and the things that I was involved in. The one question everybody wants to ask is why. That's the wrong question. The why is the given. The why, it's the how. The how is what's important. The how is going to tell you. The how will bring justification to the why. It's like people say, well, how can there be all these bad people in the world, blah, 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 blah. Well, why are you asking me that when you already know the answer? The why is because sin. If you believe in that sort of thing, it's sin. So the why is already answered. Now, if you really want to get down to brass tacks, then you have to look at the how. What happened with these people's lives? What happened? What were all the different myriad of variables that had to come together to bring this act into fruition? You find that out, then you will discover the why was apparent all along. So the why is not the question to be asking. It's the how. And one of the things in this case that points to me, and this is why it's so important to study the behavioral aspects of a case, not only the crime scene itself, but to delve deep into the victim's background, to study in every little nth degree of the person, leave no privacy at all. I mean, study everything, strip them bare to the bones about who they were, what they believed, where they went, why they went, I mean, what they ate, why did they eat it, when and where. I mean, this is what you have to do. You do a behavioral analysis, behavioral assessment of the victims. And if you can figure out the how, the why becomes very self-apparent. And with this case, if you're studying this case, and automatically, if you don't know any better, and you go along with the murder-suicide, which I think is the biggest joke in the world, the one thing that points to it not being that is you have to study from what I've seen, and according, not my opinion, but from the evidence, and if you study the people's background, it was staged. That's the only thing, the evidence, not my opinion, I want to stress that, but the evidence points to it being staged. And what I mean by that is I'm a person that I like to study about people's religious beliefs. I don't believe in half of it, but I really believe that if you can, since I love behavior, that's what I'm trained in. You must never throw away or discount anything. Just because someone believes something you don't doesn't mean you're right, they're wrong, blah, 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 blah. You have to take it all in. You have to be you have to be dispassionate about everything. And so studying this, I have been to the Middle East, and I spent some time in the Middle East, extensive time in the Middle East, and I know about Islam, I know about the Quran, I collect Bibles, and I collect holy books, what people consider holy books. And if you know anything about Islam, anything at all, you will know that this crime scene was staged. First of all, and I'm not talking about militant Islam. No, I'm talking about any moderate Muslim. Any moderate Muslim. If they ever found out, if this ever became public, the person or persons who did whatever they did would be on a death list. And that's reality. That's not trying to scare someone. That's because you heard of the incident in Europe where someone made a caricature of Muhammad. And look at the outrage that happened after that, as a result of that. Now come and take that and place that same, the how, not the why, but the how. You place that into the arena of this case, and there is only one question, there's only one outcome you can come to. It was staged. First of all, no one's going to take an infidel's blood and write Allah Akbar on the wall. No one. It's a criminal offense. I mean, I want to cry because the act of this is so heinous. And I want to emphasize, I do not believe in Islam. It's not my thing, but I have to respect their belief, and I cannot discount it in anything. So first of all, no one will do that. The other thing is, no one, I really got to emphasize this, would never rip pages out of a Quran and throw them around the bodies of infidels. I'm sorry, that's a criminal, that's a death offense. That is a death offense. So that's not going to happen. And the worst, the most heinous thing that whoever this person or persons did was to take an infidel's dead hand or arm and lay it on top of a Quran. That is worse than the caricature that someone drew of Muhammad. And look at the response that created. You have somebody take the dead hand of an infidel and lay it on top. First, you put the Quran on the ground, which is, oh my, you have, the average public have no idea how heinous this really is. And then you put the Quran on the ground, and then you lay his hand on top of it. No, I want to sit here and cry right now. And I don't believe in Islam. I have a Quran. I have a very nice Quran, inlaid in gold. I treat it just as well as any other religious book. But that is because out of respect, you never do that. And the moment you saw that, that is, you don't need to look any further. If you know the how, you do not need to go any further in this investigation to know it was staged. And if you, like I say, if you know anything about Islamic faith, if you know anything about the Quran, the average person has no clue how important that book is. And no proper, in their mind, Islamic person would ever do that. And to defile that book with an infidel's dead hand is unconscionable. And that's all I got to say about that. It's just, it's heinous.
Yeah, I agree, Russell. That was held privately for, I think, 2 months before, I think it was March of 2015, before law enforcement even exposed that information to the families. And so that, and then it became public in January of 2016. And that was when that issue, when I call all that stuff the Muslim-related stuff that happened in the house of staging, for me personally, once I saw that, when that came to light, all my thoughts of it being staged went through the roof, because I knew for sure it was a poorly staged scene. It was a slam dunk once I saw that. I think the killers had a much better chance letting all that go, and it would have been more believable. But once they introduced all of these things, it was then to the point of overstaging the scene. And this was just a horrible, this was done by imbeciles. I mean, this was
those imbeciles, whether they know it or not, if the Muslim community ever found out who they were, I don't think their lives would be worth anything. Because that right there should tell you something very, very, very bad is wrong with this case. And with Muslims, when they make a statement, they don't take an infidel's blood and write it on the wall. This is Hollywood. You will look at this crime scene and it reeks of Hollywood. It's not done, ever, not even once in any realm.
Now, on the documentary that came out, done by Eric Nelson, one of the final questions by the father of David Crowley, Dan Sr., says, all we're left with is the why. I went through and read everything on the the hard drives and the journals, and I just can't come up with the why. And even Eric Nelson, while filming the documentary, says hopefully this will give people the answer to, potentially the why, because that's the one thing we're left with. Is that part of the distraction here, to get people looking at the why, do you think?
I want to re-stress, as long as you keep your attention on the why, you'll never move forward in this case.
Okay.
As long as we keep our attention on the why, you're not going to go nowhere. The why is already given. If you want to find a possible resolution to this, if there is one, if you just want to bring some solace to the victims of the families that are still living, then you have to look at the how, because the answer to this is in the how. The answer to this, you look at the crime scene photos, you look at the reports, the how is there. There is your answer. It is telling you everything you want to know. But the reason that is possibly that we're not getting nowhere is because everyone wants to go with the traditional notion of the why. And that is to fulfill some psychological need. You have people who are suffering great loss, and that's all they can see. And then other people want to do everything in their power to try to alleviate that. Well, I think we do a huge injustice to those people who are left behind by doing that. We look at the how. The people's signature. A signature is something that a criminal leaves behind that's very indicative of them and only them. Now, their signature could be something they left behind. It could be a forged note. It could be carvings on the body, the writing on the wall, whatever. Everything you need to know about who did this, not the why, but who, the how, is there. Everything. It's staring at us in the face. And the average person will never, ever, ever be able to outdo. They can't outdo this. They will sign their name to it. They will. There is no ands, ifs, or buts. They will.
Now, Russell, I know the current terminology, I think it's called a forensic behaviorist, but in the past, was that known as a person who put together like an FBI profile, a profile of the killers? Is that the same?
At the very beginning, we're talking in the early 1970s, it was known as profiling. But since then, that has been relegated to the land of TV. Okay? It is now called behavioral analysis.
Okay.
And behavioral analysis is more accurate, it's a better descriptor, because behavioral analysis shows not only are you profiling the individual, but you're also studying the behavioral aspect of an environment within a crime scene. So that, and when they figured this one out, they also figured out that if by studying a crime scene, if by studying the families, by their movements, by what their likes were, by what they did, where they went, why they went, what was the religious beliefs, why they held those beliefs, who contacted them, who wrote them, who did they write, all these things. By doing this type of analysis, they found that they could come more and more closer to the perpetrator, because the perpetrator is there. He's there. I mean, his signature is there. I mean, everything that you want to know about the perpetrator is there.
So what do you see there?
And so that's why it's called what? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. What?
Oh, just saying. So if it's all there, what do you see? Do you see anything there that might help us kind of figure out who the perpetrator was?
Okay. What my suggestion would be is stop looking for the why. Okay. Stop looking for the why. Look at every aspect of this case. Pay attention to the people themselves, the victims. If you study the victims, you study their you study their habits, you study what their mail was, you study what they thought, what they believed, how well their relationships were with their family, their finances. I mean, everything. You study that, and you can get to intimately know the victims. You will see, there's a good chance that you will see the perpetrator. Because the perpetrator, no matter how good they are, they cannot hide that.
Now, Russell,
one thing is clear to me is this case, it seems to be made to look like something it's not. And that throws people off.
Correct. That's done in the form of a redirection to get people chasing their own tails, looking at other things. Now, in a case like this where there's an open investigation, for instance, on a case where they are actually law enforcement's looking for the killer. They're looking to try to find the bad guy. They'll bring in a person with, like, for instance, your background, and you'll put together an analysis of what type of person would be the perpetrator. Now, a case like this is closed. There's no need for someone like you. Would, for instance, the families contact a person with your background to say, we'd like to hire you to put together a profile of what we think, of what you think, who really did this, because we don't believe the official narrative? Do you ever get, is that common in your industry?
Yes. If I have to stress this, okay? And I don't mean to step on no one's toes, but yes, I am going to step on someone's toes, okay? If the law enforcement is truly interested in coming to understand, I'm not mentioning the truth because we're not here to find the truth. If the first of all, if the law enforcement agency and the medical examiner's office truly want to understand how to interpret the evidence in a very correct light, then yes, that would be a good thing to do. The one thing I don't believe is I don't believe in pseudoscience. I don't believe in calling in your crystal ball people. Okay, that's a joke. Pseudoscience has no place in a forensic environment. And so, but if you do have someone, and if you do, and it is not something that is uncommon, and if you do, you have to make sure that the person you have, one, has a training in the area by which you want investigated. It would be like if I was investigating some skeletons, and let's say I found a skeletonized remains, and I want them investigated, I would not bring in an anthropologist. No, I don't care if they had a doctorate degree. I would not. Now, I would bring a forensic anthropologist in. So you have to pick the right people who are going to investigate what you want, and they have to be trained in that area you want them to investigate. Because you've got a lot of good people out there. I believe there's enough evidence present already to warrant doubt. That I believe.
What would it take to get a case like this reopened, if at all possible, Russell?
Okay, this is where you're going to have a hard time. Okay, if there's no interest to begin with, the likelihood of it ever coming to fruition is very little, very slim. You have someone, either the medical examiner's office, the police, whoever, they're going to have to take an interest. If they have no interest, it's not, more than likely, it probably will not happen.
Now, how about the families, David and Kamel's parents? If they were to try to get this reopened, they are, by the way, if you're familiar with it or not, have both families have bought into the official narrative. So I don't see those stepping up to, push for a reinvestigation. But could they explore the option with a person like with your background to at least get some information, or could they get any further evidence if the case is already closed like this?
If they so chose. They're the ones that are going to have to choose. No matter what you do, there has to be interest. Whether it's from familial, whether it's from law enforcement, whether it's from the medical examiner's office, whether it's from the DA's office, whether it's from anybody, whether it's the Joe Blow that stands on the street and he's a transient. You have to have interest. If that interest does not exist, then it's more than likely not going to happen. But if the interest did exist, law enforcement cannot tell the family, they cannot hire someone who is a professional, who's trained in this area, who's in there both academically and has a legal purview. They can't. They can't. That's all there's to it. And if the case has already been adjudicated, then it becomes even harder. And if the law enforcement or the medical examiner puts in a lot of pressure for you to stop or for the family to stop, then someone needs to take a step back and ask, this is the only one time you need to ask why are they doing that? Because it would be an indication that they did not want to come to find out what the real evidence is stating.
Now we've got a large group on our Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family and it's nearly 2,000 members in this group. Even though we have no connection to the case, the members of the group, and we're not even family, could we gather up and do a fundraising campaign and hire a person like you to get a profile or an analysis of who more than likely was behind this?
If you ask the family, can we do this for you? Because in the end, when everything's said and done, if the family didn't want it, then law enforcement's going to say, I'm sorry, whatever you come up with, it don't mean nothing. That is the sad reality of the situation. You can sit there and spend all your time doing all the research, doing all the work, and if the family does not agree, they do not want to go forward, then any DA, any medical examiner, any law enforcement is going to go along with that because they're not going to put their necks out there.
But does that mean if they try to stand in our way, or does that mean that we would only have to go through the family?
If the family says no, then there's nothing you can do. You can go and do all the investigative stuff you want. Now, if you find criminal negligence, if you find evidence of criminal negligence, then you are responsible to, and you are liable for that evidence, and you hand that evidence in. Now, you cannot act on that evidence. You can get yourself into a lot of trouble. But if you find evidence that something really wasn't quite right and is backed up not by hearsay, not by the truth, but by evidence, then, and if the family doesn't want to listen, if the law enforcement doesn't want to listen, then you hand it in to the state's attorney or the attorney. If he doesn't want to listen, the only thing you can do is bring the evidence and you put it into the purview of the public.
Okay, now have you ever dealt with any case like that where this happened or where this type of thing was actually brought up?
No.
Have you ever heard of anything like that?
Yes. But this will happen. This is where you really, really have to pay attention. You have to dot all your I's. You got to cross all your T's. And if you have any armchair lawyers or space cowboys in your group or whatever, you want to leave them out. Because it will go nowhere. Because what they're looking at, and I have discussed this with other people, whenever you're dealing with a case, the evidence can never be attacked, not directly. The evidence is what it is. It's not biased. It doesn't believe in the truth. It has no self-serving agenda. It's not for one person or another. It is what it is. And that's what scares people about the evidence. So what they will do, instead of attacking the evidence, they will attack the credibility of the person giving that evidence or the science by which this person found that evidence. That's what they will do. So in this, it's great that a lot, and I don't want to shy away from anybody helping, but when it comes down to the actual real thing and giving this real evidence, giving what you find to the proper authorities, you want to make sure that the person, the man, the woman, or whoever, they're top shelf. Because if you do anything else, they're not going to attack your evidence. They're going to attack the credibility of the person who is giving that evidence. And if the person whose credibility can be attacked, or the science by which that evidence was acquired is attacked, regardless of the evidence is true, whether it's right, whether it's whatever, it will be thrown out. It will be discarded.
Is there anything that the cops did wrong that might help us get them to reopen this case, like the bullet hole that they didn't find for 1 month?
I think the only way that maybe you can do that, because it will not be, and I hate to sound liberal when it comes to this, but it will not be in the best interest of your group to start alienating the police. But you do not step on around eggshells at the same time. So what you do is you get somebody in higher authority to get them to do what they should have normally done to begin with. So you take that information, you take your evidence, you cross all your T's, you dot all your I's, and you give it to a state's attorney.
State's attorney, okay.
And I'm telling you, a state's attorney, and if he finds any credibility in the evidence that you, and remember, not the truth and not your opinion, but the evidence in which you come up with, if he finds any credibility, he or she is the person that has the power to tell the police, guess what you're going to do, whether you like it or not.
You're going to reopen the case.
Yeah, and he or she has the power to do that. And there is no law enforcement agency in the state of Minnesota that's going to tell the state's attorney general no.
So we need a smoking gun.
Yes. And once there's enough circumstantial evidence. Now please hear that correctly. There is enough circumstantial evidence to warrant doubt. That's clear. But a state's attorney general is going to need more than that. But if you can get that, whatever you want to call it, smoking gun thing, he or she has the power, the ultimate power, to sit there and demand the police to reopen it.
So
the police will not say no.
Okay. So if the cops can't match the bullet that they say David killed himself with, the bullet that they didn't find for 1 month, would something like that warrant? Would that fall into this?
If you put that together with the fact of where the body positions were laid, the fact that and you put a lot, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. And I think that if you put all that circumstantial evidence together, I think you have enough. Because there's the part where he's laying with his hands flown out. You can sit there and explain that all you want until the cows come home. But that does not, you can get a ballistic expert, that does not explain the position of the gun. I don't care what baloney anyone tells you about, oh, guns can do this or guns can do that after the trigger's pulled. I'm sorry, there's some things that are clean, cut, and dry, and projectiles, guns will only do a certain thing in a certain way if it's done in a certain way. You know, you cannot make them magically dance around a room. Okay? And then the fact that when the guy's laying on the ground and the wife's sweater is over his feet, please pay attention to what it is you're looking at. There are some things that cannot happen if everything happens the way the report says. It can't. It has to be done another way. And if you can show that that was being ignored, that even the possibility, you never want to use definitives. That's one of the advices I will give you. You never use definitives. No, you're setting yourself up for a heartache. But if you can show with inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency, which I do believe, I think there's enough circumstantial evidence of that. And if it's put out there in the public purview, then, if the state's attorney general doesn't want to deal with it, because you never know what someone's interest is in something, you can put this out there. And even the only person more stronger than the state's attorney general is the public. They are more stronger than any state's attorney general will ever be. And we know this as Americans as fact, because a president, any president who's at the top of the list, at the top of his game, can be brought down by the public. And so, it's a very, very powerful thing.
So I'm looking at the Attorney General there, Lori Swanson. So is that the person?
I don't know who the state's Attorney General is from Minnesota.
Yeah, her name is Lori Swanson.
But
so it sounds like that's...
If you bring it to her, you must know that you have got to have your best people, your top shelf people on it. You gotta check your information over and over and over again. Make sure everything's concise. Make sure everything is consistent. And you give that to them, because just pretend that you're giving some type of proposal or something to the President of the United States. You're not going to wing it. And if things are so clear that there is no way that you can ignore it, that's what you want.
Okay. And the only thing at that point that would stand in our way, let's say we get everything set up, right? The only thing that would stand in our way would be the family wall. Some say, sound like it would just take one side of the family to say, yeah, we don't want you to investigate in this.
The state attorney general has the power because they have the responsibility to mete out justice according to the law. And if they find something that where the law has short-stepped on, where the law did not give justice to society or something like that, then what the family feels will be irrelevant and inconsequential, because they are, by their office, they are mandated.
So, Greg, it's irrelevant about the families if you go to the state attorney level.
Okay.
I didn't hear you.
Got it.
I just wanted to confirm, Russell, that it's even if the families do not agree, you can still take it to the state attorney and move it forward there and have them review
if the evidence is of such a nature that the state's attorney general warrants that the investigation be reopened, because there has been examples where, generally speaking, because of religious beliefs, because of social beliefs, because of taboos or whatever it is, there have been cases where decedents have not been autopsied, where they're not cremated and all this stuff. But if the information shows that there was some kind of criminal intent or something like that, then that a crime actually that was committed, that somehow someone short-stepped and justice was not served, then what the individual family may believe or may think doesn't hold water. They can go over the family's head, they can cremate, they can do autopsies, they can do whatever. And in those cases, the family has nothing to say. So
how quickly can they cremate?
Oh, you can if especially if you have money, you can have someone cremated if you have money or if you are in the know. Within 24 hours of the body actually being sent to the coroner. It's quite fast. But you have to do it fast enough where you sidestep everything. Because before it is decided that a real crime had occurred, yes, the family can demand the body be cremated. But once it's been determined that a criminal act, that a crime did commit and a felony was committed, and that felony led to the deaths of the decedents, then they can sit there and request all they want, and it's not going to happen. But now if you have an unscrupulous person, they can go ahead and sidestep that before anyone else can stop them and have the body cremated. So it's not a hard thing to do.
Well, now could they do that for all three bodies? Because
yes.
Only 2 of those 3 bodies were actually cremated. So is there a way that they could say, hey, I just want to make sure these 2 bodies are cremated?
It seems odd. I mean, if you are a forensic pathologist or you're just a regular medical examiner of any weight, that would seem, I would question that. Now, whether or not you can go against that legally, that's a different story. Because they cannot just decide arbitrarily or unilaterally, well, I don't like the way you asked that, or I don't like your request, so I'm not going to let you do that. No, they can't do that. Even though they may think this is odd. This is why it's so important, and I like to stress that, it's so important to make sure everything's done right the first time. Because in forensics, there is no do-overs. You cannot go back and have a second chance. Now you can go and you cannot recreate the evidence. You cannot put everything back the way it was. That's just not the way it happens. But what you can do is you can work with the evidence, and you can work with how that was collected. You can work with the ineptability of however it was studied or investigated and stuff like that. So you're going on the legal aspect, but there is no do-overs in forensics. That's why it's extremely important everything be done painfully the way it should be done.
Russell, by going through the crime scene photos, were there any that jumped out at you in particular that you can remember that helped with your decision and your view of the case that others may want to be interested in by looking at here?
Yes, I would say the biggest things that is the Islamic stuff. I would have to say that and the picture of the bay window, and take a look at that picture. and you will see I think it was the medical examiner's van or the CSI van or whoever it was out front, and take a look at that picture and just imagine that picture in a dog being seen at that front window. Imagine how that would be. And after you imagine it, then go back and look at the picture. What you imagine, what should have been, isn't what you're seeing. So either someone's outright lying, or they're lying by what is that called? By you know, when you I'm at a loss right here, but you know, you lie by not telling.
Lying by
omission.
Omission?
Yes, you're lying by omission. Because if you read the account that is written in the police report and then take a look at that window, the two things could not have happened. Only one of those things could have happened. Both of them could not. So it's either the scene is wrong or the report is wrong. So there's that. There is the photograph of the man laying there with or the report of the man laying there with the wife's sweater over his feet. What should have happened, what happened, and what was written to happen are completely different, and that should not be. That should not be. Then I would question the veracity of whether or not the door was actually opened. You're
talking about the back door?
Yes.
Or the front door?
I would question the veracity of whether that door was actually opened or not.
When it was open or not during the killings, or?
Yeah. It just doesn't matter whether it was open or not. Doesn't matter who did or did not open. It's whether or not the door was open. Because how the dog is acting, how everything is supposed to react, and how the report is stating, and how someone's saying the dog looked, and then how someone's saying the dog didn't look, and then the fact that the door was open, so there's always a chance for the dog to get out. See, something's not right. It's either the crime scene is wrong or the report is wrong. And God forbid both of them be wrong.
Well, I mean, we do have photos of the back door open and closed, so that was another thing of why the police took photos of the rear slider both open and closed. But they did that with other doors, where they would show they take pictures of doors being open and doors being closed.
No.
They've done that with the 3 toilet seats. They have photos of the toilet seats open and the toilet seats closed.
And see, this is the problem that you run into. And here's the problem. You go in while everything's still in situ, and you take pictures once, and only once, of everything. You take pictures. You do not worry about the amount of pictures. You over-picture everything. And that should be it. Those are the pictures that should be turned in as evidence. That you don't go back and take pictures again. I try to stress that to my students. And this is something people really got to get into their mind. There are no do-overs in forensics. There is no second chance. Everything's done right the first time. And it's those pictures and only those pictures that should be submitted as evidence. Now, if they're taking pictures of a toilet seat up and then somebody goes back and takes a picture of a toilet seat down, there's something not right there. Because was the toilet seat up or was it down? It doesn't matter if it was up or was down. It's got to be either or. It can't be both.
But is there any reason for them to take those photos? Just to show what it looks like open and shut?
No. Because unfortunately, this is the other problem with TV. TV just does such a bad thing for this. Everything in situ, the very first time. Pictures are taken of everything. Now, the only time that I could see them closing the toilet seat and taking a picture of it open and then closing it to take a picture is if they found trace evidence or they found bodily fluid, they found blood, they found something that was on the back of the toilet seat. Then, during the first time, there should not be a huge time disparity between the pictures. Okay? And so then they would take the picture of the seat closed, because you have to close it because you have to get the pictures in situ. I mean, that's all there's to it. And and those pictures are taken before the techs come in and do their work. Once techs get there is no going in there and taking pictures again. There is no do-overs. Now, if someone did that and there's a disparity in the timeline between the picture was taken and the other picture was taken, and it's both being entered as official evidence, I would question that. I would have to ask, I can't accuse, but I would have to ask, what was the justification and why the time disparity? That's why I said in my open statements, it's very crucial, because the time, once that timeline starts, from the moment that police, that very first responder sees that there could have been a crime committed, you are on the clock. And time becomes a very valuable commodity. There is no do-overs.
Well, I want to thank you, Russell, for your time tonight, because I think this has been a very enlightening discussion. Greg, do you have any other further questions or anything else you can think of, Russell?
No.
Yeah, I don't have anything further. If you do, Greg, and if not, I think we can wrap it up. But this is very well done. I appreciate your time speaking with us tonight.
I know it sounds corny, but this is why I live. I'm very passionate about what I do. I don't love it and I don't like it. That to me is tantamount to a hobby, and hobbies have no place in forensics. I'm passionate about this. So.
Very good, very good. Well, once again appreciate your time, and can't thank you enough. That's really appreciated. It's awesome. All right, Greg, I think we can wrap up. You can shut up the recording, and what we'll do is publish this, and people can listen to it at their leisure here in the future. But thanks again for your time. We really appreciate your time, Russell.
Anytime, because this is what I live for.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
I'll light the fire. You place the flowers in the vase that you bought today. Staring at the fire for hours and hours while I listen to you used to be so hard. Now everything is easy 'cause of you. And I'll light the fire while you place the flowers in the vase that you bought today.
So here we are. We're going to talk about Forensics 101. We're going to talk about the vocabulary and common phrases, use and comprehension. This is really just a chance to talk to the people that want to listen to this. It's a guide for everybody who's not familiar with frequently used words and phrases. It will help you guys kind of help get further in your work, whatever you're looking into. So I'm hoping it's helpful. So Greg, when you're ready, if you want to go to the next one. Thank you. So I can read this, but basically it's still a pep talk. It's saying some of the world's best people and most effective helpers are the people like you who are listening. You might be limited in your forensic education, but you care about the people who are victims of crime, and that's really important. So you're important to the cold case solving process, and oftentimes I feel like they don't treat people that way in the public, but we rely on you. You know, people in professional positions, they rely on the public to help. So you guys taking the time to watch the documentaries, go on Netflix, look into cases, want to get information like Sophia, you were saying. I mean, I feel like this is so important. So this will hopefully make you guys more effective and understand more. And on here with Greg and Sophia, guys, don't be afraid to ask any questions. I'll clarify things 1,000 times. It's hard at first to learn this stuff. So whenever you're ready, let's do it. All right, so to begin, the first thing that we're always taught, or we were taught in school rather, are the two basic things that help guide you. So the first is called Lockhardt's exchange principle, and that's the idea that everywhere you go, you take a piece with you and you leave something behind. So that's exactly the idea when you have somebody and you say, oh, I've got no evidence and I've got no idea there's anything here. Your hair sheds naturally from your body. It's going to be at the place if you kill someone. So the idea is you take something with you and you leave something behind. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yep.
The next one's Occam's razor. Occam's razor is a principle that recommends you make no assumptions beyond what's necessary to find the answer. So the example I use here is if you find a body of a person who's 100 years old and there's no evidence they were harmed by someone else and no sign of suicide, if you apply Occam's razor, you're likely to know that this person died of old age or a natural cause. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You're not going to be like, it's a shark attack on land, you know?
Mhm.
That's just, yeah. So these are the principles that really guide like a lot of what we do. So whenever you're ready, Greg, so we can go to the next one. Okay, this is a really fun one for me because people throw around homicide and murder and manslaughter a lot, and they have no idea why charges come in, and they're like, oh, they killed someone, but it's manslaughter. And I'm like, no. So, all right, so homicide is very basically somebody killing somebody else. Like, no matter how it happens, one person just kills another. So for example, we know JonBenet Ramsey was a victim of homicide because she died at the hands of someone, we just don't know who. Murder is killing someone being well aware that you're murdering them and continuing to make them die on purpose. So the example there would be that Klebold and Harris of the Columbine shooting, they murdered their classmates in cold blood because they knew what they were doing. Manslaughter is different. Manslaughter is the intent to do something that's not kill anyone. But in the process of what you're doing, whether it's another crime or whether you're acting recklessly, you can take a life. So, for example, there was a while back where Matthew Broderick actually hit and killed 2 people in an accident. He was driving recklessly. He was kind of just being a jerk. He was in a bad mood. So he wasn't trying to kill anyone, but he was passionately upset about something, and he hit them and killed them, and he got manslaughter. So does that make sense to you guys?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad, because I really worry about, like, explaining myself funny. Thank you. Are you sure you can ask anything you want? So don't be afraid.
Not everything sounds great so far.
Okay, thank you. Great, yeah, thank you. All right, so the next one is manner versus cause of death. This one I still mix up, and I've been doing this a long time, so don't be afraid. This one's a tough one. So a manner of death can be classified 5 ways. Some states have a 6th, and I would love to tell you what that is, but I don't know because none of the states I've ever worked in have it. But anyway, it explains how the actual method of how someone died can kill them. So it would be like homicide, suicide, natural, accidental, or undetermined. And typically when you're doing an autopsy or you're doing an investigation, you start with homicide every time because it's so much more common to happen, even though you think like natural would be, it's not. You start with homicide and work your way back. So for example, if Rob Williams died of ligature strangulation, but his manner was ruled as a suicide, because by taking his own life, it was accomplished by that ligature strangulation, but it's a suicide, according to them. Then the cause of death is a specific thing that caused them to actually expire. So in this case, it would be ligature strangulation because he used the valve. So they're not interchangeable, but I always get them mixed up, and they're wicked confusing for most people.
Yeah, that's a little.
Does that make sense at all? Or do you want me to try a different way, or? Let me think. Oh, so okay, here's a good example. JonBenet Ramsey, she had 2 major injuries that could have killed her. So she was strangled with a garrote, and she was, oh, it's a terrible thing to talk about, but she was also a blunt force trauma to her skull. So there was 2 ways she could have actually expired. But either way, it's a homicide. So the manner of death is a homicide because someone else did it. She didn't whack herself in the head, you know, or twist the garrote. So it has to be a homicide. And then the cause of death for, I think initially, was the blow to the head. And then the garrote. I can't remember which order. But I don't know if that clears anything.
Yeah, yes, that does, yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay, but what's the 5th one?
There's 5. Homicide, suicide, natural, accidental, undetermined.
Right, but what is undetermined? What can...
Oh, sorry. Okay. Undetermined is when they literally have nothing. A lot of times you'll see this with drownings. Drownings are the most rare thing that are the hardest to prove because they have the most specific set of circumstances. So, like, for drowning, you can drown on dry land, you can drown on the water. So their drowning is one of those things that they'll often say is undetermined because they get down to the, I mean, you just saw homicidal drowning. Those happen, but they're very rare, I guess, even though I don't agree with that. I think they happen a lot. Suicide, things like that, they work their way down, and if they can't figure out what it is there, they have to say undetermined because you have to sign a death certificate within a certain amount of time. For them to get paid and for the family to get closure and to bury and stuff. So undetermined is a way to say, like, we'll go back to it later and change it if we have to.
Would SIDS also qualify as this?
I'm sorry, what?
Would SIDS also qualify as undetermined?
Usually with SIDS, what they'll say natural or accidental, I think. I'm not 1,000% sure, but it's funny you ask because when I was a kid, I grew up in a house, and behind my house I had a cemetery, and I used to jog in there all the time. There was a little girl that was buried there, and she had SIDS, and it's weird because I didn't know how she died. I just used to go clean up her grave every time I was around, you know, keep it nice and all that. And I ran into her parents one day. And I remember her parents going, "Are you the one that keeps it up?" And I said, "Yeah, you know, when I jog by or whatever." And I remember talking to them about it because I didn't know what it was. This was when I was like 16 or 17. And if I remember correctly, when we talked about it, I want to say, and because we really got into this discussion, I want to say it fell under accidental, or maybe, yeah, because I think she accidentally stopped breathing, right? I think that's what it is. But maybe, I mean, I don't know, it's state to state, but I would say if it were, I mean, I'm not a doctor either, but I would guess that it would be accidental. I can find out for you. I don't write that down.
Oh, thank
you. That's a great question. Good call. Any other ones you want to find out about? That's a great question. Any other ones you can think of?
As of right now, I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
All right.
But I'm sure others listening will have some questions.
Yeah, and I'll for sure find out about SIDS. That was a great question. Thank you for that. That's perfect, actually. Greg, do you have any ones you want me to look into?
Probably.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sophie.
Go for it.
No, I didn't quite hear I didn't hear when she said your name.
Oh, okay. When you're ready, we can move on, or if you have questions, Greg, go for it.
No, I think we're good. We covered everything here. We covered the example. Okay. Yeah, I just asked because thinking about this David Crowley case, if it can't be a proven homicide, if it can't be a proven suicide, could it fall under undetermined? Or
yes.
Is that
yep.
Could?
Because there's no way naturally that they're gonna get shot like that. There's no way. And that's not natural anyway, it's a bullet. It's man-made. And then accidental, I mean, I'm sorry, but if all three of you happen to fall on this gun that shoots you in the head the way it does, I'm sorry, that's like way too unlucky. You have to, I mean, I'm not trying to be an asshole, I'm just saying that like it would have to be undetermined. But in this case here, I think that a lot of times, and I don't want to sound like a jerk, but a lot of times with suicide specifically, if they show up or they see something, right away they're thinking, oh, well, he probably had PTSD, even though they don't know the first thing about what military people go through or if he had we don't know. But a lot of them come in and they go, oh, and they assume it. Or if they see a note, they'll assume it's suicide before they do a full investigation because it's human nature with all the things they're overloaded with for them to just be like, it's got to be one of those. So undetermined actually only happens like when you absolutely have to do undetermined and they hate to do it. And there's been cases I've worked on, like Chris Jenkins, who drowned. He actually was murdered, but they said he drowned accidentally in Minnesota, as a matter of fact. In Minneapolis, and he ended up. The parents got his death certificate changed to a homicide.
Wow.
So yeah, that's hard to. It's almost impossible though. So I would guess that if those two things would fall under undetermined if they couldn't say homicide or suicide. Yes, Greg.
So it'd be curious to see what is actually on the death certificate, what is on David's death certificate, because
I would love to too, but they won't give it to me.
It should be a suicide from what they're saying, right?
His would technically, I believe, be suicide, and the other two, I remember looking at the investigational papers of the autopsy report, and I believe the other two were marked as homicide investigation, and I think they both were written as homicide, right? Yeah.
Correct. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's so weird to say about a child too. It's like so like stomach churning. Oof. So anyway, yeah. I don't know. That's a tough one. All right. So modus operandi and signature. This one kills me too. And here's why. Because I promise you, this is an easier one to understand. But it's like one of those things that people just don't even think like go, oh, they're different. So modus operandi is something that you'll hear a lot when it comes to things that a killer does that it has to do with the actual act of killing. These things actually change with time and with technology and with the tools they can use. I mean, somebody who starts off as a serial will often do stupid shit the first time they do it and be like, oh, next time I should have thought about it and brought a flashlight. So the modus operandi will be to go in with a flashlight next time. So like it becomes something that evolves, but for that example there, it doesn't work because it has nothing to do with the killing unless he uses it to bash their head in like a mag light. Okay, anyway, sorry, this is tough. So, so basically, when you hear an MO is blank, you're not hearing that the MO is something that has to do with the actual killing, and it has to evolve over time. They don't stay the same. So, for example, with Ted Bundy, right? He got tired when he couldn't use his cast anymore to get girls. He couldn't get them. So he changed his MO to get victims so he could actually pick them up and kill them by going to college bars and flirting with these girls. So that became his modus. But signature is something that actually has nothing to do with the death, and it never changes and has a meaning that we usually don't know, but we can like guess at, and then they might tell us. But things like this, so people didn't know for a long time that Ted Bundy bit all of his victims in the ass for whatever reason, whatever. I was like, what, dude, really? Teeth, dental? Like, okay. For smart dude. I mean, come on, you got to admit, like, what the fuck? So anyway, that was
weird place.
That really
I
is.
know. And his teeth were so weird that he's like, I'm just going to bite him in the ass and not get caught. Like, what? Huh? What did you say? What are you laughing at?
Nothing. That's nasty. It's gross.
I know it is.
Yes, it is. I mean,
it is gross. That's how they caught him, though, you know. That's how they got him.
Well, usually you hear of somebody biting and after they're, like, murdered somebody. It's, like, the best area.
Yeah, you want to get the fuck out of there. You're not going to stick around and bite their butt. And, like,
yes.
Right? Honestly. And, like, I don't get it.
It's a
I don't get it.
quirk.
Yeah, and his teeth match this, like, weird teeth pattern. And the guy who did the dentals was so funny, because if you watch the original trials, the guy who did the dentals was like, I'm sure these are his teeth. Like, have you seen his teeth, dude? They're messed up. These are his teeth, case closed, and that's how he got convicted. But that would be his signature, because it actually never changes. It's something you do in every single case, but it can actually kill them. Does that make sense a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
if they can choose if they're toothfish, yeah, things like that.
Would a copycat fall under that, too?
Well, it depends on the copycat's behavior, I think.
I guess copycat.
What?
No, go ahead.
What did you say? Huh?
Oh, I was just saying. Yeah, it depends on
I
what
mean,
you're
I would,
doing.
yeah, I would guess that like that copycat part might be part of the signature, like they're copying it on purpose, and it doesn't have to do with the killing itself, but they'll do it like every time they're copycatting, right? So their modus operandi just wouldn't be the same thing. It would be their signature to copycat, I would guess.
Okay.
You know, that's a great question too. You guys are really coming at it, girls' night. Yeah. All right. So, oh God, this one. Hopefully, this one's a quick one.
Favorite. Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Okay, this makes me mad because the CSI effect killed me. So the DNA match. Okay, so attention everybody. You can never match DNA ever. It's like never. So DNA is something you use to exclude people and their genetic makeup or markers from a pool of suspects or any individual you're looking to identify. So you can never actually match it because there's so many alleles and so many pieces of the genes and stuff that go into it that the code goes on forever. So they can't sit there and do that or we solve nothing. But if you're on a witness stand or you hear somebody on a witness stand that's a good medical examiner or a good forensic pathologist, they will say the DNA was, the chances that these two pieces of DNA or this piece would belong to someone else that's here on the planet is 11,751,922 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you know it's basically a match, but you can't say it's a match. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is very curious when you look at the BCA lab, the 40-page documents that show David Crowley's, what the DNA is, because it is kind of phrased weird like that. But you talk about this 99.9%. Why would they put that on some of the DNA tests, but not on all of them? So some of the things say, well, go ahead.
No, I don't understand. I'm not understanding. Go back to that last page real quick and ask me again because I'm not getting it.
So looking at David's...
They'll say like 99, it rules out 99 point something percent of the population.
That might be the way they're wording it in that state, yes. That would make sense because it's really ruling out. Think about the number I just threw out there, like for fun. It really is ruling them out to an X amount of degree, but notice they didn't say it's a match, did they?
But why do they only say that for some of these things? They don't say that for everything. Why don't they use
Because it's DNA we're talking about, not everything, not every test. We're talking about DNA stuff.
Okay. Does that mean that they found more DNA on one item that they could rule out 99.9% of the general population?
They probably only had so many pieces of they had so many bars of the what's it called? Now I'm going to forget. You know how like when you see the bands that are on DNA and you look at them, if you don't have enough of a sample or it gets degraded or it gets diluted or they use too much of it in a given situation, a lot of times that's why they won't have as many things they could match. So think of it as like an ever-ending like rungs of a ladder, right? If you only have the top half of that ladder, you can only eliminate so much. The longer and more you have, I'm guessing, is why they can eliminate more. Does that make sense?
I was wondering if DNA would degrade, like, okay, for instance, they're there, the police say that they're there for 3 weeks. It would degrade to a point to where they couldn't get a decent enough test?
Oh, no. That's a good question. That's a good question, but no. They have so much blood at that scene, dude. If they couldn't get a sample that was big enough for everything, then that would be a laughable joke. Is that what you guys were talking about, is all the blood at that scene?
Yes.
Oh, God, no. Then that makes no sense to me. But I'm not a doctor, but it makes no sense to me personally if that's what you guys meant, because there's blood everywhere. We still don't even know who the frig it belongs to because the way they match everything. They do it like... So I don't know if Greg went into with you, Sophia, but they basically like go through and the way they match everybody to their stuff in the morgue is really bizarre. Like weird. It's just like, I know they don't have teeth or they didn't have like fingers. A lot of times they don't have the fingerprints. I get it, but they're using circumstantial things to match it, which I thought was a little strange when they have like tattoos and stuff. And like they mentioned that at one point. But Rania, for example, like they didn't say like, okay, we're just going to take the 2 of these people's DNA and see if it matches her DNA. They didn't say they're sending that test out. At least I didn't see it. If you guys found it, great. What I found was that it must have been either a photograph ID, I'm guessing, or they were just like, well, she's got to be the one that's there because we know there's 3 people in that house and they have a baby. So, like, they might have done it like that for all we know, which is ridiculously wrong. But if they have that...
Well, they didn't even ask the family.
What do you mean they didn't ask the family?
Yeah. They didn't ask the family
to ID them?
No, and they didn't ask friends either. That's the thing.
Well, they couldn't ID the bodies of Camilla and David. They were bad. There was no, they were nobody. I mean, a tattoo they can take a picture of and show you. They're not going to bring you in to see what happened to them. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be right. I mean, honestly, that would be terrible. But with Rania, I would think that they would at least, like, if she had no defining marks, obviously no tattoos, then if they could positively identify Camilla and David first based on things like tattoos, which I'm not sure if that's what they did. I think they might have. Then they can go back and test that DNA and then say that it's her that matches the two sides of DNA. But that takes longer than I think they gave this report, which bothers me. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes. There's actually some things I would like to speak with you off the record about.
Yes. Yeah, whatever you want.
When we're done with it. Okay.
Yep, and when I don't know, I'll get you answers for, okay?
But I would like for you to please look at the DNA report in this case, because you'll see exactly why Greg and I have certain questions.
Yeah, I think I've read through this, and but I get confused with when they start throwing all those numbers at you, you're like exhausted. But you know how it is. I mean, but I look at them like all day. So if you have a chance actually off here to send them the specific ones you want to look at, that would be a conversation we could definitely have.
Okay, that sounds great.
Oh, Sophia, anytime. So whenever you're ready, Greg, we can go to mens rea, which is one of my favorites. So mens rea literally in Latin means guilty mind. So I know this is going to sound like a terrible example, and I'm going to get a lot of shit. And my wife was like, "Do not say this." But the truth is when it comes to something like a statutory, like an underage sex thing, right? There are a lot of girls, for example, who go out and they might lie about their age or bring a fake ID, and a guy might have sex with them and think, okay, well, they're just of age girls, I'm going to bang, whatever. But he couldn't have committed an actual crime because you have to have mens rea to do that. He didn't mean to. He slept with a girl that convinced him she was a different age. If he had gone in there and been like, I'm at a kindergarten picking up chicks, that's mens rea. So I hope that's an easy one, but I'm not sure. Fair enough.
I've never heard it like that. Yeah.
Well, that's really inappropriate for me to be like, it's walking to a kindergarten. Hey, what's going on? Finger painting? That sounds great. Like, obviously, that's not like something that, like, you know what I mean? But I'm saying that's different. That's mens rea. He's going in there to commit a crime. But if he's out with the girl, which happens a lot of the time, and I'm not blaming the girl. I mean, obviously, I'm not. But it's one of those things where it could be the other way around, too. I mean, there are guys that do the same thing, and they look older, and they don't tell the person they have a fake ID that backs them up. So there's actually no crime because there's no mens rea. So they're not trying to. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. That one was an easy one, I feel like. For me, anyway. All right. So, okay, probable versus possible, because this is easy when you stop a second and like think about the words themselves. But you have to really give yourself like a chance to go, okay, you can answer these things, and so like Crowley case. You could sit there all day and go, this could have happened, that could have happened, but what's the most probable thing that you can think of? Because Occam's razor tells you. You don't want to make too many excuses. So I give an example here, and it's funny if I did this because my wife and I are going to the beach next week, and she's terrified of sharks for no reason. So she just goes, I'm not. She was listening. Screw you. All right, so it says a person dies of a heart attack in the water at the beach. Yes, they could have been a shark attack victim, right? They could have been. But if the ocean's temperature, the sharks gravitate to matches, and maybe there's a record of shark visits, you could consider it probable or even possible. But with indicators that you're seeing where there's no blood in the water, no eyewitnesses watching it eaten or anything, it was probable that it was something else. You know what I mean? So you can pretty much make anything a possibility, but is it probable? Is what you have to ask yourself. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Yeah. Next one. All right. Oh, okay, we're going to go over types of evidence. So types of evidence are really important because in a court of law, especially, you've got to know what you're going in with. And when you are pressing charges against someone or going in a grand jury, you want to make sure you have evidence that you can go, no, this is like something I can stand behind. We'll get to the next, and the next slide, I'm going to talk about circumstantial evidence, which is kind of the crappiest one, but can convict people. So first is latent evidence. It's almost impossible. It's like invisible to the naked eye. It's hard to, I wrote hard to life. Wow. That was tired. It's hard to lift it from places depending on the material it's left on. So like if you leave your print on something like a glass sink, like a kitchen sink or whatever, it's going to be easy to lift once you find it. But if you leave it on a wooden surfaces are porous. It's a lot harder. So, for example, if they find it with using like their techniques and stuff, they'll be able to lift it most likely, but it's naked. The human eye, you can't see it. So let me see. So the sink I used, because of the case of Elaine Lettinen out in Napa, actually the only thing they found, she was a military veteran, and she was amazing. And the only thing they found when she went missing was half a palm print on her sink, and it was something you could have never seen unless they went through it and really checked. There was not a single print in the house, and that's where she lived, like by herself. So trace evidence, that's something that can be used, analyzed, I can throw in color up there, I can barely read it, analyzed after collection and studied to provide a match to a perpetrator that's in mind or give you a specific lead to somebody in a pool. So trace evidence is something that they find later. So when you bring something to a lab, like say a blanket or something, and you want them to lift stuff off of it, and they put it in a little vial, and they shake it up, and they, like dog hairs and stuff that's left behind but might barely be there, like dander from a cat. Something that's really microscopic. Soil samples are a good one because there's a lot of times people find out in solved cases because they'll take a body and kill them one place and move them to another to dispose, but underneath or on or in that body somewhere, they'll have the matching plant stuff and dirt from another location. So does that make sense? They can find that dirt and be like, oh, they weren't killed here. That's
That's not circumstance. That's
no.
hardcore. Actually, that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, no, I know. Because there's been people, so there was actually a woman, I'll give you a great example. There's a woman, a native up here in New England, who they found somewhere else, I can't remember where, but they said she's got to be from New England because of the tree spores we have up here in the certain trees that grow only in Massachusetts. Spores of the trees had landed on her clothing. And they were able to lift them, which I was like, holy miracle, Batman. And they lifted them, and I was like, oh, I wanted to go to that lab and hug someone. And then they brought them here, and they said, she's got to be from here. She's a Jane Doe. They said she's got to be from here because the tree spores are specific just to one area of Massachusetts.
So the
we're like,
trace
okay,
is,
that's awesome. Crazy, right?
So the trace is used to when you have a suspect or when you have a possible suspect. Is that?
Yeah, if you eventually end up with a suspect, it's something that can be listed, but you can't see it. Are you going to look to see tree spores on your clothing? No. But like when they take her sweater and they lift something off it and put it under a microscope and go, these are pollen spores from a tree that only grows in Boston in that 1 mile radius, which is how weirdly I was like, how come spores could like travel in the wind and shit? And they were like, yeah, but in this area there's only these trees. And I was like, that's dumb. I can't believe that's crazy. A thing. I know.
That's awesome.
And it was, unfortunately she's still a Jane Doe, but we got so much on this person, and when we find them, they're done. Yeah. So whenever you're ready, we can go to the next one.
Any questions on the latent stuff, Sophia?
Oh yeah, anything, yeah.
Not yet, but I am going to hold any questions for the future because I
need
have
to go.
Ask
me whenever you want. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. The latent is very interesting.
Okay. Whatever you need, honey. Whatever works. Yeah. Again, like I said, I'm not a doctor by any means, but this is how I've always understood it.
Play one on TV.
I have to play one on TV. I'm not a doctor. I just want to be But so if I'm explaining it wrong, so I invite anyone who does listen to this to like come and correct me later. When we get to it on the one that's about Rob Williams again, I explained there's a few things that I had to tweak because I was like, oh shit, I screwed that up, or like very few things, but enough for me to be like, I'm gonna apologize. All right, so evidence types: physical. Anything or object admissible in a court of law that shows with its clear physical characteristics something that's a fact. So the study of a bullet at a crime scene is done by a ballistic specialist. Labs look for matching striations on the bullet itself because there's marks made on it from the chamber of the gun when it exits. So it's an actual thing you can look at and say, if I fire a bullet from this gun here, because I did it, these two bullets have the same exact matches of striations on them. So that becomes like physical evidence. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Circumstantial evidence is a bit. So evidence collected that's used in a court of law, but only if you have assumptions placed with it. And we know from the basics that we're not supposed to assume it's a lot. But many times people actually do that and get away with it. of like everything for, not everything, because that's going to be the wrong. I was going to use the Casey Anthony thing because I hate her, but that's terrible. I'm not going to use it that way. All right, let's use my other example. All right, so 9mm weapon could be used to kill a paper boy, for example. In court, they charge someone